everyone, this is Deepika Awasthi and we are doing reading comprehension today. Students, reading comprehension is quite difficult. Passages are very lengthy, boring, and language is something out of the world, isn't it? We think we understand English, we can read anything and everything, but when it comes to CAT, RC, it is something different, right? It's not something we have read so far. Sometimes we feel, does even author understand what he's writing, isn't it? So it's very mind bending, the language, the vocabulary, and the indirect questions. So don't worry, we are going to decode every kind of RC in today's class, be it a science passage which you're struggling with, or economics which is your biggest or main challenge, philosophy, literature, anything and everything, whatever kind of passages you get in exam, we are going to solve all those types of passage, students. And after this class, RC will be your biggest strength, right? You just need to listen to certain things I'll be telling you in the start of the class, but as I always say, tricks are good for beginners, right? Tricks will make you comfortable with the topic. It will not make you a topper in that topic or the achiever in that topic. For achiever, you need to do certain practice, some hard work, which is also we are doing in today's class. We are going to solve many passages from every genre, like science passage, for example, economics passage, philosophy. We are going to solve 3 to 4 passages like that. So how do we really approach the passage, students? One thing very important, no matter how many tricks I or any other teacher teaches you, and if you're looking for so many strategies, if you're not solving 2 to 3 RCs daily before the exam, now that we have some days left, few days left, you are not going to do very well. So apart from whatever you're doing in classes, please make sure you're doing self practice of 2 to 3 RCs on daily basis. So daily aapko 1 hour you have to take out for yourself, right? Then you have to learn skimming. Now skimming kaise? Skimming apne aap, there's no technique again for skimming ki okay first and last line padh lo paragraph ka to utne se samajh aa jayega, pura nahi, right? If I read on daily basis, तो मेरी जो reading होगी वो fast ही होगी और मैं एक ही बार पढ़ के I'll understand, right? So skimming basically means reading quickly. So in reading quickly, sometimes you read everything, but because you're into the habit, you understand everything quickly, or sometimes you just read few lines and then you understand overall structure of the passage. So skimming comes again with the practice, but the main idea of skimming is, I would say main point of skimming is that if you understood three things from the passage, अगर आपने 3 चीजें समझ ली हैं while reading the passage, so you're good to go. You can start with the questions. Don't worry ki maybe I didn't understand some of the paragraph and I should still go back again. No, you don't have to read anything twice. So कौन सी 3 बातें? First, students, you have to understand what's the main topic. आपने पूरा passage पढ़ा, you will know what's the main topic, isn't it? Second, very important thing you need to understand is the overall flow or story in short. Okay, first paragraph में ये था, second में this was the topic, third was this, fourth was this. Just one line. Maybe you don't remember other details from that same paragraph, but at least overall topic, how the topic developed that. And third very important detail is how the passage ended. Okay, this is the topic and everything, but basically what is the moral of the story, which is generally in the last paragraph. Is author giving his or her opinion at the end on the topic, or are we saying something against the topic? Are we supporting the topic? What is it? So last paragraph आपको बहुत ध्यान से पढ़ना है. Second is key points. Key points means what is the main topic and what are the subtopics overall about that topic, right? That's all. So some 3 to 4 things in mind. See, if the passage is, should we refer to each and every line or should we not? I feel it depends on your comfort. If certain passages are easier for you, I really don't think you have to refer to paragraphs again. But again, depends on our memory, depends on our comfort with certain genre. For example, when it comes to science passages, I don't really have to go back and forth, at least in my case with the questions. Same must be happening to you with other genres, maybe economics, maybe history, like that. But when it comes to, for example, economics passages, because the terms are very difficult for most of the students, they might have to go back and forth. So again, just whichever genre you find difficult, if you keep reading, the time to go back and forth will reduce, right? That's the moral of the story. Okay, and then you have to always start with factual questions, easy question. Now nothing is easy, of course, but basically easy means for any question, if you have to just read 1 paragraph maximum, or maybe half of the paragraph, that is your easy question. Start with that. Out of 16 reading comprehension question, try to find such 7 to 8 questions, and you will definitely find 7 to 8 questions are always there. This year it will be there, next year it will be there, and that is something which never changes in CAT exam. Now today what exactly are we doing? We are going to cover these 5 types of passages. Science, we are going to do some 4 passages. History, some 4 passages. Philosophy, I think some 3 passages. Economics, right, again 3 to 4 passages, and then literature passage, right? So all 5 जहाँ पे भी आपको difficulty होती है वहाँ पे see while solving I'll be teaching you a lot of things rather than जो start में बता रही हूँ कि तो आप solve करते करते समझो okay how to find the answer, how to check all the options, you know, all these things. So let's get started everyone. So let's start with passage 1. You can pause, read for a while, read for 2 minutes. I think this is a shorter passage. We are starting with slightly easier passage, I would say. In terms of length, questions इसके mostly easy नहीं है students. So इसलिए please इसको ध्यान से पढ़ना. I always say that passage में 2 की जगह 3 मिनट लग जाएंगे तो it's okay. But if you have understood the passage really well, you will get most of your answers correct, or maybe all your answers correct. So that way just quickly skim through the passage, and once you skim through the passage you have to listen to the summary because we are solving everything together, right? आज हम सब कुछ साथ में solve कर रहे हैं. So ठीक है, one more thing before we start. Proper nouns, I always say this, proper nouns की इतनी ज़्यादा value नहीं होती है, be it reading comprehension question, para-jumble, summary. Of course, you have to keep something in mind. We are talking about an animal here, we are talking about a person, a place here, but then that's it. So, अगर आपको नहीं पता, if you do not know what is anteater and everything, that's okay. I'll still explain though. Australian researchers have discovered electroreceptors clustered at the tip of the spiny anteater snout. So spiny means how do I say this? It looks like a little rodent kind of animal. I'll just make it rodent kind of animal. This is the head, and then it has a long nose. It has a lot of spines, kaante, like, you know, around it, like that. So we are saying there are some electroreceptors on its snout. Snout is like long nose. So there are electroreceptors, ER I'll just write, on its nose. Okay, they have discovered on an so electroreceptor generally on your phone, gadgets, but it is on an animal's nose or snout. The researchers made this discovery by exposing small areas of the snout to extremely weak. So basically they near the snout they expose this snout area towards weak electrical fields and recording the transmission of resulting nervous activity to the brain. And they said, is it working? Is it like receiving some signals? And it did. It is true that tactile receptors, another kind of sensory organ on the anteater snout. So tactile receptors, tactile means something moving. So maybe small these skin or small hair, all those things we are talking about. Anteater snout can also respond to, so even the hair and everything, tactile receptors will also respond to electrical stimuli. Such receptors do so only in response to electrical field strengths about 1,000 times greater than those known to excite electrons. So electroreceptors generally we are saying even they respond outside and everything, but they need much more electricity or electrical field strength to respond. But electroreceptors inside the snout will respond to even weak electrical signals. Okay? Now just quick overall what we are saying in like 3 lines. There is an animal anteater. So through its nose it eats ants and everything. There are electroreceptors on its nose. Now how do we know if there are electroreceptors? Because scientists expose the nose or snout to a weak electrical field, some weak electricity and everything, and they sort some like signals and everything. Okay, so now based on that we are saying there are some tactile receptors also on the nose, like hair, small something. They also respond, but they need stronger electrical field. But the electroreceptors don't need. Electroreceptors will respond to even weak electrical strength. So दो चीजें हैं snout में, electroreceptors and tactile receptors. ठीक है, एक तो है electroreceptors in first line and then tactile receptors in this. The tactile does not respond, but electroreceptors respond. Fine. Having discovered the electro, so now they have discovered कि ठीक है कुछ electricity का है, right, on their nose. Researchers are now investigating how anteaters utilize such a sophisticated sensory system. So they can sense like some electrical strength, electrical waves. Right? So what is the benefit? Why does this animal has this, and then how exactly it uses this for its own benefit, like that. So in one behavioral experiment, researchers successfully trained an anteater to distinguish between 2 troughs of water. 2 troughs of water, just imagine, for example, this is an anteater right? An insect, anteater, it's standing here. There are two, let's say, pipes going on in which water is flowing in different speeds. It's two troughs of water. One with a weak electrical field and the other with none. So this has some electrical field weak. This has no electrical field, no electricity, right? No electricity or electrical field at all. Such evidence is consistent with researchers' hypothesis that anteaters use electroreceptors to detect electrical signals given off by prey. However, researchers as yet have been unable to detect electrical signals emanating means coming from termite mood. So we are taken. So they could sense these weak electrical currents is what we are saying. But we are saying if moons as in where ants stay, moons is in small, like soil ka they make small mountains like this and ants stay there. How do they exactly signal an anteater? Okay, here I'll find a lot of ants. Where the favorite food of anteater live. Still, researchers have observed that anteater breaking into a nest of ants at an oblique angle. So generally, whenever they see that ant house and everything, they attack like this. That means they know. And quickly locate the nesting chambers. The ability quickly to locate unseen prey. So they have not seen the ants, but they know here it is. According to the researchers, that anteaters, that means they use the electroreceptors to locate these nesting chambers of where ants are, right, living like that. Okay, I think we have understood the passage. According to the passage, which of the following, see, whenever the question starts according to the passage, you should get happy. I always say that because mostly these are direct questions, factual questions. You have to read just 1, 2, maximum 3 lines and you will get the answer. Now it's on you. If you're not reading even that carefully, you will still get wrong answer, isn't it? Nothing is easy in life, but like you have to read very less, read carefully. There are high probability that you will get correct answer. So which of the following is a characteristic that distinguishes electroreceptors from tactile receptors? So electroreceptors can respond to weak, isn't it? That's what we have learned here in last 3 lines of first paragraph. And tactile receptors can need at least 1,000 times more greater electrical signals to respond. That's what we have learned. So see, if we understand the passage really well, we don't have to sometimes go back to the passage. But this is not what I'm recommending to you. Depending on your comfort level, you can go back or not. For example, for me personally, science passages comes very easy. I just read it once and somehow, like, it is printed on my mind compared to many other passages. This can be the case with some other passages with you. Maybe economics passage you find easier, I would say business, history passages, philosophy passages for that matter. So if you have understood the information, you can start with the option. If not, you can read the last 3 lines of that paragraph. The manner in which electroreceptors respond to electrical stimuli, how they see, question is how they are different. Both respond, but one needs weak electrical signal, the other needs strong. That's all we are saying. So I'm not very sure what they're trying to say in first option. I'll put a question mark. The tendency of electroreceptors to be found in clusters. Of course, it's clustered, but it's not like tactile is not. So I don't think so. That's the difference. It's more like one can respond to weak electrical stimuli and the other will respond to strong electrical stimuli. The unusual locations in which electroreceptors are found in most species, what location? Nothing like that is mentioned for sure. This is surely not my answer. The amount of electrical stimulation required. Yes, the amount. One needs less, isn't it? Electroreceptors needs less and tactile receptor needs 1,000 times greater, right? Last line of the first paragraph, 1,000 times greater electricity. Very, very clearly it needs, this needs 1,000 times more, whereas electroreceptors respond to weak electrical stimuli. So yeah, has to be D, right? Okay, so I had a prediction based on last few lines of first paragraph, and that based on that I answered D. So even D is something which is not exactly given how it is given the, like they are saying that needs weak electrical, this needs 1,000 times more, but basing the amount of electrical stimulation. Yes, so that is different, isn't it? And that is the question. So understanding question goes a long way, be it very direct or factual question, indirect question. You'll have to understand the question for sure to get the correct answer. There will never be a word match in these exam students. Which of the following can be inferred about the experiment described in the first paragraph? So when God gives you happiness with easy question, immediately after that he'll give you an inference question, right? Some difficult. Now use your brain, like, push yourself. So yeah, okay, fine, right? Whatever it is comes our way, we have to give our best. So first paragraph, right? Examiner is making it quite easy for you. Just read these 5 lines and give me the answer. Okay, so what we can infer, we have just read the first paragraph, but if you want you can read it on your own and try to solve this question. I'll give you some time to read and figure out the answer on your own, students. Yeah, okay. So inferred is indirect information. What all can we understand from this? See, जो भी answer नहीं होगा, whichever is not the answer, that will be either not mentioned or opposite. So you do not know what is mentioned, but let's see what we have not read. Researchers had difficulty verifying the existence of electroreceptors in the anteater because electroreceptors respond to such a narrow range. They never had difficulty in verifying the existence. They have discovered electroreceptors and they respond to weak electrical field, right? So they didn't have, they face any difficulty, or we don't know about it, right? So this, because of this portion, we are eliminating it. Researchers found that level of nervous activity in anteater's brain increased dramatically as the strength of the electrical stimulus was increased. Is it? We can go back and read. So they respond to extremely weak electrical field and with the transmission resulting in nervous activity to the brain. So they saw, okay, they are responding to it, and how do they know they're responding to weak electric by measuring their nervous activity. But was this nervous activity was increasing with more electrical strength and decreasing with weaker? No idea, right? This increased, we do not know. It's just that if I'm responding to something, right, it's like some test is going on, that lie detector test. So if I am feeling nervous because of a certain question, happy because of a certain question, all those responses, what I'm feeling inside, can be measured if somebody is measuring my nervous activity. Now I'm getting my brain activity is increasing, decreasing, right? Nothing like that is, I'm just giving you an example. So they are just recording the nervous activity. It doesn't mean it increased or decreased because of anything. So not at all. Some out of scope information. Researchers found that some areas of anteater's snout were not sensitive to a weak. Yes, some areas means which areas? Tactile receptors. Tactile. So we are saying that all the electroreceptors on the nose can respond to, right, can respond to weak electrical, we have just read weak electrical field. Is just that tactile receptors need 1,000 times greater electrical strength to respond. So some areas with tactile receptors were not as sensitive to weak, they need more, right? They can't respond to weak electrical stimulus. So yeah, this is fine, I guess. I'll just keep this. Researchers found that anteaters' tactile receptors were more easily excited by a strong electrical stimulus than were the, again, no comparison. Whenever you see a comparative language, right? I'm not saying every time, but most of the time, comparative language is incorrect, right? This is verbal, this is not quants, where 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, so fixed answer. Of course 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, but basically there are sometimes there are exceptions. So 99% times a comparative language will be incorrect, just like extreme language, only, always, never, such words. Very rarely 1% times it may be true if it is directly written like that, if it is compared like that. So obviously not C, hence C is the correct answer. Question number 3. The author of the passage most probably discusses the function of tactile receptors in order to. In order to means why is he even discussing tactile receptors, right? First paragraph, fifth line. Why is he discussing? If you want, you can read. 1 minute to answer this question, students. Okay, just one correction. Eliminate an alternative, not and. Eliminate an. Just choose the best one out of 4. Is he eliminating an alternative explanation for anteaters respond to electric slime? Maybe I didn't quite understand this option for now. Of course, I didn't read these lines also, but based on whatever we have read twice so far, I'll just try to eliminate 1 or 2 options once, and then with rest 2 options, I'll go back and check. Highlight a type of sensory organ that has a function identical to, they are not identical. Electroreceptors, respond to weak electrical field, whereas tactile receptors need 1,000 times greater electrical field. So they are not identical for sure. This is not something I can infer about them. Point out a serious complication in the research of, is there a serious complication? Again, I'm not very sure. I'll keep this option. Suggest that tactile receptors assist electroreceptors. They assist electroreceptors in detecting, they don't assist or help for sure, right? That is 2 different things. This can respond, this will not respond that easily, but they are not helping or assisting. So I'm very sure B and C are not the answer. I have to choose between A and C. So let's read A and C again. Point out a serious complication in the research of electroreceptors. See, first of all, the question is what author is discussing about tactile receptors. So first, there is no complication in the research of electroreceptors, and even if there is, the question is about tactile, that is another part of their nose, right? It's just understand this is the snout of this anteater. Inside we have electroreceptors, and outside these tactile. Tactile means anything moving, right? Like that. So generally, hair on body refers to tactile, right? Or maybe someone has a tail moves, वो भी एक tactile receptor हो गया, like that. ठीक है? So that. So ऐसा तो नहीं बोल रहे हैं, but A, what does A says? Let's try to relate. Eliminate an alternative explanation of anteater's response to yes, right? Because what we are saying is that when we found these electroreceptors in the snout of, right, in the snout, they were responding to weak electrical field, and that's how we know by recording nervous activity in the brain. Okay, they respond. But at the same time, not the entire snout is responding. There are some portion or some other receptors outside. For example, tactile is always outside. Right, they are another kind of sensory organ which can also respond, but it needs 1,000 times greater electrical field strength, like that, isn't it? So we are saying that the response to electrical stimuli, that alternative, so that it can be more or less depending on what is electroreceptors. If it is very weak, this will respond, and if it is very high, then tactile receptors will respond. So we, just to prove that, just to clarify that here we are only talking about electroreceptors and not other receptors on its snout, right? For that clarity, author is talking. So yes, A definitely makes absolute sense. Question number 4. Which of the following can be inferred about anteaters from the behavioral experiment mentioned in the second paragraph? Okay, we are given, so in one behavioral experiment. I'll give you a minute. Try to figure out the answer. Understand the question first. What we can infer about the anteaters from this, what about anteaters? Okay. See, in one experiment, researchers successfully trained an anteater distinguished between two troughs of water, one with weak and the other with none. So the anteater could easily, successfully trained means that it could easily tell, okay, this is weak, I'm responding, this has no electron, I'm not responding. Like that. So can we say, just based on that they're unable to detect stimuli by the electron? Then what is the successful training if they're unable to detect, isn't it? So absolutely wrong. They are unable to distinguish between the electrical signals emanating from termite moons. Obviously they are able to detect, right? Their favorite food where anteaters live, they have observed anteater breaking into a nest of ants and oblique and quickly locating. That means this ability to quickly locate their prey and everything, they can locate, yes. But then what we are saying here is, if you're confused with this line, researchers have not been unable to detect electrical signals, as in we don't have the technology to measure or record electrical signals coming from the ant house or ant habitat at moon termite moons, that. But then they have such sophisticated or such sensitive electroreceptors that they can locate the ant. Researchers can't, but they know if they're locating the unseen ants, right? They don't even know the quickly locating nesting chambers. That's what we are seeing. That means it's unseen prey. That means it's through electroreceptors. So we can't say they are unable to. They can very easily. Absolutely wrong. They react more readily to strong than, no, they react more readily to weak stimuli, right? We have read it like twice or thrice. So wrong. They can be trained, yes, because they trained them successfully in this behavioral, very clearly mentioned, to recognize consistent the presence of a particular stimulus. Yes, particular stimulus as in weak electrical stimulus, strong or none, like that. So that they did. So actually we didn't even have to read this much to solve this question. If I just read the three lines given around behavioral experiment they successfully trained, right? These three lines, I can still get the answer. It's just that we always tend to be a lot confused while solving reading comprehension question. Even after answering correctly, we're unsure that maybe the other one is correct, we're down to two options, maybe let's check this. That's why, we just check the entire second paragraph. Otherwise, if you stick to the location, students, whatever you have read, see, same thing in different words maybe, but similar meaning, where is it given, you will end up getting correct answer, right? Okay. Question number 5. The passage suggests indirect question. So you need to really understand the question first. That the researchers mentioned in the second paragraph who observed anteaters, okay, um, break into a nest of ants would most likely agree with which of the following. So researchers who have observed this breaking into, right, nesting chambers of ant and everything, you can read last 4 lines. So these researchers who have observed this will also agree to what else? 1 minute to solve this. So they have observed that they break into the nest and quickly locate the nesting chambers. Means, let's say this is the mound, right? This is the mound of something, right, where ants are living here, here and here. So they will not go like this, they will go like exactly they like this. So nesting, they know where the nesting chamber is, like, so this unseen prey, they are not seeing from the outside. How do they locate so quickly, right? So this is happening very fast. There has to be, that means they're using the electroreceptors, right? That's what we're saying. So when we understand this, I think option D should be the correct answer. The speed, right? They do it very quickly. With the anteater locate their prey is greater than what might expected on the basis of chance. If it is just by chance they feel okay, maybe the ant is here, they'll not exactly attack the nesting chambers, isn't it? They may attack the moon, okay, maybe, but randomly, but they always attack the right place in that entire moon. That means electroreceptors is what they're using to locate the ants or termites. Right, atypical means abnormal. No, nothing like that is mentioned that this particular was one of like unique. No, every time they do it correctly and quickly. It is likely that anteater located the ants nesting chamber without the assistance of, obviously with the assistance of, right? That's what they're saying, using. So opposite. Anteaters possess a very simple sensory system for use in locating prey. Yes, they definitely use a very simple sensory system, but what is it, right? So basically, again, let's understand the question, that people who observed, or researchers who observed anteaters break into a nest ants, what they're saying, that if they're doing it quickly, means this system, it's not about they're using, but it's about the speed, which shows that electroreceptors are being used. Question number 6, everyone. Which of the following, if true, would most strengthen the hypothesis mentioned in lines 17 and 19? Let's start. Which of the following, if true? See, if it is written if true, students, you have to consider it as if true. Right? So if true means if it is given, if given, or similar kind of information is given in the passage, would most strengthen the hypothesis mentioned in line 17 to 19. So I'll mark here line 17 to 19, which is here. Although in exam, if they ask from, like, they say 17 to 19 or something, they will highlight or they will write 17 to 19 there for that question. So don't worry about it, that we'll have to find, no worries. Okay, so basically we have to find if true means if it is given, and further supports. So any information which supports the last few lines is your correct information. One thing you need to keep in mind before you solve this question: strengthen, weaken. Strengthen means to further support, not just to support, further support. Weaken means to further weaken or oppose. That means the options might have some extra information. That's okay, but it will overall further support the given information. So be open to extra information. I'm not saying it should be every time, but most of the time in strengthen, weaken, if this word is given in the reading comprehension, you will get you might get some extra information. Okay, let's start reading. Researchers are able to train anteaters they were able to train, yes, for sure, but not to break into the underground chambers. No. They trained them successfully, right, to identify, distinguish between weak electrical field and the one with the none, not for to break into. That is something they are doing on their own, anteaters, isn't it? In last few lines, they are breaking into right at an oblique angle, we are saying quickly. They're doing it using their own electroreceptors. No scientist or researchers is training them. So this is wrong information for sure. This is not supporting. Researchers are able to detect a weak electrical signal emanating from the nesting chamber of an ant colony. See, does this support? Yes, because right now what we are saying, although it is not written, we are saying, however, researchers as yet have been unable to detect electrical signals emanating from the termite mounds. Means when they did this experiment, that time they trained the anteater to respond to weak electrical strength, but they didn't know from a termite or ant house उसके घर से क्या electrical signal आए. Researchers तब तक yet, as in तब तक they didn't know, but what they observed that anteaters are attacking or breaking at an oblique angle and exactly locating the unseen prey. They know exactly where is the prey. For example, this is the mound, right? Mound is something like this जहाँ पे जिसके अंदर बहुत सारे ants है, चींटी, termites होते हैं. Let's say this is where the group of ants are staying. So this anteater will target exactly like this, not like randomly here and there wherever, isn't it? So that shows that they are using electroreceptors. So this information written in the last four lines will be further strengthened if we say yes, researchers detected electrical signals coming from the nesting chamber. अगर ये है, that means they are using electroreceptors only to find out their ants and everything, isn't it? So this supports the last two lines, last three lines. I'll 100% keep B as correct option. Anteaters are observed taking increasingly longer amounts of time. No, they are doing very quickly, isn't it? It's very clearly mentioned that they are doing quickly, isn't it? Or the ability to quickly locate. So twice it is written, they are not taking a lot of time. Wrong. Anteaters are observed using various, not various angles, oblique angle, like this. They know exactly where the ant is. They are not randomly going into the moon. They know exactly where the ant chambers are and they are attacking that. Right? It's not various angles, only oblique angle. Clearly mentioned in fourth last line. So wrong information. B, hence, is a correct answer. All right. Now next passage, everyone. I'll give you. See, just a general suggestion, I would say, like here there are three paragraphs. So you can maybe give 3 minutes to this passage. Now, I'm not saying you can maybe finish this passage in 2 minutes also, 1.5 minutes also, yes, but this is the ideal time you can keep in mind. Slightly lesser or more is fine if you can get all your answers correct, right? So depending on your speed and practice, but 3 minutes should be more than enough for such passages. Yeah. Okay, let's quickly understand the passage. Students, in simple words, we are saying, see, everything, we humans, plants, animals, everyone has cell. Every cell makes a particular organ. है ना? Right? Our eyes, our hands are made up of cells. Cells is the smallest unit, for example, in our body. So all of the cells in a particular plant starts out with the same complement of genes. So पहले तो हर plant में एक gene ही होता है, and then वो what that gene understands, it becomes leaf, the other gene becomes fruit, the third one becomes a branch. Like what difference happens in the cell that it becomes, right, one of these things. So what actually differentiates in the form structure that they take form of root, stem, leaves, fruits, etc. So the answer is subset of genes. Subset. in a particular kind of cells are expressed. So some subset in the cell is expressed, and whatever is expressed, it will become that. It can become fruit, it can become leaf, whatever. So we are talking about these chemical messengers which are auxin. काम की बात पे आते हैं. Auxin, abscisic acid, cytokinin, ethylene, gibberellin. Right? ये 5 हैं. ठीक है. क्या करें अब इस 5 का? We are saying studies of plants have now identified a new class of, and there is some oligosaccharides as well, apart from these 5 hormones plus some oligosaccharides. ठीक है. What these? So, and see, understand the first line of second paragraph. Unlike the oligosaccharides, the 5 well-known plant hormones are pleiotropic rather than specific. What does that mean? If you read the entire paragraph, you will understand the meaning of pleiotropic. But just to save your time, since I am with you right now, I'll quickly explain what is it. So, we're saying unlike oligosaccharides, जो 5 plant hormone है pleiotropic है. Pleiotropic एक के 5 functions है. एक ही काम नहीं कर रहा है. इसका मतलब oligosaccharides is doing one thing at a time, whereas one hormone like auxin for example is doing 5 different things. They give an example, of course. Each has more than one effect on the growth and development of plants. The 5 has so many simultaneous, they have simultaneous effects that they are not very useful in artificially controlling. So we are saying because one hormone will have 5 things, will take care of 5 things, you can't use these hormones to artificially control or develop a plant. For example, my plant is not growing. I want it to grow faster. So let's say I'll give the plant auxin injection. For example, so it will stimulate the rate of cell elongation, causing shoots to grow up and roots to grow down, but it will inhibit the growth of laterals. But my plant will not look broader and everything. That will happen. So effects plus side effects, that will also happen. So you can artificially do it. If naturally these hormones are fine for a plant, but artificially you can't use them because you'll get something, you'll lose something from the plant because of this. Auxin also causes the plant to develop a vascular system to form laterals. So basically what all auxin does, that we are saying 4 to 5 things, right? So in short, first paragraph says that all plants have some small cells. Some group of cells become fruit, other becomes leaf, the third group becomes root. Why? So it is because of some subset of genes, basically some chemical messengers, and in these chemical messengers we are talking about 5 hormones: auxin, abscisic, cytokinin, ethylene, gibberellin. And then in second paragraph we are saying just 2 things, that these plant hormones are pleiotropic, that one hormone does 5 to 6 different things. For example, auxin, we gave an example what all auxin does to a plant. Okay, now pleiotropy of the 5 well-studied plant hormones is somewhat analogous. Analogous means similar. So we are saying these hormones in plants are similar to hormones in animal. Okay, for example, hormones from the hypothalamus in the brain stimulate the anterior lobe of pituitary gland. Oh my god, such a difficult subject. See, what we are saying is hormones in plant are quite similar to hormones in animal. For example, which hormones are similar? So we are taking one example of the hormone in animals from hypothalamus. What's hypothalamus? One of your organs in our brain, for example. So it stimulates the anterior lobe. Anterior lobe means this part of the brain of the pituitary gland. Where is pituitary gland? Here, right on your forehead. That's why people said if you meditate and everything, right, your spirituality, intellectual intelligence also increases, right? That. Anyways, coming back to the topic, to synthesize and release many different hormones, one of which stimulates the release of hormones from the adrenal cortex. Such difficult words, right? So we are saying hypothalamus, pituitary, right, gland, anterior lobe, to synthesize and release many different. So basically most of our hormones are released from here, one of which stimulates the release of hormones from adrenal cortex. ठीक है? These hormones have a specific effect on target organs of all over the body. So ये release होते हैं और different organs of the body में. In fact, I think this actually belongs to humans as well. This concept all over the body. One hormone stimulates thyroid gland. Thyroid means this. For example, another the ovarian follicle cells and so forth. कोई अपना ये, like different organs ध्यान में रखते हैं. In other words, there is a hierarchy of hormones. Such a hierarchy may also exist in plants. भाई ठीक है, तो वैसे ही प्लांट्स में भी कि ये हार्मोन ये काम करेगा, that hormone do that work, like that. Oligosaccharides. Now what is oligosaccharin? That we are introducing in the last line. Okay. So we are talking, introducing that they are pleiotropic and they do, for example, oxygen does 4 to 5 things. Then we are saying that they are similar to animal hormones. In simple word, that we are saying similar to animal hormones. Okay. Now, what about oligosaccharides, which we just introduced in the first paragraph at the end? We didn't realize what is oligosaccharide at that time. So now we'll read. Are fragments of the cell wall released by enzymes. Okay, cell wall, see, this is the cell. So when cell wall gets dry, right, into pieces and everything, it's released by enzymes. Different enzymes release different oligosaccharides. So again, with cell from a fruit, cell from a leaf, right, the fragments, the pieces coming out of it is known as oligosaccharide. Different oligosaccharide will have different chemical composition depending on which cell it is. There are indications that pleiotropic plant hormones may actually function by activating the enzymes that release these other more specific chemical messenger from the cell wall. Okay, see, these other from the cell wall matlab oligosaccharides ke bare mein we are talking about. So we are saying hormones actually somehow they do something and they activate the enzymes which releases. So hormones will activate an enzyme and that enzyme will produce or release oligosaccharides is what we are trying to say. Okay, something new. So hormone to some enzyme and this enzyme will release oligosaccharin. ठीक है. Question number 1, let's read. According to the passage, chalo. First question is easy, I guess. The 5 well-known plant hormones are not useful in controlling the growth of crops because. Okay. I think iske liye we should read second paragraph. So why these plant hormones are not useful for controlling, as in we can't use them artificially, isn't it? We can't control the growth of the crops. Why so? You can read around this 2 to 3 lines. Chaliye. Let's start. It is not known exactly what functions the hormone. No, we know that every hormone performs 4 to 5 to 7 things. So we know exactly, not known is not right. It's just that because each hormone does many things at the same time, so you will get all the effects. It has various effects, yes. Right? There's so many effects from one hormone. Like I can't use oxygen just for the plant growth. Okay, growth will happen, will not get broader, right? It will inhibit, clearly written, it will inhibit the growth of lateral means जो side में वो growth है वो नहीं हो पाएंगे, पर फिर something will happen, right? One thing will not only, so you can't artificially use that. None of the hormones can function without the other. Not really. They have individual function, but they have 5 to 7 things. So you can't use one hormone for just one thing. That is the problem, and that's why artificially you can't control the growth of the crops. Each hormone has different effects on different kind of plants. We don't know that, okay, on banana tree it will work like this, whereas on mango tree it will work like that. Right? Nothing like that is mentioned. So B is the correct answer. Question number 2. The passage suggests, what does it suggest? Indirect. That the place of hypothalamic hormones in the hormonal hierarchy, okay, hypothalamus and all is written in third paragraph somewhere here, students. Hierarchies of animal is similar to the place of which of the following in plants. Okay. Okay, now this is something we need to really understand the question carefully. So we are saying just like in animals, hypothalamus is the original place, the first place which initiates the release of hormones from hypothalamus, activates pituitary gland, and there hormones are released which will take care of different from adrenal cortex from for different organs, right? For example, for ovarian follicles, for thyroid gland, blah blah blah. It goes into the body, right? But starts with hypothalamus as the original place. Just like that, what is the hierarchy? What is the original place in plant? The first place where it all starts. Cell, but in cell also how? That of the which of the following in plants. Yeah, I'll give you a minute to understand and answer this question, everyone. Choose the best option out of four. So everything starts with five major hormones, right? Then these hormones, depending on their function, may become root, stem, leaf, fruits, whatever they want, isn't it? Everything starts from here, like that. So similarly, hormones from hypothalamus, they are released and then reach wherever. So it starts from here and they become, right, whatever they want, root, stem, everything. So D is the correct answer. Question number 3, everyone. Passage suggests that which of the following is a function likely to be performed by an oligosaccharin. What's oligosaccharin? We're saying in the last 3 lines that it is a fragment of the cell wall. Cell का wall टूट के जो छोटे pieces होते हैं वो oligosaccharin होता है. और वो कैसे टूटता है, कोई एंजाइम उसको ब्रेक करता है. वो एंजाइम को कैसे पता चलता है ब्रेक करना है, वो ये जो केमिकल में हॉर्मोन्स है वो उसको एक्टिवेट करते हैं एंजाइम जा जा break the wall of this cell, like that, isn't it? So see. And what oligosaccharides do, we know from the first line. Unlike oligosaccharides, 5 hormone are pleiotropic. That is, it is monotropic. If such word exists, that means it does one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Let's read options. To stimulate a particular plant cell to become part of the plant's root system, as an example, can it does that? Yes, it has a very particular nature. So maybe I'll just keep A. To stimulate the walls of a particular cell to produce other oligosaccharides don't stimulate other cells. That is done by hormones. Hormones stimulate that, right? Last line mein clearly it's mentioned. To activate enzymes that release specific chemical messengers from plant cell wall. Oligosaccharides don't activate. These 5 hormones, pleiotropic plant hormones, actually function to activate genes. Second last line. So absolutely opposite. To duplicate the gene complement in a particular plant cell. Do they duplicate the gene complement as such? Nothing like that is mentioned here or here. Right? They don't duplicate anything. So our correct answer is option A. Right? It does one thing at a time, basically. That's what we are saying. Also, it is written that some small cells of the genes in a particular kind of cell are turned on at a given time, and that's how they become leaf, fruits, and everything, right? Indirectly given in the first 3 lines, and the last also we are saying. Right? So they do one thing at a time. They'll either become root or become stem or become leaves, right? Like that. So A is just an example, indirect example of what oligosaccharides can do what is their function. Third was tricky, students. If you don't understand certain concepts, you won't be able to answer. You'll think, okay, A is out of scope, A is not mentioned. Nothing about oligosaccharides becoming roots or making roots is given. Of course, but then that is application based question. You need to understand the question and then what else can be true. If it is inference, something extra might be written, but will logically prove the point, logically support the given information. The author mentions, next question please. The author mentions specific of effects that auxin has on plant development in order to illustrate matlab example. So author is mentioning specific effects of the auxin. So what auxin does, for instance, he's giving this example to illustrate it. It does good things like causes shoots to grow up, roots to grow down, and inhibits the growth of these lateral shoots. So why author is telling you all these things? Why this example? 1 minute to solve. That they have many simultaneous effects, that they are pleiotropic in nature, that they have more than one effect. Right. So concept of pleiotropy to exemplify, right, to illustrate the concept of pleiotropy as it is exhibited by shown by plant hormones. Yes. Difference among best known. What best known? All five are like, we are talking about, we are not saying this one is more known, best known, less known. No. Hierarchy comes in third paragraph. The question here is from the second paragraph. So stick to the location. Don't get unnecessarily confused. Way in which hormones are produced by plants. Not really. Again, we are saying since they are pleiotropic, for example, auxin does these five things. Like that. So D is the correct answer. Question number 5. Everyone, according to the passage. Good question, direct question. Which of the following best describes a function performed by oligosaccharide? So what? Okay. So which of them describes the function by oligosaccharide? What do we know about oligosaccharide? That they do one thing at a time, right? One thing. They are not pleiotropic like other plant hormones. What else? Some enzyme gets activated and then that releases, like oligosaccharides are fragments of the cell wall and which is released by enzymes. And these enzymes are activated pleiotropic plant hormone, like that. Okay. Based on these two things we know, what else can be true? Okay. So this is not as direct actually as sounded. It definitely does not interact with one another. Right? Does oligosaccharin release specific chemical messenger from plant cell walls? No, it itself is a fragment which gets released from cell wall. It does not release any chemical messenger. Produce hormones. Oligosaccharides does not produce hormones. Hormones activate enzyme and then enzyme isn't last. Enzyme lead to these fragments releasing from cell wall. Opposite. Influencing the development of a plant cells by controlling the expression of the yes. To check that, I was reading here, so yes, it definitely does that. How does certain cells become roots, stem, leaves, and then we are saying that at a time means it, we are talking about oligosaccharides. So basically it's some subset of the genes in a particular kind of cell, and then that becomes something something, right? So D is something I can get from here. D is correct. Question number 6, everyone. Where are these words? Unlike oligosaccharides, pleiotropy, isn't it? So I think you can read the first 3 to 4 lines to answer this. Since hormones are pleiotropic, they are not very useful in artificially controlling the growth. But since unlike we are saying, matlab oligosaccharides do one thing at a time. So you can use them for artificially controlling the growth of crops. As in, I just want the height. I just want fruits to come fast. All those things I can do using oligosaccharide because it does one thing at a time. Whereas hormone does 5 things extra also. So hormones are not very reliable to artificially do anything. So artificially control specific, for that oligosaccharides are the best. Question number 7, everyone. The author discusses animal hormones primarily in order to. So animal hormones are in last few lines of third paragraph. They are somewhat similar in terms of okay, we're given in other words, and then we explain other words. There's a hierarchy of hormones. Such a hierarchy may also exist in plants. Okay, to prove this point, this is the conclusion of the entire example of information. You can read all these lines, students. But if I say this is in other words, and then I'll just conclude or try to simplify what I just said, right? I'll say something, and then at the end I'll say in other words or in simpler words. In one line I'll finish. So that is the conclusion. So 7 should be to introduce the idea of hierarchy, right? That's what we are talking about, hierarchy. Yes. Auxin we are not talking about in third paragraph, so wrong. Contrast the functioning. No, we are not contrast. We are saying similarity. They're on analogous. They're same. We are not telling the difference. Illustrate the way in which particular hormone affect animals. Not really how particular. We are just giving an example of these hormones, isn't it? We are not talking about any particular hormone as such in these lines. So A is correct answer. Now next passage, everyone. I'll give you a minute to read this passage. 2 paragraphs, I know 2 are lengthy, so again 2 to 3 minutes should be enough. And then question number 1. In exam, you can of course switch the questions. You don't necessarily have to start with such generic questions which refer to the entire passage like this one. Information support. Which of the following generalize? Now for this I have to understand the whole passage. It will take a lot of time. So maybe you can start with question number 2, 3, 4. Right, obviously like that, and then do one after solving a couple of questions from this passage. So okay, fine, a minute to read and then we will start solving the questions. Okay, let's start. Studies of the Weddell seal in the laboratory have described the physiology mechanisms that allow the seal. Okay, we are talking about a seal here, right? Sea. What is seal? How do sea animal, right? An animal which lives in ocean, right, is seal. You can Google right now, students, if you want, just to relate with the passage. So some experiment happened in the laboratory with the seal, to understand its physiology, its bodily mechanism that allow it to cope with the extreme oxygen deprivation occurs during its longest dives, which can extend up to 500 meters below the ocean's surface and last for over 70 minutes. Means when seal is inside the sea, like diving inside the sea where there's no oxygen, and it is in that area for around 70 minutes, more than an hour, where there is no oxygen, how exactly does its body work? That's what this study or this experiment is trying to understand. Okay. So recent field studies, however, suggest that during more typical dives in the wild, so we are introducing what's going on, some experiment on the seal about oxygen mechanism, right? That going on. So what we have found out that this seal's physiological behavior is different. Different as in different. Okay. In the laboratory, when the seal dives below the surface of the water and stops breathing, its heart beats more slowly. That means in the lab, what is the effect? When it takes a dive, it stops breathing and heart beats more slowly. Okay, requiring less oxygen and its arteries become constricted, ensuring that the seal's blood remains concentrated near those organs most crucial to its ability to. Basically, all these things happen. The seal essentially shuts off the flow of blood to other organs, which either stop functioning until the seal surfaces, as in it surfaces, come to the surface and switch to anaerobic metabolism. So this is all happens when it is in the laboratory. The latter results in the production of large amounts. So because it does all these things, large amount of lactic acid is produced, which affects the pH of its blood. But since anaerobic metabolism means what? Aerobic metabolism means to digest your food. Metabolism means digest our digestive system. To digest our food, we need oxygen. Anaerobic means we don't need oxygen. So for this anaerobic entire metabolism or system inside the seal, it occurs in those tissues which have been isolated from the seal's blood supply. Okay, so the lactic acid released into the seal's body only after the seal surface. So whatever lactic acid is built up inside its body, it is released only after it comes on the surface and gets some oxygen. So whatever lactic acid is built up when it is underwater without oxygen, that time it builds up, and when it comes out, lactic acid flushes out. Right? Okay. Now, what we have found, so okay, fine, all these things happen, that we are saying in the first line. So there are three parts in the first paragraph, right? First information is that, students, that Weddell, right, some people are doing some experiment on seal in the lab, experiment or in the laboratory. What is this experiment? To know what? During extreme oxygen deprivation, जब oxygen नहीं है, तब seal, how does it work? Its physiology, its body, how does it work when it is without oxygen for 70 minutes, right? Like that. So they're saying it works differently in the wild. Wild as in when it is actually in the sea and when it is actually in the laboratory. In laboratory, what all happens? So in laboratory, let's say I have a big tank in which I ask this or made the seal to dive and stay for some time, say 10, 15, 20 minutes underwater without oxygen. So what will happen? Its heartbeat will be slow, its breathing will be breathing will stop, etc. So all these things will happen, and it will accumulate some lactic acid inside the body, which will flush out once it comes out of the water on the surface, right? Okay. Recent field studies, however, reveal that on dives in the wild, but when it is actually diving in the wild in actual sea, right, actual sea or ocean, the sea usually heads directly for its prey and returns to the surface in less than 20. So we're saying what actually it doesn't have to stay for 70 minutes. Mostly it comes back in 20 minutes. Right? The absence of high, but in that case, it doesn't even accumulate lactic acid. तब तो नहीं होता है, यहाँ lab में तो हो रहा था. Absence of high level of lactic acid in the seal's blood after such dive suggests that. So what does it mean? So basically it's different. In laboratory, how it is reacting to oxygen deprivation is different to how it is in actual ocean or actual sea. And we don't see a lactic acid in it and everything. And organs do not resort to anaerobic. Like organs work, like take oxygen, work the way they work when it is on the surface out of the sea, same as inside the sea. So why like this? Butter supplied with oxygen from the blood. The seal's longer excursions underwater, during which it appears to be either exploring distant routes or evading. So when seal is swimming inside the water for whatever reason, it's looking for food, it is avoiding some dangerous animal, whatever, like where it is without oxygen inside the sea, it do evoke some diving response scene. So it definitely that time it happens where it is scared, basically that is going for something or escaping from something. It happens what we saw in the laboratory. But why do seals laboratory dives always evoke? But in laboratory, why such response? Even if there's no predator, no killer, nothing, no problem. It's just diving and then lactic acid is accumulated. Because right, regardless of their length or depth, so even if in laboratory they are inside for 10 minutes, even though a lot of lactic acid will be accumulated there, see, these things are written, their breathing will be slow, right? All these things we were talking about. See, I'll just highlight and write. Heartbeat will be slow, right? They will stop breathing, right? They will require less oxygen. Why all these things happen only in laboratory, not in their natural situation? Because some biologists speculate that because in laboratory dives the seal is forcibly submerged, because you're forcibly submerging it, like okay, go down and we'll close it so that you don't come out. In that case, it does not know how long it will remain underwater. It doesn't know. Okay, in actual sea it knows, okay, now I have to go up. In 5 minutes I'll reach on the surface. In 10 minutes. Here you are submerging it forcefully. You're closing the lid, right? Or in whichever tank it is, for example. And so it doesn't know it, right? And so prepares for the worst, and only in the worst it does all these things which I've highlighted, that less oxygen, its arteries become constricted, it accumulates lactic acid and everything. So either in the wild and naturally, only if it is escaping some predator or something, like it's scared, at that time it will accumulate lactic acid, and laboratory doesn't know for how long it is there in the dangerous situation, or right in the captivity, and that's why that's what happens. Okay, so I think we have understood the passage. Now let us start solving the question. The passage provides information to support which of the following generalizations? I'll give you a minute to read all four options. Um, so clearly the seal which we are talking about, it reacts differently in laboratory and than how it reacts in wild or in actual sea, actual ocean. Okay. The same, so generalized, what is the overall conclusion? Only this, that physiological behavior, the bodily behavior, biological behavior of animals in a laboratory setting is not always consistent or same with physiological behavior in the wild. So laboratory and wild, depending, it's not always same. So this is 100% what we are concluding from this entire passage. The level of lactic acid in animals' blood is likely to be lowest during those periods in which it experiences oxygen deprivation. No, not because of oxygen, it will be low. In fact, it is highest first. In this case, whenever it is in anaerobic metabolism, lactic acid will accumulate to high level. In this case, right? So it is saying opposite. Uh, right, you can check here in these lines. The level of lactic acid in an animal's blood is likely to be higher when it is searching for prey than when it is evading. No, no, it is same. You can check option B here, students. Here, it is same. See, it will be lactic acid will be there either if it is exploring distant routes or evading a predator or anything, like looking for something. If it is doing something, this lactic acid can be there, right? Here also it is written, so it's not different or comparative, likely to be higher. Comparative language you have to avoid any which ways. It is generally less difficult to observe the physiological behavior of an animal in the wild than it's not we have observed in the wild. What it does we know, what it does in laboratory also we know in the first paragraph. So we don't know if it is difficult to observe or not. For in this case, this Weddell experiment they have observed, and they're saying it reacts differently in both the scenarios. So D is the correct answer. Question number 2. It can be inferred from the passage that by describing the Weddell seal as preparing for the worst, biologists mean that. Right. So preparing for the worst is last line. Right. So preparing for the worst means what? I think I explained while I was discussing the passage. So batao answer jaldi se within a minute. For the worst means it doesn't know for how long it will be submerged inside this laboratory, ocean laboratory tank, isn't it? In this, so it doesn't know. That's why it accumulates lactic acid in this scenario. So it prepares to remain underwater for no longer than in the wild, not in the laboratories. In wild, it comes out in 20 minutes, right? But that's not the worst situation. That's okay for right. It knows when it has to come out. Exhibits physiological behavior similar to that which characterizes dives in which heads directly for its prey. It irrelevant. We need to understand the question here, then only we'll not get confused with every option. For the worst means what? For the worst means some dangerous situation. That is all. Exhibits physiological behavior similar to that of which, yes, longest dives in the wild. So when it is doing longest dives, if let's say for 70 minutes or over, then only it shows that kind of lactic acid accumulation. But in laboratory, even if it is for 5 minutes, it starts accumulating. Why? Because it prepares for the worst. Maybe it feels okay, I'll be here for like 70 minutes, isn't it? Begins to exhibit predatory behavior, like it starts killing, eating people. Like, okay, I'll attack you, I'll kill you. No, it just prepare itself for the worst. It doesn't become worst for the others, right? So see. Question number 3. The passage suggests that during lab dives, the pH of the Weddell seal's blood is not adversely affected by the production of lactic acid because find the location first of all for this must be in the first paragraph. We talk about laboratory situation here. Right, these are the words affect this. So maybe you can read around this location, these 3 to 4 lines. Hmm. So anaerobic metabolism occurs only in those issues which have been isolated from the seal's blood supply. As in blood always needs oxygen. That you can't do anything about. But other organs which can still work without oxygen, they are far away from the blood. So it can manage. So that means organs that revert to anaerobic. Anaerobic means without oxygen. Aero, right? Air, without air. That way you can remember. So without oxygen are isolated from the seal's bloodstream. Can we say that? That the results is that is right, they are which have been isolated from the lactic acid released into the seal's blood only after the seal's surface comes to the surface, right? Like that. So yes, oxygen continues to be supplied to organs. No oxygen is being going anywhere because it is doing anaerobic. Anaerobic means no oxygen. So no, the seal typically reverts to an anaerobic metabolism only at the very end of the dive. No, after that oxygen comes back, lactic acid goes out, clears the acid from its bloodstream. So anaerobic not at the end, from the start. Only those organs that are essential to seal's ability to navigate underwater revert to anaerobic metabolism. See, we do not know, only some organs have this anaerobic metabolism ability, but only those organs which can help it navigate underwater, as in that we do not know. Right? If these organs also help it navigate underwater, that is extra information. So yeah, C is the correct answer. Question number 4. According to the author, which of the following is true of the laboratory studies mentioned in what? Let me just check this question. What we are saying. According to which of the following is true of laboratory mentioned in this? I think laboratory. Yes, sorry. These are the lines they are talking about. It was sixth line, but I think by mistake I made it question. Line sixth. So yes, you can read it here. Its physiological behavior: heart beats slowly, requiring less oxygen. Its arteries become constricted. All these things. What about it? So all this information provides us with what logic or info? C is something I'll eliminate quickly. They are based on the assumption that Weddell seals rarely spend more than 20 minutes underwater on a typical dive in the wild. Isn't it? No. If it is, this is not the case. We are seeing it does that when it doesn't know what's next. It can itself not come out on the surface within 20 minutes. These things happen in the laboratory at that case, isn't it? They provide the evidence. They provide evidence that undermines view of the Weddell seal relies to an anaerobic. It doesn't undermine this point. It supports this point that अगर anaerobic metabolism होगा तभी तो ये सारी चीजें होंगी. Aerobic oxygen मिल रहा है तो क्यों blood remains concentrated, arteries will become constricted and all these things. So it doesn't weaken. It gives support that it goes through anaerobic metabolism during its most typical dives. They present an oversimplified account of mechanism that Weddell seal relies on during its longest dives. In the oversimplified means what? I am not very sure. It just tells them that all these things happen when either it is when avoiding a predator, avoiding a killer, or exploring right appears to be either exploring distant routes or all these things, right? Isn't it? So they provide accurate account, not oversimplified, but accurate account, accurate details of the physiological biological behavior of seals during those dives in the wild in which they are either avoiding predators or exploring distant routes. So similarly, only in this case you will see some lactic acid in its body, not generally in the wild. Like in natural you will not see, but only if it is actually in the ocean for longer time avoiding something. And same here also, she feels seal feels dangerous, and that's why accumulates, isn't it, lactic acid. So D is the correct answer. Question number 5. Okay, find out the keyword. Seals are forcibly submerged during laboratory dives. Forcibly submerged, written here, last 2 lines. 1 minute to answer this question. So this in lab, it doesn't know for how long it will be there. That's why it releases lactic acid, isn't it? And in the wild, generally comes out of 20 minutes, so no lactic acid is absence of is seen unless it is on longer excursions underwater or exploring distant routes or evading a predator. Then only we see similar response as in the laboratory, isn't it? So students, based on this, exhibit the response that are characteristic of the longer dives they undertake in the wild, isn't it? It's same. Other options: small amounts of lactic acid. If they are forcibly submerged, they will produce large amounts of lactic acid. They'll cope with oxygen deprivation less effectively, more effectively. Anaerobic metabolism. What else? Exhibit the physiological responses that are characteristic of dives in the wild that last less than 20 minutes. Right. Okay. Question number 6. Which of the following best summarizes the main point of the passage? So, main idea, question, main topic. What is it? Okay, maybe is fine. Okay, so it can remain submerged for this much time is not the main topic. We are just saying that it's reaction in laboratory and reaction in the wild, in the natural sea. That's all we are talking about. So A, maybe B, it's very narrow. The results of the recent field studies have made it necessary for biologists to revise previous perceptions of how the Weddell seal behaves physiologically during its longest dives in the wild. Mm, So they want to revise their previous perceptions about what they said earlier was not right. So now they're correcting it. ऐसा तो कुछ भी नहीं है. They're correcting some previous experiment or perception or something. They say that laboratory studies of this seal during dives lasting more than 20 minutes would be more accurate if the seals were not forcibly submerged. Not really. See, it doesn't know. Even if it is submerged just for 5 minutes, seal doesn't know. No, I'm here for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 minutes, 20 minutes, 50 minutes. And that's why it doesn't know. Whatever time, less than 20, more than 20, it doesn't matter. It will prepare for the worst. It will show all these kind of physiological, biological responses, and it will accumulate lactic acid in its organs. It will start its anaerobic metabolism. वो तो होना ही है, isn't it? So A. Yes, everyone. Question number. Okay, next passage, everyone. Fourth passage among our science passages we are doing. After this, we will start with history passages. So I'll give you 3 minutes to read this passage, and right after that, we'll start solving the question. You social or good social animals जैसे humans are social, so you will good social animals like ants भी साथ में रहने वाले और animals who stay together in a group are known as eusocial insects. Uh, Let me know once you're done reading. Yeah, ठीक है. 3 paragraph है. Let's understand all of them separately. Until recently, scientists did not know of a close vertebrate. Vertebrate means any animal which has a backbone. हम भी vertebrate में आते हैं. Cockroach also has a back. Any animal, insect which has a back, is skeleton basically is vertebrate. Okay, so they did not know of an animal which is similar to the extreme form of altruism. Altruism is selflessness, helping others, thinking about others before us. देखो बहुत अच्छे जो animals होते हैं nature के, उन्होंने ऐसा देखा नहीं था. Observed in you social insects like ant, bees. These are like good animals, good insects. I mean they stay together, help each other. whereby individuals cooperate, sometimes even sacrificing their own opportunity to survive and reproduce. Right? They have not observed or did not know of any close vertebrates like ants and bees. So ants are fine. They knew about ants and bees are like that, very good and very nice animals like that. But then they found out one rodent. Rodent is similar to rat, right? Heterocephalus glaber, the naked mole rat. Okay, even this rat is like that, like ants and bees. Okay, what does it do? So like a beehive, like bee stays in a hive, wasps net, termite mood, all like insect stays in a mood and everything, is ruled by its queen. So even among mole rat there will be one queen rat or reproducing female. Other adult female mole rats neither ovulate nor breed, right? So they don't, let's say, give birth to offsprings, nothing like that. Queen is the largest member of the colony, and she maintains her breeding status through a mixture of behavior and chemical control. Queens have been long lived in captivity, and when they die or are removed from colony, one sees violent fighting for breeding status among the larger remaining females, leading to a takeover by new queens. So they will have their one queen only who will breed, other females will not breed, and whenever it either dies or removed or something happens, it is not able to breed, it will be removed. They'll be fight among other females to become queen. Normally, like how in social animals happen, like that. Okay. Eusocial insect societies have rigid caste system. Now, okay, one thing is they're just like bee and everything. They will have a queen and everything, and will might be replaced in case it dies or something happens. Now, they also have caste system. Caste system, as in what? Like people are divided into subcategories, and they are given certain work. So each insect's role being defined by its behavior, its body shape, and physiology. So they divide all its rats into groups depending on their body shape, their biology, and their behavior. For example, we didn't understand what caste in rats. So, for example, difference in behavior related to primary to reproductive status as well, body size and perhaps age. Okay, smaller non-breeding members. So, if the members are smaller and not breeding, both male and female. If your size is small and you're not breeding, like as a rat, same too. Then you will participate. Then you will get food for everyone. You will transport nest material and tunneling. If someone's size is bigger, like if the rat is bigger, they're active and defend. They will be like soldiers. They will defend the colony, perhaps in removing dirt from the tunnels. All these tough work they will do. So Jervis's work has suggested, Jervis, some scientist, that difference in growth rates may influence the length of time that an individual performs a task. So basically, again, as a smaller mouse or rat is growing, again it will influence the length, for how long it is doing a particular task. When it is become larger, it might change its task, or the role will be changed for that rat. Okay. So most cooperatively breeding vertebrates are dominated by a pair of breeders rather than by a single breeding female. Right? So generally the breeding happens by a pair of breeders, not one female. The division of labor within social group is less pronounced among other vertebrates than among naked mole rats. Colony size is much smaller, so they are not even thousands. Colony size smaller, maybe 10, 20, like that. Right, and mating by subordinate female may not be totally suppressed, right? Whereas rat colony subordinate females are not breed active and may never breed. Okay, fine. So these are difference between normal rats and this particular Heterocephalus glaber naked mole rat. Fine. Now let us start with the questions. Which of the following most accurately states the main idea of the passage? So for main idea, we are talking about this particular rat. What about this rat? Let's read the options. Are the only known. Only. No, they are the only known. Bees and ants are also like the second line. But scientists did not know anybody else who can be in the group and everything apart from ant and bees. Then they figured out, no, there's this rat also. They are not the only ones. Naked mole rat colonies exhibit social organization based on rigid caste system. Is this the main topic? See, rigid caste system is just in third paragraph. It's a subtopic, too narrow. It doesn't represent, caste system does not represent the entire point of the passage, isn't it? So not really. Behavior of this, ठीक है, may well be close, a close vertebrate analog to behavior in the U. Yes, right. First two lines, first and second line, you can check it's a word match. From those of any other, not really. It's exactly in a way similar. That's what we are saying in the here. So C is the correct answer. Okay, question number 2. The passage suggests that service is written at the end, right? Not in first paragraph or so. So has called into question which of the following explanatory variables for naked mole rat behavior. So what services has asked into called into question. Service is written here. So maybe you can, what does it say? It says that cooperative breeding has evolved many times in vertebrates, but unlike this, most cooperatively, no. Services has suggested difference in growth rate may be influence in length of time until performs regardless of, as in age doesn't matter. It's size, it's growth rate, and then the work will be given. Age is not also. It says this is right. This does not matter. So age B is the correct answer. Question number 3, everyone. Solve. So how more male this mole rat colony, then you show how it is different performance of a task. Okay. Last 3 lines. So of course they have divided the work that if the rat is smaller, body size, based on all these things, it can do something like getting food for everyone, transporting nest material and everything. If it is larger, it can defend the colony and remove dirt from the tunnel, right? But we are saying these things are not as such rigid. It can keep changing. So it is less pronounced among other vertebrates than among the like that. So that in this the performance of task is less rigidly determined by body shape, right? That we can say, like in other, right? Compared to others. So you can read this line. Limited to the largest animal, not larger, limited to queen, which is generally the largest. But if it dies, the other rat will come. That's not different. These things are same. Even in bee and everything, there is one queen, isn't it? Single queen which breeds. Okay. To check other options, I think you can read second paragraph for D, C, A. Question number 4, everyone. Okay, according what is true about the queen? So about queen, we are saying in second paragraph. She maintains breeding status through mixture of behavioral and chemical control. And it is the largest member of the colony. So which of the following is a supposition rather than a fact? Suppose we think maybe, see, clearly written, she is the largest. So it's a fact. It's a fact. It's not a supposition. She exerts chemical control, presumably, maybe. So we're just supposing. So maybe B. She mates with more than one. Yes, we are clearly saying here that is by a pair of breeders rather than a single breeding female, isn't it? So yes, from here you can figure out it's a fact. Status through aggression. It is violent fighting happens, so this is also a fact. So B should be the correct answer. Question number 5, everyone. So these colonies are different from other vertebrate groups in which of the following ways? So vertebrate and all these things are written here. They extreme form of altruism. Altruism means helpfulness, teamwork. So do they show, compared to other vertebrate groups, do they show extreme form of altruism from first line? Yes, yes, I'll keep it. Are they cooperative breeders? I don't know about that. Right? When the queen is breeding, others can't. That's what we're saying. So I'm not very sure on that. And also, see, even others maybe, but yeah. No, that is not a similarity. Differ from all other known vertebrates. Right? So we just read here that they're pair of breed rather than just single breeding female. So this is wrong. Single dominant female. Wrong. No. Here it needs same location for B and C. You can check here. Times in an individual's life. Again, that is here. It depends, like it is less rigid, in other it is very rigid, that this size of bee will do this only, this size of ant will do this, that only, isn't it? So A is the correct answer. Question number 6, everyone. One function of third paragraph. Okay, I'll give you a minute. Earlier paragraph. So okay, they are trying to relate it with the previous or the later paragraph. Third paragraph, what does it say? Rigid caste system, which right, they have caste system, depending on the size they are given the work, all those things. Okay, so it state a conclusion about facts presented. No, nothing about caste system is given in the previous paragraph, so I don't think so. It is a conclusion about the facts. Introduce information that contradicted by, it is not even opposite of the previous, it's just extending the idea. Qualify the extent to which two previously mentioned groups might be similar. Yes, so basically we are saying just like beehive, wasp, termite, even they have their different, everybody is given different kind of work, right? That is different. So we are showing similarity compared to these bee, ant and everything, like that. Okay. No chain of reasoning to any specific study. C is the correct answer. Alright, so we're done with 4 science passages. Now we're starting with history passages. I'll give you 2 minutes to quickly skim through this passage and then we will start with the questions. Okay, चलिए शुरू करते हैं. Like technical Guruji. So see, there are 4 paragraphs, right? So we are going to summarize this entire passage. I am going to summarize it in 4 lines. Although we'll read it together in case somebody has not understood. See, the attention of this entire session is not simply to give you practice, just to show you that like you have to go through a basic drill to solve certain passages, and right, if you just keep practicing, things will get easier. Of course, there are tricks, tips, techniques, there's so many of it in my playlist as well as previous videos, other YouTube channels, but ultimately when it comes to scoring well in exam, no shortcuts will get you a very high percentile, right? And high percentile is necessary. I'm not asking you to be unnecessarily ambitious. Maybe in school exams, it's okay students to score a 70-80% also, isn't it? Of course, some people want above 90 also, but I think 70-80 is also fine. But in CAT exam, it's not okay, because out of 2.5 to 3 lakh people, only 5 to maximum 5,000 people are going to get into our top IIMs, and rest 5,000 people are going to get in top non-IIMs. So basically, 10,000 people will get a decent college, which will give them a decent package, placements, and everything. The rest of the colleges, of course, people will do MBA every day, every year. I mean, 50 to 60,000 people take admission in MBA. So MBA degree is something which is not that difficult to get, but MBA degree from a good college is difficult. The selection rate is very, very low. That's why this entire exam gets very difficult, and that is why someone needs to perform or give their best. Like a medium work, mediocre work, average work doesn't really count. Either you go 100% for the CAT exam, or you don't go. Generally this kind of attitude you need for all these actually competitive exams. So I will be reading in detail. I think you are reading in between. Since the early 1970s, historians, okay, have one more thing, students. Whenever you read history passage, always pay more attention to first and last few lines or last paragraph. For some reason, I have seen them a lot of primary purpose general questions, main idea questions, for which you need these two information, right? So just generally saying, let's continue reading. So historians were studying working class communities and culture, and little of, and not about worklessness. Means worklessness, unemployment, people who are not working. They are only discussing or studying about working class people. When historians, working class people are people who go to work 9 to 5 job, that when historians have paid any attention at all to unemployment, they have focused on the Great Depression. So when actually at all, whatever little they focus on unemployment, they always found the reason to be Great Depression and recession of 1930s. The narrowness of the perspective, this perspective ignores the pervasive recessions and joblessness of the previous decade. So it's not like every time unemployment happens because of recession, depression is one of the reasons, but before 1930 also recession came, unemployment was there, what, isn't it? So that's what we're seeing. It's a narrow thinking. Of course, every few years recession comes, but even apart from that, people are unemployed. That means there is more than recession because of which people are unemployed. This is a narrow study, narrow perspective. Examining the period 1870 to 1920, Kisar concentrate on Massachusetts, where the historical materials are particularly rich and the findings applicable to others. So basically something about his book where he's talking about it, what is finding applicable to other industrial areas. Okay, what is given in his book basically that we are saying in the next paragraph. So first paragraph talks about that historians were working on working class communities, less on worklessness. If at all they are working on unemployment, they are saying okay, Great Depression and recession is the reason. But then Kisar, one of the historians, he has written something. What he has written, let's see. In next paragraph, the unemployment rate that Kesar calculative appear to be relatively modest. So it's not like a lot of like okay unemployment, thoda to ho gayi of course, and at least by Great Depression standards, during the worst years in the 1870, 1890, unemployment was around 15%. So we're saying unemployment rate was not that big a problem. It was still 15%. 15%. That is, out of 100 people, 85 people were getting jobs, which is a great deal. Is it not? At least if we compare to current scenario, it's not that bad, isn't? These days even 50% people are getting good jobs, it's considered great thing, isn't it? So yet Kisar rightly understands that a better way to measure the impact of unemployment is to calculate unemployment frequency. So these things, we should not see it like this, that how many percentage people are getting unemployed or getting employed, rather frequency, how, what is the frequency of unemployment every year. That is percentage of workers who experience any unemployment in the course of a year. Given this perspective, joblessness looms much larger, as in especially say like in the job of say labor, where you getting paid per day. Are you jobless, unemployed? at certain time of the year and then you are working at some other time of the year. That's how if we see, we'll understand more about unemployment or joblessness. Okay, so he scrutinizes unemployment patterns according to skill level, ethnicity, race, age, class, gender. Based on all these things, he finds that rates of joblessness differed primarily according to class. So he's saying actually is all this gender basis pay, class basis pay, race, but he what he realized based on class, actually class as in rich class, poor class. Those in middle class, white collar occupations were less likely to be unemployed. Right? Means in middle class, if anybody got a white collar job, means managerial jobs, which all of you will get. White collar means managerial, admin jobs. You're like you have a team under you. That so anyone who has white collar job is not an employee. He has a job. He or she has a job. Yet the impact of unemployment on a specific class was not always the same. Still, one or two can be unemployed, not 100%, but mostly it's fine. Even when dependent on the same trade, adjoining communities could have dramatically different unemployment rates. Fine. He uses these different rates to help explain a phenomenon that has puzzled historians. The startlingly high rate of geographical mobility in the 19th century US. But mobility was not the dominant working class strategy for coping with unemployment. Okay, so mobility as in who can commute, who can go to other place. For example, you stay in Mumbai, you get a very good job in Delhi. Will you move? Of course you will, isn't it? A high paying job, because after graduation, after giving such difficult exams, you will want to work, in a perfectly nice place, good office, everything, right? You want a good job. So mobility is one thing. For coping with unemployment, nor was assistance from private charities or state agencies. Self-help and the help of kin as in your relatives, friends, got most workers through jobless spells. So even those people were jobless, private charities, these self-help as in you are looking for jobs, sending your resumes, your friends are like referring you, that through connections, everything, jobless kind of problems were reduced. Okay, while Kisar might have spent more time developing the implications of his findings, so whatever he found, that frequency of the joblessness. So in two paragraphs we are talking about his research, his findings, and all these things. Kesar's findings on joblessness for contemporary public policy. His study, in its thorough research and creative use of quantitative and qualitative evidence, is a model of history. So, but this thorough research is a very good example. Anybody wants to study working class, joblessness, unemployment, it's a very good example of historical analysis. Is what we're seeing. Good data, good information we are getting. Okay, so we are basically saying positive that he spent more time on this, but still it's creative use in analysis. Fine. I'll just choose another color to solve this question. The passage is primarily concerned with what is majorly happening. Historians, especially Kesar is in every paragraph, I guess, right? Kesar. So his study on unemployment and joblessness, that's what we are doing, isn't it? What is especially two paragraphs, right? More than like 60% of the paragraph is on like his what he's saying, that it should be frequency and how he's figuring it out about that unemployment that we are saying. So are we recommending a new course of investigation? No, nothing new course on investigation. Summarizing and assessing a study, yes, we are summarizing that. Many historians are talking about working class people, very few are talking about worklessness, but even in worklessness all historians are focusing on Great Depression, recession. Kisar is one of the person who has examined it more, that it's not just because of depression, it's more than that. Like what, first of all, the rate is okay. Apart from that, we have to see the frequency, what frequency. So Kisar's study is very nice in terms of historical and unemployment. We can analyze it, like it is better than other historians, and that we are assessing, right? That assessing as in the rate of unemployment, frequency or total rate, or how, based on what factors, race, age, class, all these things. So we are assessing in the last two paragraphs, right? Also in right here we are assessing in these two paragraphs. And then in last paragraph also we are saying that although it took a lot of time in developing all these findings for joblessness, but then it is a good work if somebody wants to analyze historical unemployment, joblessness, fine. Make distinction among categories. What categories? Of course, certain categories are given in third paragraph, race, age, but that doesn't represent the primary purpose of the whole passage. Isn't it too narrow to be true? Criticizing the current state of a field. Uh, no criticism, isn't it? Author is not just so just because of this word, I'll eliminate criticizing. Question number 2. The passage suggests that before the early 1970s, which of the following was true of the study by historians of the working class in the United States before the 1970s? Okay. I'll give you a minute, students, to solve this question on your own, and then after that, we will solve it together. In 1970, you can maybe read here. Maybe 3 to 4 lines. The passage suggests, so indirect question, you will have to understand the location, then only you can answer it correctly. That before early 1970, where is early 1970? It is written here. Which of the following was true of the study by historians? Study by historians. Okay, historians of the working class in the United States. Working class, right, in the United States. So I think this first 3-4 lines are the location. Let's read this. Historians have begun to devote serious, so we think since from 1970 they have begun to devote serious attention to working class. That means before this they were not devoting serious attention. People are doing it, but just like, yeah, like not very seriously. And yet, while we now have studied working class communities, and now that we are like working class community culture, we know little less of worklessness. And if at all somebody is focusing on unemployment, they think this is the reason, like that. So we basically are saying that before 1970s there was a limited attention, very less attention given to working class people, their employment rate, their unemployment rate, all these things, right? So before we need to, so from it started like that, means before this must be opposite. Now they're devoting serious attention, means previously it was not that serious. So study was infrequent and superficial. Yes, superficial means upper say, not very seriously done. Like I'll say, did you read the passage? If you just read for 30 seconds, it's a superficial reading. You didn't understand anything. You have to devote at least 2 minutes to understand this kind of passage. Infrequent means not that regular, right? See, not that serious. So yeah, for sure, I think you just need the very first line. You don't have to actually read second, third line also based on this answer. The study was repeatedly criticized for its narrow focus. It was not criticized anyhow. I don't know why this word is being repeated in every option. ये तो कहीं नहीं लिखा है. The study relied more on qualitative than quantitative. Where is it mentioned? Absolutely out of scope. The study focused more on the working class community than on working class culture. No, all everything, communities and culture, people started focusing on after 1970s. Before that, it's not like they're focusing on this and not it. Everything it was being focused after 1970s, and not one of the things. Question number 3, everyone. According to the passage, which of the following is true of Kesar's findings concerning unemployment in Massachusetts? Okay, we read something like this, so I'll give you a minute to solve this question. So see, after this, every paragraph talks about Kesar's study, Right, so we'll read here. Kesar concentrates on this particular area, right, in Massachusetts, where the historical material are particularly rich. Where he can actually study about unemployment and everything, fine. And the findings, but whatever he found in this area, it is applicable to other industrial areas also. It's not like it is limited to this place only. You can learn this, and it is, see, it is a model for historical analysis. We're seeing at the end also, and you can apply all these learnings in other industries as well, not just for this one problem. So based on this, see, finding location, if we found location, we have to read these lines. So it can be applicable to other industrial areas means, can we say they are relevant to historical understanding of the nature of other states, other, isn't it, based on this? We can still check other options. They are the first to mention the existence of high rates of geographical mobility. Are they first to mention? Is it anyway that he's first, he's last, he's second person? No. So sometimes you have to choose a better option. Why am I saying D is better than the other option? Because in other states is not mentioned, but we are saying he did his studies in this one state, but in this in other area means in other states, other industry means other, isn't it? So indirectly mentioned. So this should be true. They are possible because Massachusetts has the most easily accessible historical records. Oh, see, historical records are rich. There's a lot of data, but is it easily findable, accessible? No idea, right? No clue. They tend to contradict earlier findings. Nobody is contradicting any finding before 1970. Nobody cared. After 1970, historians cared about working class communities. Out of many historians, we are particularly talking about Kesar, a particular historian. His work on, right, unemployment, he did his research on Massachusetts, but then this study can be applied in other areas of the states as well, isn't it? So nobody is contradicting or supporting any previous theory. We don't even know about any previous theory. According to the passage, which of the following is true of the unemployment rates mentioned in line 15? Unemployment rates mentioned in line 15. So must be, see, second paragraph was around 15%, isn't it? So I'll give you 2 minutes to solve this question. What about this 15%? Maybe you can read the rest of the lines. So unemployment was 15%, which is decent. Yet he understands that better way to measure impact of unemployment is to calculate the frequency and not the rate. Okay. Something jobless looms much larger. So if we see that, we'll understand much better about joblessness. Okay. So they hovered on average around 15% during the period of 1870. Yes, it was around 15% around 1870, 18. This is true. 1890, not till 1920. 1890. Isn't it? So this portion is wrong actually. A is incorrect. They give less than a full sense of impact of, yes, it doesn't give you an idea though. This 15% doesn't really give unemployment rate. You need to know unemployment frequency to understand better impact of joblessness and how it is exactly, like, it's, you will get a better idea through that. So yes, we can infer that from these lines. They overestimate the importance of middle class and white collar. And we are not overestimating the importance. We are saying in middle class people, anyone who has white collar job, the unemployment is less. So there things are fine. But if we see many other jobs, there we'll see some unemployment. So we need to see the frequency rather than whether someone is in job or not, a rate of unemployment. Isn't it? So nobody is overestimating. They have been considered by many historians to underestimate the extent of working class unemployment. Um, Again, right? I don't know why they are saying we are not underestimating the working class or anyone, right? No, nowhere at least similar thing is mentioned. So C and D are absolutely out of scope options. Out of scope options. One exactly is mentioned. It's a meaning match actually. Fifth, which of the following statements about the unemployment rate during the Great Depression can be inferred from the passage? Mm, Great Depression is mentioned in first para. It's something like this. I'll give you a minute to read and solve this question. Give me answer in the comments. Great Depression is given here as well. Okay, so what we understand here is about Great Depression, that he is focused on this reason, and here we are saying that, see, unemployment rate that he calculates is modest, at least Great Depression standards during the worst years, right? It was around 15%. So what we are saying that it could be more than 15%, right, during the worst. So yet Kesar rightly understand the better way to measure the impacts. That means he thinks it moderate, but actually it could be more, and that's why we need to understand the frequencies. Fine. So let's see. It was never as high as the rate during 18th. Nothing is being compared like this. It was, we are saying, around 15%, which was decent. It can be calculated more easily than can unemployment frequency. It's not about easily. Frequency will give you a better idea than unemployment rate. That's why we are calculating, not because it's easy to do or difficult to do. It has been analyzed seriously only since the early 1970s. What is about Great Depression? No, from Great Depression, people are, of course, through that, because a lot of joblessness and unemployment happens, people started studying. But the question is, what about the rate we can infer? So in first people started studying, but what about the rate? It is given in the second paragraph only. So we have to read second para to figure out a correct answer. So it may be sometimes higher than 15%, because they were worst years and appear to be modest. What he is studying, that means it might have much have been worse than what he knows. So A seems to be better than others, not perfectly all right. Question number 6, everyone. I'll give you a minute to read. According to is generally a direct question, but you still have to understand. Direct doesn't mean very easy. Nothing is easy, isn't it, in life? सब कुछ थोड़ा hard है, comparatively easy. And when a teacher says ये easy है कर लो, ये hard है कर लो, difficult है, don't consider it as rudeness कि अरे भाई मुझे तो difficult लग रहा है, why teacher is calling it easy, या फिर मुझे तो easy लग रहा है, why teacher is calling it difficult. Just compare to CAT standards, whatever level of question. In this world there are much difficult question, in this world there are easier question, isn't it? Different exam. So CAT level के हिसाब से कुछ questions काफी easy होते हैं. If you're preparing for CAT from last few months, some questions like this should not be that difficult. According to the passage, Kizar considers which of the following to be among the important predictors of the likelihood that a particular person would be unemployed in late 19th century Massachusetts. So what is the predictor that a person will be unemployed? So if he says he finds the rate of job differed primarily according to class, isn't it? It depends on the class. So the person's class for sure depends on that, the joblessness or unemployed. Where the person lived or worked, the person's age, see he saw all the factors and he figured out class. So should be one only. Not again, right? It was fine. The author's view, Kisar's study with views on his studies with. So the author's view generally kya always, especially in history passage, will always be last paragraph, students. If you have solved history passages with me before, you know it, isn't it? We only focus on the last paragraph or last few lines and we get our answer. The author's opinion, ऑथर्स व्यू इन हिस्ट्री, इन अदर पैसेजेस ऑल्सो लास्ट में, हिस्ट्री में तो 100% लास्ट में है। ठीक है, सो बताओ क्या आंसर है। Last two lines. While Kesar might have spent more time developing the implication of his finding on joblessness for contemporary public policy, so maybe he took a lot of time to do this, his study, because he's a thorough research. But his work is good. It took a lot of time, but his work is good. Creative use of quantitative and qualitative evidence is a model for historical analysis. That means you can definitely study from it. You can analyze something. It's like Deepika Mam's class. I may not post every day. I take more time to post my classes, but you can definitely watch it, isn't it? So he's not actually very concerned. Very means very cautiously concerned that it's too negative. Polite skepticism is he's again doubtful about his work. No, his work is good. He just took more time. So no. Scrupulous neutrality means very wise that okay, work is fine. Everyone has done good work. He has done good work, so nothing special. No, he's not being neutral. He's admiring qualified. Qualified means condition that he took more time. He could have done it earlier or faster. But yes, overall work is great, isn't it? So he's nowhere skepticism, or he's nowhere concern, he's nowhere showing any negativity towards Kesar's work. So D is correct. This qualified is something we have done a lot, students, in history passages. If anyone has not watched my history class, it is in the same playlist. Please watch it. It has all the tricks and tips of history passages. There is common pattern in history passages. Once you solve them 3 to 4 or 5 passages, students, with me, I would say you're good to go, right? History passages have a common pattern. Of course, your reading should be good. If you're not reading the question properly, you can still get it wrong, right? I'll not do any magic, but all the common patterns, all the tips and tricks you generally need for any history passage to make it easier for yourself, that's definitely there in previous history classes. So make sure you watch it in the same playlist, right? It was posted, I think, some last week, 5 to 7 days back. Which of the following, if true, would most strongly support Kesar's finding as they are described by the author? If true means true. So which of the following, if true, means it should be given or mentioned in the passage, or at least relatable to the passage. It will support Kesar's findings as it given by the author. Okay, I'll give you a minute to solve this. Okay. So what all is he saying in these lines? He's saying, first of all, unemployment rate was modest, around 15%. Could have been worse and everything. Fine. एक तो ये चीज बोल रहा है. Then he's saying, if we understand unemployment frequency rather than unemployment rate, we'll get a better idea. Unemployment frequency is, for example, if a person works but in 5 years he got unemployed for twice, where he was not working for some months, then that is unemployment frequency. That means the person is not unemployed right now, maybe working, but the person has been unemployed. So that shows how much work is available. Then he said that mostly unemployment depends on class out of many factors. Then he is using differential rates to help explain phenomena that has puzzled historians, that startlingly high rate of geographical mobility in the 19th century US, but mobility was not the dominant working class strategy for coping with unemployment, nor was assistance for private charities or state agencies. Self-help and the help of, so even mobility, if people are not getting job here, they will move somewhere else. So that was one of the reasons as well. right? Otherwise, some friends and everybody was helping. Fine. So, which of the following options support something from these two like paragraphs, some information? So, option A, everyone. Boston, Massachusetts, and Quincy, Massachusetts adjoining communities had a higher rate of unemployment for working class people in 1870 than. See, in 1870 to 1890, there was worklessness or unemployment. It's not about in 1870 it was higher. It doesn't support. He's saying throughout these years there was this problem, but how do we calculate it better through this, and these three reasons? This is wrong. Why white collar professionals such as attorney, like lawyer, had as much trouble as day laborers in maintaining a steady. No, no, no. White collar jobs had no problem, isn't it? White collar occupations were less likely to be unemployed. So this is exactly opposite of this line, third paragraph, second line. I'll eliminate this. Working class women living in Cambridge, Massachusetts were more likely than working class men. So women compared to men to be unemployed for some period of, no, gender was not the reason. See, he did analyze it according to ethnicity, race, age, class, gender, and gender was not the reason. It was class. Anybody from middle class, male, female, men, women, if he or she has white collar job, you will keep your job. Unemployment will be very less for you. Whereas if it is from other class, then it's a problem, right? Poor class or something, right? Then depending on the job as well, then there can be some. So it's not like women and men, right? It shows gender, which he's saying gender was not ever the reason at that time. In the 1890s, shoe factory workers moved away in large numbers from Chelmsford, where shoe factories were being replaced by other industries, to adjoining West, where the shoe factory is flourishing. So basically, if I'm staying in Chelmsford, I'm a shoe factory worker, not an employer boss. I am working as a worker working shoe factory. Now here shoe factories are being closed. I see, okay, this factory closed today, that factory closed today. So then I'll move to other place where shoe factory is flourishing, because if the company is doing good, it will give me good salary, isn't it, as a worker? If not, I might lose my job, forget about the salary. So people are moving, that means it shows mobility, because of which geographical, because of which people were moving because of unemployment. So this supports this portion, and hence I'll choose D as the correct answer. Now second passage, everyone, let us solve it. I'll give you 4 minutes to read. This is one of the cat PYQs. आप ये read कर लीजिए. सो अलादीन की स्टोरी तो आप सबने सुनी होगी, isn't it? Aladdin, Jasmine, quite a popular tale. So yeah, so we see now who exactly was Aladdin, like real history of Aladdin, more than we have seen on TV. All that thing you'll come to know with this passage. So it's a very interesting passage. आप बहुत सारी पुरानी memories आपकी reminisce होंगी, at the refresh होंगी at the same time. You will know few things like who exactly wrote Aladdin's story for the first time, right? How did someone know that, okay, Aladdin went through all these experiences? That's what we are discussing. Um, in the past, okay, let's read. In the past, credit for telling the tale of Aladdin has often gone to Galland, okay, Antonio Galland. So basically, this is the person. So if you just check out, as in who is the author, first author of Aladdin's story, this person is generally named. The first European translator of Arabian Nights started as a series of translation of an incomplete manuscript of Arabic. So basically, there was an incomplete manuscript of Arabic story collection, so he wrote it properly. Okay. But though those tales were of medieval origin, Aladdin may have been more recent in invention. But we are saying, okay, those tales are very old, where he got the stories and everything. We are saying Aladdin is a very recent or latest story. It was a latest story when he like wrote this story. Scholars have not found a manuscript of the story that predates the version published by 1712 by Galland, who wrote in his diary that. So basically, scholars have not found any other manuscript that anywhere else Aladdin's story is written. But Galland in his diary, he has written that he first heard this Aladdin ka story from a Syrian storyteller named from Aleppo named Hanadiyab. So actually, Galland himself is admitting in his diary that he first heard Aladdin's story from Diyab. So now there are two characters in the story. Galand, which we know as famous publisher, writer of this Aladdin story. But Galand is saying, no, I heard it from Diab in his diary. Right? That's what he's saying. Okay. Fine. So that means Diab should be the first person who knows about the story, even though Galland published and everything, isn't it? So, despite the fantastical elements of the story, scholars now think that the main character may actually be based on the real person's real experience. Now, they're saying that Aladdin is not a mythological imaginary story. It's Aladdin is a real person, and his real experiences are there in the Aladdin story. Right? That's what scholars think. Though Galland never credited Diab in his published, so in his published, like when we read a novel, there are acknowledgements, thanks, people say thanks to their family and everything. He never acknowledged or gave credit to Diab. But in his personal diary, he's written that he heard it from Diab. But when he published the book, he never mentioned Diab anyway. Diab wrote something of his own, but if we see Diab's travelogue, as in he used to write while traveling, in around mid 18th century. In it, he recalls telling Galland. So in it is written that he met Galland, and the story of Aladdin, that he narrated story of Aladdin to Galland, describes his own hard knock upbringing. Knocks upbringing means difficult upbringing. He was from a poor background, and the way he marveled extravagance of Versailles. So Versailles is a place where there are a lot of royalty, palaces. So extravagance means all that jewels and everything. So when he reached Versailles, he actually, marveled that, wow, what a place, like that. When you go to a good city, right, if you visit new places like New York, Dubai, Tokyo, you will see such luxury there, so you will marvel at the extravagance of those places. The description he uses very similar. So see, if we when we are reading Diab ka diary, Diab ka travelogue, so description he is using is similar to description of the lavish place that ended up in Galand's version of the Aladdin. So how Galand is written in the Aladdin story and what Diab is writing, the description of that that place is quite similar. Okay. Now, someone else like Paulo, other people, basically scholars, believes that Aladdin might be the young Arab Maronite from Aleppo. So now that we are saying that it is based on real person's real experience, these scholars think that the Aladdin might be a young Arab person from Aleppo, as in from Arabian person, isn't it clearly? And Galant is an European translator. So if the person is from Arab and Aleppo is a place in Arab, looks like Diab could be the real Aladdin, isn't it? Marveling at the jewels and rich, because he comes from the poor background. So when he is reaching Versailles, a place, he's seeing jewels, riches, right, luxury and everything, and he is getting very happy, right, like that. Okay, so maybe right now there is a speculation. Now what's next in the next few lines? For 300 years, scholars thought that rags to riches story of Aladdin might have been inspired by the plots of. So first, the people are thinking, the how did we get the story? How did Galan get the story? How did Diab get the story? Is Diab the right person? So while researching all this, they thought, okay, that time there were a lot of French fairy tales on rags to riches stories, and Aladdin was also kind of rags to riches story. That he's saying his hard knock upbringing and then reaching Versailles, meeting Jasmine, as we know, all these things. So we thought it comes from French fairy tales like that, or the story was invented in the 18th century period by a byproduct. Maybe some French person might have invented the story, but because at that time such stories were going on, it must have come from there. A fascination with stereotypical exotic Middle Eastern luxuries that was prevalent then. The idea that Diab might have based it is, so that's what people thought initially, which was not true. And the idea that maybe Diab is the real Aladdin who has written this story or this everything on his own life, the experience of a Middle Eastern man encountering the French, and not vice versa, isn't it? Isn't it? It's not like an European person is seeing something in France. It's a Middle Eastern. Aladdin is going, so that's why he's marveling. And any person comes from poor background, when see luxury, will marvel more compared to a person who's already in luxury. Isn't a European in Europe will marvel at things, or a person from like even a person coming to India from abroad, for example, will marvel at something. Marvel means wonder से देखना, right? कुछ new different things. So इससे clear पता चलता है कि गलैंड की तो original story नहीं है. It must be. So it flips the script. Flips as in अभी बात घूम जाती है, like that. Diab was ideally placed to embody the overlapping world of East and West. Although Diab, of course, is a person from Arab, but because he's well-traveled person, we're seeing it's a combination of East and West. Because in West he's going to Versailles, which is in France. So blending the storytelling tradition of his homeland with Arab, that is Aleppo, youthful observation of the wonder. So even like it clearly looks like the person is young and person comes from Arab and then he is here, right? So it clearly looks, when you read the story, it looks like someone, it's an experience of someone from Arab rather than a European's experience in Europe. Okay, so what about it? Okay, so is Diyab the real Aladdin or not? Students, what is it? No idea. Let's take आगे समझते हैं. Let's read further. To the scholars who study the tale, its narrative drama isn't only reason for storytellers keep finding reason to return. So we are saying, see, story is very interesting. All of us know Aladdin's story, isn't it? The genie and everything, very interesting. Flying carpet, all those things. So we are saying its drama is not the only reason why everybody is interested. Then what is the thing in Aladdin's story? It reflects not only a history of the French and Middle East, but also Middle Easterners coming to Paris, and that speaks to our world today. We are saying it's not just its narrative structure and all these things, but basically people coming from one place to another and then seeing that palace and everything. That's what also people like. You know how he came from difficult background and now his life is better. He met genie, flying carpet, jasmine, all those things. Basically, that's what speaks to our world today. That's what people relate to. The day Diyab told the story of Aladdin to Galan, so basically that means, let's go back to history. When Diyab told the story to Galan, there were riots. So on that day, some riots were going on due to food shortage during the winter in this, right, 1700 to 1700. So there were some riots going, winter and spring, that was going on. You see, if riots are going on in your country, you will feel bad. The person from other country will not feel bad, isn't it? So when he was narrating the story and Diyab was sensitive to those people in a way that Galand is not, for obvious reasons, isn't it? When something is happening to your country, you will be much more sensitive to any other foreigner. So when you read this diary, you see, so when you read Galand's diary, when you read Diyab's diary, Diyab seems to be much more sensitive to those events compared to Galand in his diary. It looks like it's not Galand's original story. So when you read this diary, you see the solidarity among the Arabs who were in Paris at that time. Like he's showing, no, no, these are my brothers. You know, what's happening to them is wrong, like that. Galand is not writing or saying anything in his diary like that. So there is little in the writing of Galand that would suggest that he was capable of developing character like Aladdin with sympathy. Like was not. So it doesn't look like it that he's even capable. Like let's say Galand is not Aladdin, of course, but he's not even the real author, because in his diary we don't even see that sensitivity when he's writing about that event. So how come it is there in his story? That means it's someone else's story. It's not even Galan's story. Correct. So but Diyab's memoir as in your memories you're writing, right? Where you're traveling and everything, meeting people. So reveals the narrator adept at capturing a distinctive psychology of a young. So it clearly looks like, first of all, it's a story of a young person, a person who is not very mature, is not seen much, but seeing a lot of things at a time and then expressing with a lot of emotion. So as well as recognizing the kind of injustices, opportunities that can transform the path of a youthful individual. Like he's very happy with the opportunities he was getting, or something wrong was happening to people in Paris, he was very upset about it. So someone who can relate will be like that. Galand is already a European person, why would he care not that much what's happening to, or he will not care much. Even if it's a nice person, he will not care much as Diyab or Aladdin about what injustices are happening to Arab people in Paris. Isn't it? Makes sense. So basically, we are giving a lot of reasons how Diyab could be Aladdin, and Galand is not even the original story writer. Of course, now the official author is Galand, but now we understand that actually he heard this story from Diyab, and it's Diyab the original speaker of the story, and might be the original Aladdin also. You never know. Like that. So let us start solving the questions. Interesting passage. Which of the following does not contribute to passage's claim about the authorship of Aladdin? Who is the author? See, does not contribute, as in does not prove. So what all proves that okay, this person is author of Aladdin, and which one does not prove? Let's read options. Okay, एक second. The depiction of the affluence of Versailles in Diyab's jest, so like he's marveling at the extravagance of, isn't it, all these things? That clearly proves that if I'm coming to a new place, let's say from a normal place, a hard knock background, a poor background, I quickly move to a very luxurious place. Will I marvel? Will I say, oh wow, my eyes will be wide open? So that proves that I can relate with that memory, with that experience moment more than a European or Galand, in this case. So it proves Diab is the original person of this story. So this proves, right? This contributes. The narrative sensibility of Diab's, yes. So how is sensitive to what's wrong happening to his brothers, right, in Paris and everything? That proves that Galland was not that. So what happening to Arabs and everything, that proves that it. So you can read these lines, which can prove that yes, Diab is the true author of this story. The storyline of many French tale, no, authors or scholars that time thought the story came from French fairy tales because they were also writing rags to riches. Rags to rich, poor to rich. Other stories also like that, but then they realized no, it doesn't come from French Orientalism or Galand. It only comes from Diab. Diab is the original person. So this does not prove that Diab is the original person. So could be C, does not contribute. Galand's acknowledgement, yes. When Galand is written, it's like that he first heard it from Diab, isn't it? That also gives us some hint that yes, it is Diab. So this line, fifth line, fifth line, everyone. So C is the correct answer. It does not tell us that Diab is the right author, original author of the Aladdin. Yeah. The author of the passages most likely agree with which of the following explanations for origins of the story of Aladdin? Origins of the story means who wrote it first, Galan or Hanadiab? बताइए. 1 minute to solve, everyone. Just the first few lines I think should be enough. So basing it in on his own life experiences, Diab. So it was 100% Diab's personal life experiences. Author is proving that again and again with many lines actually. Uh, how he was sensitive to people, right? How he was talking about his experiences and everything, right? Injustices, opportunities, and everything clearly proves. So, basing it in his own experiences, Diab transmitted the story of Aladdin to Galand. So he told the story to Galand, and Galand then included it in Arabian Nights. So that kind of proves this is the origin of the story of Aladdin. This kind of tells us, right? So this author will agree कि हाँ ये सही information है. Galand received the story of Aladdin from Diab. Correct. Galand got it from Diab, and Diab, who in turn found it in incomplete medieval. No, Diab did not find it in any incomplete manuscript. Galand, right, incomplete way saying. Diab wrote all these things in his own travelogue, in his own diary. First of all, sorry. Uh, right, real person. So we're saying Deob is actually writing in his own travelogue, and from that, when he met Galand while traveling, he just narrated one of his experiences, which became Aladdin's story. So second part, this portion is wrong, students. I'll eliminate B for this reason. The story of Aladdin has its origin in undiscovered incomplete manuscript. No, it is proper story. We are saying when scholars started a series of translations of incomplete manuscript of medieval Arabic story collection, they thought that, but they didn't find anything. So not really. Galan derived the story of Aladdin from Diab's travelogue. No, he didn't read from Diab's travelogue. He heard it from him. Diab narrated. He first heard it, isn't it? Can you see? First paragraph. He didn't read it from. We are saying, but if when scholars are reading the travelogue, then they come to know, okay, no, it's Diab is the original person. When they came to know this and this, we realized, okay, Diab is the. So he heard it. So A is the correct answer. Question number 3. Why people are still fascinated? Why we keep coming back to the story? So I think first few lines. It speaks to the entire the kind of events happened that speaks to our world today, doesn't we? it speaks to me as in I can relate, I can hear what it's trying to, I can identify with this story. So that is something students given in B. The traveler's experience, Diab's experience, or Aladdin's experience inspired the tale of Aladdin. Resonate, it resonates. People, right, can resonate or identify, relate with the story for sure. The story of Aladdin is evidence of the 18th century French. It's not the evidence of French. It doesn't come from French Orientalism, French fairy tales, and all those things. The Tale of Aladdin documents the history of Europe and Middle East, right? Tale of Aladdin documents it. Yes, but why people are still fascinated? Because it's from Europe, is for that reason? No, because it speaks to our world today, isn't it? The archetype of the rags to riches story of Aladdin makes it no, it's not because of rags to riches. That French Orientalism were doing, of course, but then it was not the case in that, right? Then we said it was prevalent then, but then we are saying that maybe it is someone's own life somebody's written, so then this person is a story, and this person is not from France for sure. He came to France and then he marveled. Versailles in France, he marveled at the extravagance of it. That means it clearly is not the case. So B. Question number 4, everyone. All of the following serve as evidence for the character of Aladdin being based on Henna Diab, except 1 minute to solve this. Means everything proves that Diab is Aladdin, except one option which does not prove that Diab is Aladdin. So you think Diab might have based it in Moonlight because experience of a Middle Eastern man encountering the French, isn't it? The blend overlap of East and West. So Diab's cosmopolitan is someone who is well traveled, who's seen East and West, different cultures like that. So that kind of from the story proves it looks like that someone is not just a Westerner like Galant, someone who has traveled, seen both the cultures. So it proves that Diab is Aladdin. Diab's humble origins, class struggles that is recounted in his travelogue, that he comes from hard knocks upbringing, all these things. So, and then how he was sensitive to what was happening, food shortage and everything was happening to his people. That proves that he is Aladdin again. His narration, just because he narrated to Galan, maybe Diab also heard it from somewhere. So he may be original storyteller, but that doesn't make him Aladdin, isn't it? Himself. He just like Galan told us the story, he's the official author, doesn't mean he's Aladdin. So just because he heard it from Diab doesn't mean Diab. Because Diab's personal experience and Aladdin's experiences match. That's why we calling Diab Aladdin. So not really. Diab's description of the wealth, like he's describing the Versailles, like wow, what luxury, what palaces, like kitne अच्छे fort hai, right? Everybody is rich. There's a lot of royalty. The way he's talking, a royal person will not say, "Oh, so much royalty around me," right? He or she will not care. Someone coming from hard knock upbringing, poor upbringing, right, or difficult background, when sees a lot of luxury, then they will describe it in certain ways. So Aladdin's description and Diab's experience that he's writing is it matches a lot, and that's why we're saying maybe Diab is Aladdin. So C does not prove that Diab is the Aladdin. It just proves that Diab is the maybe original storyteller. That's all. Question number 5, everyone. Which of the following, if true, would invalidate the inversion that the phrase flips the script? Flips the script is a phrase in general also you can say जिसका मतलब होता है बात घूम गई, tables are turned, कुछ आपने ऐसा prove कर दिया. So uh, see, flips the script is written here. So maybe you can read these few lines and answer the question. So if true means if it is given, would invalidate the inversion that the phrase flips the script refers to. This is difficult to actually understand question itself, and then तभी तो हम आंसर कर पाएंगे. So it means, just give me a second, I'll just read it again. Okay, invalidate means weakens. It weakens this point, right? So what we are saying, what flips the script, as in so far what we knew that Galland is the main storyteller. Then we came to know, oh, he heard it from Diab. Okay, and then we are proving that, see, when Diab is a person who comes from Syria, Aleppo, means, right, that kind of place, as in from east. And then Aladdin is also a person who came from east. So maybe Diab, if he has based this story on his own life, so then experience of the Middle Eastern man encountering the French and not the vice versa proves that Diab is the original person. Because if you see Galland's or his story, it's not person from west to east going, isn't it? Also, Galland is not sensitive to Arab people, what riots and food shortage, but Diab was. So it proves that Galland is not the original person and Diab is the original storyteller as well as himself, Aladdin himself. So which of the following, if true, will weaken this, the entire point? So see, which one is given weaken, as in which one is opposite, or will, so support ke jo bhi information hai, that's not your answer. You have to invalidate this point. Galland acknowledged in this published translations of Arabian Nights that he heard. See, he acknowledged in his diary, but when he published the book, he never acknowledged, isn't it? Just give me a second. He never credited Diab in his published, so it does not do anything. Right? It proves that Galland is the main storyteller. So no. Diab's travelogue described the affluence of French city Bordeaux instead of, no, it's described Versailles not. So this is wrong information. Like, it does not do anything, neither weaken nor strengthen. The French fairy tales of the 18th century did not have rags to riches plot lines like that of the tale of Aladdin. See, they did have rags to, just like Aladdin is rags to. That's why some scholars thought it comes from the France original story. They did have. So everything is opposite. D. Description of the opulence, the wealth. In Diab's and Galland's narratives, both, no, they were quite different. So let's read this. See, he marveled at the extravaganza of Versailles. Let me choose another color to prove this. He marveled, he wondered at the extra royalty of luxury of Versailles, right? The description he uses were very similar to description of the lavish place that ended up in Galland's version of the Aladdin story, isn't it? So if we say this description is different in that case, Horta believes that Aladdin might be the young Arab person from Aleppo marveling at the jewels and riches of Versailles, right? And then if it is not similar, then we can clearly prove that no, maybe Galland could also be, but Galland is explaining the luxury of Versailles in his own words, and but both are saying the same thing. That's why we are getting confused. So if this also can be added apart from other things, like it's a Middle Eastern person going to French, he's right, all these things, apart from all these, if we can say both are not writing the same thing, both are writing their different separate experience on this, then we can still get confused that okay, maybe Galland is the original Aladdin, original storyteller, isn't it? So this kind of weakens this point, because both were writing similar things, and then we are seeing the entire stories of a Middle Eastern man, not an European man. So that means Galland is not the right or the first person, isn't it? So D. So this is a, I would say, critical reasoning question. Okay, next passage everyone. I'll give you some time to read. बहुत सारा read कर लिया है, थोड़ा brain saturate हो गया होगा, fry हो गया होगा. You can take a break if you want. ठीक है, I'll also wait for 2 to 3 minutes and then we can start. At the same time, what I'll say is कि थोड़ा सा fry होना भी चाहिए students. If you're not able to study for 2 hours, at least 2 hours straight, right, it is definitely a problem. So make sure आप 2 से 3 घंटा तो आप you are sitting. राइट, वो अपनी ब्रेन की हैबिट होनी चाहिए. नॉट जस्ट फॉर कैट एग्जाम, वो तो ऑब्वियस है, बट इवन फॉर लाइफ आपको ऑफिस में काम करना है, तो एक काम पे अगर आप 2 से 2.5 घंटा फोकस कर पाओ तभी अच्छे से आउटपुट या प्रोडक्टिविटी होगी. सो वो वे ऑफ लाइफ होना चाहिए. इफ यू प्लानिंग टू वर्क, अगर काम करने में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, देखा जाएगा, दैट इट्स ओके, बट वर्किंग एनवायरमेंट में यू नीड 2 to 3 hours ऑफ फोकस एज वेल. ठीक है, देख लीजिए for 2 minutes. This looks very lengthy, but don't worry, this particular passage is not that difficult. So sometimes ये ऐसा होता है, आप लोग सोच रहे हो कुछ passages आपको so far easy लगे होंगे, some passage you might have found difficult. That's how you get in CAT exam as well. Out of 4 passages, if you just compare the difficulty level, not everything is equally difficult. Some are easier, will have more factual direct questions, some are very difficult, some philosophy language, and all are indirect questions, isn't it? So that happens. I would say sometimes just because a passage is lengthy doesn't mean it's difficult also. Difficulty level can be decided by the vocabulary in the passage and the kind of questions. इसके ज़्यादातर questions direct है और lengthy है, पर vocabulary is not that tough in most of the lines. Okay, let me know once you finish reading. What's Vikings? So Vikings, as much as I know, were famous pirates. Pirates मतलब कोई ship से कहीं जा रहा है तो उसकी ship में जो भी सामान है वो लूट लिया, right? तो डाकू of ship. That's how they are popular in old stories. ठीक है. So what is the, see, this is what I know. मेरे को भी यही पता है, but maybe I know wrong from the stories I have read. So despite their fierce reputation, Vikings may not always have been plunderers, and plunder, pillager in simple word, thieves, dacoits, right? So we are saying they do have reputation of plunderers, chore, thieves, and everything, but they were not actually always were like that. In popularly people know them as plunderers only, like thieves only, isn't it? In fact, they got their start trading in Northern Europe. Research, so basically, actually, when they started working, they started trading. They were doing business, right? They were business people. They were not thieves and all, what we know. So, combs carved from animal antlers as well as comb manufacturing waste and raw antler material has turned up at 3 archaeological sites. So, basically, in Denmark. So, in Denmark, we see something related to comb and raw material. एंटलर इज एन एनिमल विच जिसके सींग में से हॉर्न में से हम कोम बनाते हैं लाइक दैट, जैसे हिरन जैसे थोड़ा दिखता है, डियर, इट लुक्स लाइक डियर, including medieval marketplace in the city of Prague. So a team of, so basically we saw these artifacts, comb के and everything, and from that Denmark, ठीक है, मिला. So what does it prove कि क्या वो plunderers नहीं थे? So that means when we see they identify the species of animal in which antlers once belonged to, analyzing collagen proteins, sub sampling, vampling, everything किया, and from molecular analysis, the artifacts reveal that some combs and other material carved from reindeer antlers also. अब ना reindeer कहाँ से? Reindeers don't live in Denmark. They must have arrived on Viking ships from Norway. So basically, we found some combs. We did its molecular analysis of its material and everything, and then we realized it come from reindeer. Reindeer antler मतलब Viking ship से आए होंगे कि वहीं पे के वो लोग थे. So that means they antler craftsmanship, like they used to decorate the comb, decorative combs was part of Viking culture. The Viking people used to use very nice combs, decorative combs, part of their fashion. It was also considered some symbol of good health and everything. So the fact that animals shed their antlers means the, as I told you, the horns and of the deer or reindeer kind of animal. It made them easy to collect from large herds that inhibit. So basically from this we are proving that Viking people were business people. What business were they doing? They were selling the combs from antlers, right? उसके रेडियो के एंटलर से, ठीक है. अब ये जो एंटलर जो फाइंड हुए मार्केट प्लेस में, जो हम लोग के हमको मिले हैं ये वहां पे डेनमार्क के मार्केट प्लेस इन एवरीथिंग में, each side we are saying it's more likely that the Norsemen किसको बोलते हैं? Norsemen are people coming from Norway. So these Norway people came to trade. So Norway means Vikings came from Norway. So we are saying that means proves that they came for business, not to steal anything. Most of the artifacts also these are they date back to 780s, but say and some are as old 725 as well, जिसका मतलब है कि उस टाइम पे तो हमको कुछ भी उनके चोरी के कोई सबूत ही नहीं है. So that predates the beginning of Viking raids on Great Britain by about 70 years. That means first for 70 years they did business and all, and after that maybe predates the raid, as in after that they did started raiding, stealing from ongoing ships and all like that. So archaeologists had suspected that Vikings had experience with long maritime voyages that might have preceded their raiding days. Right, so that means they used to have long voyages. They used to take their thing, right, on ship, sell and everything, and then maybe after many years, 70, 80 years, they, for whatever reason, they started raiding as in stealing, right, all these things, plundering and everything. So beyond Norway, apart from Norway, these combs, because वो तो बनाए रहते नॉर्वे में तो मिलेंगे combs, these combs would have been popular in Scandinavia, right, as well. It's possible that the antler combs represent a larger trade network where the Norsemen supplied raw materials to craftsmen in Denmark and elsewhere. So means from Norway they were supplying to Denmark, Scandinavia, many other places, which proves that they were first business people. Then something bad must have happened to them, and that's how they started plundering, pillaging, raiding, all these things. ठीक है, understood everyone? So primary purpose of the passage is what? First line क्या बोल रही कि despite their fierce reputation, कि भली popular culture में popularly all of us know them as plunderers, thieves, but no, they were initially into trading, into business. After that they may have started raiding, because all the sabut, all the evidence we are getting is of that only. So author in second, third, fourth paragraph is trying to prove that in those times, 725, 780 times, they were doing business only, right? So just read. I would say you will find the answer in 1 to 2 minutes. बताइए आंसर क्या है? प्राइमरी पर्पस के लिए हमेशा आपको you have to always keep first line in mind for sure, and maybe the last line, right, for clarity. So yes, correct. To challenge the popular perception of Vikings as raiders, so their popular perception as raiders by providing evidence that वो तो business कर रहे थे with Europe, isn't it? ठीक है, perfect. I don't think उसमें कुछ discussion का है. एक option काफी clearly लिखा है in the first line of the passage. The evidence, most of the artifacts also date to 780s, but some are as old as 725. Has been used in the passage to argue that. ये सारी चीजें कहाँ लिखी है? By the way, students, if you still feel कि नहीं, maybe I am confused with some other option जो मैंने से like for example previous question में नहीं समझा रहा, आपको लगता है कि नहीं, I need answer, या maybe I gave explanation of all 4 options but you're still not clear with B, you need more explanation, anything like that. I do my most of the doubt solving either in the comment section of that class, जो भी ऐसे इसके आप लिख दोगे तो हो जाएगा, otherwise in Telegram group. I'm mostly active, right, especially related to these things, related to whatever I'm teaching in these videos. So make sure यही दो जगह पे पूछो, because if I'm getting it somewhere else, Instagram, everything, I'm not that active and sometimes I miss responding. So that's why I'm saying these 2 places will be mostly. आप यहीं पे comments से पूछोगे तो बहुत best रहेगा, because if I'll check I'll get notifications. And your second best place is Telegram group. Okay, ठीक है, you can read this and find out the answer. Read it carefully. So what we are saying, that combs artifacts date back to 780s and some are as old as 725, and that predates, that happened first, and then Viking raids are later thing. That predates, date means that is before. So that means what we are saying, uh, huh. Option D, the Viking trade relation. The trade predates the raids. Isn't they were doing trade first business, then raiding might have started. Isn't it from this line? That. Question number 3. All of the following hold true for Vikings except, everything is true except means what is not true, what is false. Vikings once upon a time had trade relations with Denmark and Scandinavia. Yes, written in last 3 lines. This is true. Antler combs regarded by the Vikings as symbol of good health were part of their culture. Symbol of was part of their Viking culture. Everything is written word match true. Before becoming the raiders, Vikings had trade relations with Europe. Yes. First paragraph says that they started trading with Northern Europe. Right. So yes, the entire actually passage proves that. True. Vikings brought reindeers from Norway to Denmark for trade. See, we are saying they might have. Researchers posit that it arrived on Viking ships from Norway. But वो business किस चीज़ का कर रहे? They were doing business of combs. So they might have brought reindeers from Norway to Denmark. But for trade purposes, no. Isn't it? Reindeer might, because reindeer is something was found there. So maybe I'm going for business somewhere, I'm bringing my pet because वो जो particular pet है type of breed of pet जो भी वो इधर पे मिलता है तो इसलिए वो आ गया होगा. Doesn't mean मैं उसको trade purposes के लिए लेके जा रही हूँ like that. So trade purposes is extra that we do not know and hence is the correct answer. Okay, let's start with philosophy passages. With philosophy passages, students, I would say two things are very common, or two challenges are very common, and if you can overcome these two challenges, I don't think you should face any problem. First challenge is vocabulary. Now you will say, ma'am, that is a problem with every cat passage, be it philosophy, any other genre, economics, science, anything. Yes, but with philosophy passages it is more, right? Don't you agree with me? And second is understanding author's opinion, which most probably is in the last paragraph. So even in this case, I believe that means author must be saying something about the person or the topic here, right? That so these two things, students, are very very important. If you can understand that in a philosophy passages, most of the questions will be easy for you. Now you will say, how do I know though it's a philosophy passage or not? That is something, students, I would say you don't really understand unless you have read 10 lines, 10 to 12 lines. So ठीक है ना, किसी भी type का passage हो, why are we segregating this into science, economics, philosophy in the first place? So that if anyone is, for example, facing challenges, philosophy passages, which is most common challenge, ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत सबका अलग होता है, somebody is facing problem with science, somebody is economics, but philosophy is a common challenge for everyone, isn't it, for most of the students? So at least if you know such language is hard for you, if you know that you're not able to figure out the tone of any line or a paragraph, right, with with what intention author is saying a particular statement, then I feel whatever I'm going to tell you in today's class or how exactly I'm going to read this passage will be definitely useful. This as well as next few passages. So, okay, I will give you some time to read the passage, don't worry, but I'm just giving you a quick frame or quick skeleton of this passage so that when you read, you can relate and you just finish it fast and we can start with the questions, okay? So, what we are saying in the first paragraph, that there's a famous personality, famous person known as famous British nurse Florence Nightingale. So what's her name? Florence Nightingale. Fine. What about her? There are two recent publications. There are two books on this great personality. First book is written by Anne Summers. So this is the first author. What she has written, if you read, she has written all negative. कि इतना कुछ किया नहीं है, her work was best marginal, but minimal work की इतना contribution किया नहीं है, and whatever she is popular and all, it's because of the propagandist efforts of newspaper and everything. That's what she is saying in short. बाय कॉन्ट्रास्ट जो दूसरा बुक है सेकेंड बुक उसके जो लोग हैं दे आर सेइंग ऑल पॉजिटिव अबाउट फ्लोरेंस नाइटिंगेल दे आर सेइंग शी हैज डन अ लॉट शी हैज इन्फ्लुएंस्ड अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल जो ब्रिटिश बरैक्स के लिविंग सिचुएशंस बहुत हॉरिबल थे हेल्थ का ख्याल नहीं रख रहे थे सो शी हैज एक्चुअली डन दैट like by persuading the government to establish royal commission on the health of army also उसने nurse training hospital को contributions को basically फाउंड में करने में हेल्प की एट सेम टाइम जो कॉस्ट अकाउंटिंग सिस्टम उसने फाइंड किया था 1860 में वो अभी 1947 तक यूज हो रहा है इवन आफ्टर ऑलमोस्ट 100 years आफ्टर व्हाट शी वाज डिवाइज्ड सो ऑथर इज गिविंग हर पर्सनल ओपिनियन दैट ठीक है somebody is giving negative opinion about her other books are giving positive opinion about her but if we see her letters, Florence Nightingale's letters, continued respect for Nightingale's brilliance and creativity. So in first, an author is also praising Nani. She was brilliant and she was creative, no matter who is saying what. When counseling a village, for example, schoolmaster to encourage children to use their faculties of observation, she sounds like a modern educator. As in, वो किसी village में गई जहाँ पे वो school master से बात करी और बोले कि reading से सीखने से अच्छा observation सीखेंगे तो ज़्यादा अच्छा सीखेंगे. Those kind of things prove that no, she was creative. Her insistence on classifying the problems of the needy in order to devise appropriate treatments is similar to the approach of modern social workers. In some, although, so basically in concluding, although Nightingale may not have achieved all of her goals during the Crimean War, so maybe कुछ लोग जो पॉजिटिव बोल रहे हैं वो थोड़ा बढ़ा चढ़ा के बोल रहे हैं दे एग्जैजरेटिंग इट सो शी मे नॉट डन एवरीथिंग बट हर ब्रेथ ऑफ विजन हर एबिलिटी टू रियलाइज एम्बिशियस प्रोजेक्ट शी वाज पार्ट ऑफ मेनी बिग प्रोजेक्ट्स राइट एंड हाउ क्रिएटिवली शी वाज गिविंग हर बेस्ट उससे ही she has earned her eminence popular place famous respectful place among the ranks of social pioneers so author is saying ठीक है मान भी लिया जो फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ में समर से सेइंग दैट उसने वो नहीं किया आउट ऑफ 100 थिंग्स शी इज पॉपुलर फॉर मे बी शी हैज नॉट डन सम 5 थिंग्स बट शी हैज डन अदर 95 थिंग्स ऑथर इज सेइंग सो इवन दो one or two things are true of the critics it doesn't mean the person is wrong isn't it the person has not done anything so overall author is saying positive things about her it's how it ends only in first paragraph Anne Summers is criticizing right like that so abhi now I'll give you 2 minutes to read this passage quickly now you have an idea so jaldi se read kar lo students and then we will solve this question you if you're done like reading with me you will start this question so 2 minutes for everything after 2 minutes we'll start इवैल्यूएट करना मतलब कंपेयर करना so, हम क्या कंपेयर कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे we're comparing two books publications on Florence Nightingale one is saying negative the other is saying positive in second paragraph so are we evaluating the importance of Florence Nightingale's innovations in the field of nursing right she has done innovations that's written in the second paragraph but are we evaluating that hai ki nahi hai no we are not evaluating any innovation contrasting approaches to the writing of historical biography yes दो approaches है different approaches है publications है approach भी नहीं है दो books हैं एक ने ये लिखा एक ने वो लिखा है right so maybe contradictory accounts of Florence Nightingale's historical years her significance I don't know whether she has done a lot or not so Summers in first paragraph से कुछ खास नहीं किया exaggerated है उसके बारे में सब कुछ बहुत minimal work किया है right symbolic है symbolic मतलब बस नाम का काम है like that and the other book is saying no, she has done a lot and everything like that. So accounts, two different accounts of books we are discussing, not two different approaches. Because of approaches, I'll remove option B. The quality of healthcare in 19th century, that is one of the topic in one of the lines, but that's not something we're evaluating in the entire passage. The healthcare kaisa tha us time, isn't it? That's not the overall evaluation happening in the entire passage. So not even D. C is the correct answer. Question number 2. According to the passage, the editors of Nightingale's letters credit her with contributing to which of the following? Mm, See, the editors of new volume of her letters. That means second paragraph you have to read. So 2 minutes to solve this. Yes, any answer? So see, they are saying three things mainly about her: that she improved the sanitary conditions after the war. barracks में बहुत horrible condition थी, तो उसने like government को convince करके she established royal commission on the health of the army. One thing she did this. Second, she used sums raised through public contributions to found nurses training hospital. That is the second thing. And third, her cost accounting system is still used in 1947. That is the third thing they are saying, that these are three things she has done, right, which proves that she has contributed a lot and she has influenced everyone like that. Okay, let's see which one is mentioned. The development of nurses training curriculum, मतलब books कि nurse ये books read कर सकते हैं, that was far in advance. No, only nurses training hospital to train them, but curriculum I don't know about it, isn't it? So a place where they can be trained, but a book or set of books, not really. The increase in the number of women doctors practicing in British Army hospitals. She didn't increase the number of women or decrease the number of women. वैसा कुछ नहीं था. But हाँ, any nurse who needs training, she founded that hospital कि नहीं यहाँ पे काम करो, and then like this place is a nurse training hospital in short, like that. But she didn't increase the number of women. Nowhere it's mentioned. Establishment of the first facility for training nurses at a major British university. She did establish a place for training nurses, but was it in the British University? लंदन में था कि क्या ये ब्रिटिश यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर ये प्लेस थी? क्या मालूम, not sure. I'll put a question mark. The creation of an organization for monitoring the peacetime living conditions. Yes, so she created an organization. यहाँ पे लिखा है. I'll just highlight with other color. Mm. So the British barracks, the living condition was so horrible that death rate was a lot, and she succeeded in persuading the government to establish Royal Commission on the Health of the Army. So which organization? Royal Commission of the Health of the Army for these soldiers, peacetime soldiers living in bad conditions. So definitely D is absolutely true. Question number 3, everyone. The passage suggests, oh my god, suggest means indirect. Which of the following about Nightingale's relationship with the British public of her day? So means how she was with people. That's what we are saying. Okay, 2 minutes to solve this question. And she influenced a lot of people. Okay. She was supported by a military establishment but had to fight the government. No, she didn't have to fight government bureaucracy, isn't it? In fact, she got the government support to establish this. So I don't think so she had to fight. She was supported by working class and opposed by wealthier classes. Wealthy people were opposing her. Nobody is opposing her except Anne Summers here. Right? कुछ दुश्मनी है दोनों की. And बाकी everybody is supporting her. So no, not really. She encountered resistance both from the army and general public. No, general public used to respect her a lot. हम यहाँ पे भी बोल रहे हैं, यहाँ पे बोलेंगे she earned an eminent place means respectable place, right? That so respect people were respecting her, and then she is among the top people of जो जिन्होंने social work किया है. She was highly respected for sure because if she is influencing people means people are respecting her, and her projects receiving popular government support. Yes, government did support her, clearly written here students, isn't it? वो नर्स ट्रेनिंग हॉस्पिटल बना रही है कंट्रीब्यूशन ना फंडिंग से जो मिले थे उससे यूज करके मतलब गवर्नमेंट इज विथ हर. ओके सो यस ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर राइट. Good everyone. Question number 4. The passage suggests which of the following about sanitary conditions in Britain after the Crimean War. अभी ये particular location पे हम we have read I think twice or thrice, isn't it? Sanitary conditions after the war and all. So maybe you can read 2 to 3 lines around it and let me know your answer. क्या लग रहा है आपको? I think this is a word match. Suggest is given, but this is not really an indirect question. That see, we are saying ये जो soldiers थे in the British barrack, the living conditions were so horrible that the death of these people, जो soldiers British barrack में कौन रहेगा? Soldiers रहेंगे, उनकी death ज़्यादा होती than people who are living in civil area. Civil area means ऑल ऑफ अस लिव. तो यहाँ पे किसी को कुछ नहीं हो रहा है जबकि इतने वॉर वगैरह चल रहे हैं और सोल्जर जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया में है एक बराक में एक जो उनका अलग से एक एरिया होता है वहां पे डेथ ज्यादा हो रही है राइट लाइक दैट जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया बाहर पे इतना नहीं हो रहा है. सो यू नो बिकॉज ऑफ वी आर सेइंग इट्स बिकॉज ऑफ द लिविंग कंडीशंस वर नॉट गुड, क्लेanलीनेस नहीं थी, हेल्थ इश्यूज थे, ऑल दीज थिंग्स. तो इसलिए बाद में शी एस्टैब्लिश्ड कमीशन ऑन द हेल्थ ऑफ आर्मी राइट लाइक दैट. So we are saying living conditions was worse in military camps than in the neighboring civilian population. And word match. I don't think we need to. This was very direct. यहाँ पे कुछ confusion नहीं होना चाहिए. Right? ऐसा कुछ. Other parts of the world, not world. वहीं ब्रिटेन में बाहर civilians were living still in a better situation as compared to soldiers in British barracks. It absolutely out of scope. Option B and C. Which of the following statements regarding the differing interpretations of Nightingale's importance would the author most likely see? Author most likely agree. अभी author अपनी बात, where is author saying his opinion, giving his opinion in the last paragraph. So again understand the question. Which of the following statements means these are the 4 statements we have regarding the differing interpretations of Nightingale. So see, Summers is saying something negative. Isn't it? Summers is saying something negative that her contribution has been exaggerated. It was very marginal, means very nominal work she has done, very minimum work. So she is saying all negative. Whereas the editors of new volume of her letters are saying all positive. Right? So now what is author's opinion? Author is on whose side? That ye Summers are right or the other editors in second paragraph they are right? Negative baat sahi ki positive baat sahi hai? Author is basically saying in the last line if you see that although Nightingale may not have achieved all of her goals, हो सकता है कुछ चीजें नहीं की हो, but her vision, her ability to realize ambitious, जिसने बड़े बड़े projects handle किए हैं, उसी वजह से she is popular among people, isn't it? So Okay, let me know your answer. Why did I read those three lines? Because last paragraph में ही author के बारे में लिखा है, right? तो okay, author का opinion लिखा है. Okay, tell me the answer. Okay. Lengthy options. Let's read one by one. Summers misunderstood both the importance of Nightingale's achievement during the Crimean War and her subsequent influence on British policy. See, we don't know if she misunderstood, and author is never saying that what Summer is saying is wrong. Maybe if it is true, he saying may not have achieved everything. कहीं कहीं exaggerate किया होगा, हो सकता है newspaper ने थोड़ा extra promote भी कर दिया, ठीक है. But that doesn't mean कुछ किया ही नहीं है. Isn't it? Maybe out of 100 things, this famous personality have done 90 things. बाकी 10 चीजें exaggerate कर दी हैं. But that doesn't mean कि कुछ किया ही just because 10 चीजें exaggerate हो गई. Isn't it? So it's not misunderstood. The editors of Nightingale's letters, editors means in this paragraph, these people have some valid points about her practical achievements, but they still exaggerated her. Author is again not saying कि उसका exaggerated. Overall, she has done the work. That's what author is saying. Right? And here we need to know what author will agree. Author will not agree with this at all. Although Summer's account of Nightingale's role in Crimean War, so Nightingale का जो भी contribution है work in this war, maybe what Summers is saying is true about her. She ignored, but she is ignoring evidence of her subsequent उसके बाद के जो achievements हुए हैं, for example, that suggests कि उसकी reputation as an eminent social reformer is well deserved. If she is popular, see, if somebody is popular, that person must have done something. फिर बाद में फ्यूचर में लोग उसके बारे में पॉजिटिव या नेगेटिव बोलेंगे, that's different. Everybody is human at the end of the day, right? But then here what we are saying, understand this, कि just because and one or two things might be exaggerated or might be minimal work doesn't mean the person has not done anything. She has done something which has got her this reputation, and this is well deserved, right? So author is definitely saying her reputation is well deserved. The editors of Nightingale's letters mistakenly propagated the outdated idealization of Nightingale that only impedes attempts to arrive at a balanced assessment of her true role. Not really, right? Outdated idealization है, and impede means stop कर रहा है, right? ऐसा तो बिल्कुल नहीं, out of scope, totally out of scope. D option is not at all mentioned. Right? C is the correct answer. इससे मुझे याद आया similar instances I read on LinkedIn. I cannot take the name of anything, but somebody wrote very negative about a famous I would say edtech or coaching center that this person first was teaching for free, then he was blah blah, all those things. But then that particular teacher is also giving 50,000 free admissions every year. That person is also giving paying a lot of students college fees. ये भी हो रहा है, isn't it? So I feel सब में पॉजिटिव भी है, नेगेटिव भी है, डिपेंडिंग ऑन व्हाट यू वांट टू सी, that you will see. So yeah, and I feel it's mostly positive in people as far as my experience, life experience so far. But good attracts good, bad attracts bad. That's what I have observed. अगर कोई अंदर से फ्रस्ट्रेटेड है तो वो सब में नेगेटिव देखेगा. If you're happy, you will, right, not try to see negative in other people. If you eat fast food for 5 days, sixth day you will feel like eating fast food and not healthy. But if you eat healthy for a week, for 5 to 6 days, next day you will not feel like eating fast food or anything junk. You will want to eat healthy. So same thing, whatever is inside you, that attracts, you attract the same thing from outside. That always happens. So never blame things outside students. ये just इससे मुझे एक दिमाग में एक thought आया, thought I should share with you because most of my students are in 20s, right? तो 20 में still exploring the world you seeing. So आपको कुछ भी बाहर लग रहा है, things are going bad and everything, यहाँ problem है, यहाँ problem है, थोड़ा सा of course phases can be up and down होते हैं, तो थोड़ा सा introspect करके देख लो कि is my attitude about looking at certain things, क्या वो wrong है, क्या मैं लोगों को selfish तरीके से perceive कर रहा हूँ या कर रही हूँ. मोस्टली प्रॉब्लम वहीं पे सॉल्व हो जाएगी. यू हैव टू जस्ट इंट्रोस्पेक्ट एवरी टाइम यू थिंक आई एम गोइंग थ्रू अ डिफिकल्ट फेज एंड मेक चेंजेस आल्सो विद इन यू. A lot of people say, no, I want to retain my original personality. Of course, yes, but there's a thing called improving ना कि same रहोगे. जैसे आप 2 साल पहले थे वैसे same रहना है, mature नहीं. Isn't it? You have to improve also. So improving doesn't mean changing the personality or faking. Isn't it? Improving means just being a better person. Smart, more sensitive to people, more understanding maybe, better in communication skills, whatever works for you. Fine, let's move to question number 6. Which of the following is an assumption underlying the author's assessment of Nightingale's creativity? Okay, again author के ऊपर बहुत questions है. So what is author's assessment on her creativity? So it's author, whatever author is saying about Nightingale is in the last paragraph. So what about her creativity? I'll give you a minute to read. We have a fixed location, should not be difficult for us. So ek to she said that children should be encouraged to use their faculties of observation. It sounds like she is a modern educator. So okay, great. Okay, and then she's saying कि whenever we get any problem from the needy, we should categorize them. ऐसा नहीं कि हाँ poor लोग की प्राइस नहीं, किसका क्या प्रॉब्लम है, इकोनॉमिक इशू है, किसी का कुछ और फ्यूड, कुछ फैमिली प्रॉब्लम्स चल रहे हैं, पर्सनल इशू है, व्हाट इज कैटेगराइज करो सो दैट फास्ट हम अप्रोच सोल्यूशन दे पाए हम लोगों को, लाइक दैट. एंड देन ऑथर इज सेइंग ओवरऑल जो भी वो पॉपुलर है वो तो वो डिजर्विंग है, भले 100 चीजों के लिए पॉपुलर, 100 में से 5 चीज नहीं की होगी बट स्टिल बाकी चीजें की हैं. सो लेट्स नॉट बी फ्लेकी अबाउट हर, critical about her, right? She deserves what she has. तो ये कहाँ पे लिखा है? I think here we are talking about, ये रीड करते हैं. एजुकेशनल फिलोसफी इन नाइटिंगेल्स डे did not normally emphasize development. Yes, that time, why author is saying that she sounded like a modern educator, that means at that time schoolmasters or educational people did not normally emphasize on ability to observe. So when she said, it sounded very creative, it sounded very like modern, like that. So yes, so that assumption means क्या author को लगा क्या, इससे बड़ी like anything if I say which is not happening right now these days, based on that you will assume कि okay, ma'am must be very modern, isn't it? That if it is happening normal, then that will not make you think okay, I am modern or not. Nightingale was the first to notice the poor living condition. No. All these peacetime and everything is given first of all in second paragraph, and she was not forced to notice poor living. It's soldiers living in, and that too in this. So, wrong information, wrong location. No educator before Nightingale had thought to enlist the help of village schoolmasters in introducing new teaching technique. What new? That she never said कि okay list बनाते हैं teachers के and then new teaching techniques लाते हैं. She's just saying let's encourage children to use observation also, not just read from the books. Observe भी करो आसपास and learn from that as well, right? Not make a list of teachers, schoolmasters and teaching techniques. Until Nightingale began her work, there was no concept of organized help for the needy in the 19th century and everything. See, her insistence on classifying. So we are not saying that there was no concept of organized help, isn't it? All she is saying, we need to devise appropriate treatments. वो कब होगा? If we classify. It's not even organizing any problem. It's just if we classify their problems into different categories. So again, something different is clearly the correct answer. Now question number 7. In the last paragraph, very clearly they told us the author is primarily concerned with students. We have read it twice कि भाई Florence Nightingale has a well deserved reputation, जिसको जो बोलना है बोलो, isn't it? Summers can say whatever she want to say. So 1 minute To solve, जल्दी से read कर लो all four options and let me know your answer. So in the last paragraph, author is concerned with summarizing. Is he summarizing the arguments of first two? Not really. He's giving his own opinion कि भाई creative तो थी, है ना, brilliant तो थी, and then giving two example, and then he's saying, ठीक है, there may be some truth in Summer's content, what she's saying, but still she has done many good projects, so she is eminent, as in she is popular, everyone respects her. There's a reason for that. So he is not summarizing for sure. Refuting means to oppose towards. ये word याद रख लो because ये बहुत commonly आता है primary purpose या किसी ना किसी question. Refute means to oppose. Is author opposing the view of Nightingale's career presented in the preceding paragraph जो just पहले है? No, उसी के support में ये लोग positive बोल रहे हैं, overall author भी positive ही बोल रहा है. He is not going opposite of the preceding paragraph. So no. Analyzing the weaknesses of the evidence presented elsewhere in the passage. Is he finding the weakness of the evidence? नहीं, neither he is saying that Summers is wrong nor he is saying these editors are wrong. वो बोल रहा overall मेरे लिए तो सही है, like मुझे कोई problem नहीं दिख रही है Florence Nightingale के work में, contributions में, जो what these people are saying is true, and if what Summers is saying might be true, but then overall she has done great work, great, like, you know, and that's why she has eminent place, eminent, like, you know, eminent as in she is recognized, she is acknowledged by many people, isn't it? So, citing evidence to support a view of Nightingale's career, is that author is doing? Yes, definitely. Overall, he is supporting the career. That overall she has done good work in her career. अभी एवरीडे इफ यू वर्क, हर दिन थोड़ा ना अच्छा काम होगा. आप 365 डेज कुछ काम कर रहे हो, एक दिन ऊपर नीचे होता है, इट हैपेंस, इजंट इट? एवरीबडी इज अ ह्यूमन एट द एंड. डजंट मीन कि जो एक दिन गलत होगा उस पे हम लाइक ना ध्यान देंगे. ऑल्दो वर्ल्ड इज लाइक दैट, बट स्टूडेंट्स, लेट अस नॉट बी लाइक दैट, इजंट इट? वी शुड ऑलवेज फोकस ऑन गुड थिंग्स. मतलब नेगेटिव चीजें बोलो, बट कुछ बहुत जेन्युइन या बहुत लाइक नो ऐसा कुछ बड़ा हो तो, हर छोटी छोटी चीज में नहीं. ठीक है, आई थिंक यू हैव अंडरस्टूड. आई होप यू हैव अंडरस्टूड द लास्ट पैसेज. Okay, there are approximately 3 to 4 paragraphs, right? ये divided है, and I'll give you 2 minutes to read. पहले थोड़ा सा read कर लो, then I'll give you summary, and then we'll start with the questions. Okay, थोड़ा समझते हैं क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे. So when see we are here talking when the convention constitution was made, right? वो तो हर कंट्री का जब होता है कुछ चेंजेस होते हैं तो कंट्रोवर्सी तो होनी है. सो डेलीगेट्स ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कन्वेंशन वर रियलिस्ट. ये पहला है कि जो लोग जिसने जो डेलीगेट है जिनको काम दिया गया था, द पीपल हु वर गिवन वर्क टू मेक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कन्वेंशन रूल्स एंड एवरीथिंग, दे वर रियलिस्ट प्रैक्टिकल पीपल. व्हाई दे आर प्रैक्टिकल and realist people? They knew that greatest battles would take place after the convention, as in once they have made changes in this constitution, everything, they know the biggest problem will be this. Studying, researching while to make this constitutional convention is not the biggest problem. That is fine, this needs hard work. But after this, bigger problems will start. Once the constitution had already been drafted and signed, the delegates had overstepped their bounds, and we are saying they have crossed their limits. They have made some rules which they should not have. Okay, instead of amending the articles of confederation by which the American states had previously been governed, they had proposed entirely, means what their work was just to amend, make changes on certain articles which kind of previously caused problem or whatever. But in their constitution they recommended to change the government कि नए government लेके आओ. So we are saying they have overstepped, like they have crossed their limits. So under these circumstances, जब they have done more than they were asked, right, or than required actually, the convention was understandably reluctant to submit its work to Congress. For that means Congress must be in power at that time, and they were reluctant to submit to Congress. By Congress हमको ही बदल रहे हैं, like they are changing, they want to change us. Okay, let's change the team of the convention. Congress will do like that. So they didn't want to submit that document to Congress for approval. As in which Congress? No, not our Congress. Most probably we are talking about the US, right? Elbridge Carey, ये सब नाम है. So, right, not our party we are talking about. So instead, the delegates decided to pursue what amounted to a revolutionary course. So what these delegates thought कि ठीक है, we can't give it to Congress for sure. So what do we do? So they did something. Let's read. They declared that ratification of the new constitution by 9 states would be sufficient to establish the new government. So they're saying if 9 states approve this out of right the total number they have, then it is approved. We don't need government's approval specifically. If 9 states are approving, it's right, it is approved. In other words, the constitution was being submitted directly to the people. So they didn't even show it to government at that time, directly gave it to people. People means these 9 states. Not even the Congress, which had called the convention, would be asked to approve its work. So they didn't ask the Congress. Okay, so they were like clever about getting the approval for this convention. The leaders of the convention shrewdly means cleverly, wished to bypass the उन्होंने कहा ठीक है state legislature state level पे ये law level पे निकल जाएगा, this will be passed, which were attached to states' rights and which required in most cases the agreement of 2 houses. वो 2 houses हो जाएगा. For speedy ratification of the constitution, और जल्दी हमें fix करना है constitution, if we want to get approval for fast approval, the single chambered specially elected state ratifying conventions offer the greatest promise of agreement. So then single chambered ये इनके पास, if you go to them, it will be the fastest way to get your approval on that agreement. Battle lines were quickly drawn. The Federalists, as the Federalists means one of the parties, like in India we have RSS, Congress, BJP, AAP, let's say Federalist Congress in US, like that, Republicans like that. So Federalists as a supporter of the constitution were called. So these Federalists means people who were part of this department कि भाई जो constitution law rules ये सब देख रहे हैं उनको बुलाया. They were called and had one solid advantage. They came with a concrete proposal that instead of this we should do this. They had another proper plan. Their opponents, anti-federalist, came with none. But उनके पास कोई plan, they were just opposing the given thing. But okay, करना, what else should we do? करना क्या है? That they did not know. So since the anti-federalists were opposing something with nothing, their objections were basically negative. Nobody was paying to their objection को तब देखेंगे कि ठीक है, if you're objecting to something, this is wrong, then what should be the right thing? If you're giving suggestions, great, people will listen to you. If you're just opposing, nobody is listening. They stood for a policy of drift, with the Federalists were providing clear leadership. Furthermore, although the anti-federalists claimed to be the democratic group, their opposition to the constitution did not necessarily spring from a more democratic view of government. ठीक है, fine. So this was as distrustful of the common people as their opponents. So then It's just that many anti-federalists also said that it is distrustful कि ये government change कर रहे हैं. They are just asked to amend certain rules and everything. So asserted that evils we experience flow from the excess of democracy. Right? They are saying this is something ये होता ही है, right? This person asserted or said, and then professed little faith in his neighbors as voters when he said that people cannot know or judge the character of candidates and everything. तो लोगों के हिसाब से नहीं करेंगे. And all these people criticized जो भी इसके ऊपर opinion है, that is given in the last paragraph. So let us start solving the questions. The author is primarily concerned with, primarily means main, what's the main topic and what about it. Okay, a minute for you to solve this. Is author criticizing opponents? No, there are two opponents, federalists, anti-federalists. That's given. But is author criticizing opponents of the plan? No, author is not criticizing, isn't it? Anywhere. He's just saying, he's just overall giving us the background of why people were supporting, why people were not supporting, their reasons, what they said, all those things. So reassessment, he's requesting कि इसको फिर से check करो, ये गलत किया है इन लोगों ने. Again, author is not doing all that. Is he analyzing the effects of an event? क्या अच्छा था, क्या बुरा था? No, he said ये हुआ, उन्होंने ये किया, दो लोग पार्टीज के बीच झगड़ा हुआ, उसमें से some people from that party said this, other people said that. So he is describing the background of a conflict. Conflict was there, जो भी conflict था, most of the passage यहाँ से conflict शुरू हो रहा है, right? And then he is describing कि क्या background है, क्यों. Background means given in first two paragraphs because they proposed an entirely new government. That is the reason and why the entire conflict started between two parties. Correct. So D should be the correct answer. Question number 2. According to the passage, the delegates to the Constitutional Convention did not submit their work to Congress for approval because people who made Constitutional Convention, they did not submit their work to Congress for approval. क्यों? क्यों नहीं submit किया? Obvious reasons that they were reluctant to submit. सरकार को चेंज करना है तो सरकार को थोड़ा डॉक्यूमेंट देगी कि भाई आपको चेंज करना है, इस पेपर पे साइन कर दो. Isn't it? So yeah. Read and tell me your answer, students. Yeah, so they, of course, they thought that Congress would not accept these changes they had proposed, and for that reason, they didn't. But understandably, of course, it clearly, right, everyone? ठीक है. Question number 3. According to the passage, in contrast to most state legislatures, state ratifying conventions were what? Okay, a minute. Direct question है, तो I'll not even help you with the location. आप खुद like figure out by yourself in 2 minutes. Yes, students. ओके, कंपेयर टू स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर, सी यहाँ पे कहीं लिखा है कि द लीडर्स ऑफ द कन्वेंशन शुडली विश टू बाईपास द स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर विच वर अटैच टू स्टेट्स राइट्स एंड विच रिक्वायर्ड मोस्ट केसेस अग्रीमेंट ऑफ टू हाउसेस फॉर स्पीडी रैटिफिकेशन स्पेशली इलेक्टेड स्टेट रैटिफाइंग। इनके केस में एक इलेक्टेड स्टेट था, नॉट टू हाउसेस रैटिफाइंग कन्वेंशंस ऑफर द ग्रेटेस्ट प्रॉमिस ऑफ अग्रीमेंट। सो वी आर सेइंग कंपेयर टू मोस्ट स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर स्टेट रैटिफाइंग कन्वेंशन वो एक ही था। नाउ यू मस्ट बी थिंकिंग ओके, आई मे बी नो द आंसर, आई मे नॉट नो द आंसर, बट व्हाट इज यूनिकैमरल? यूनिकैमरल मीन्स one group of people deciding or approving the convention rather than two different groups. That's the difference. इसमें two है but इसमें one है, so it was unicameral, it was not two. Getting this from here, students. Characterized by strong leadership, unanimous, right? नहीं, nothing unanimous, हम लोग यहाँ पे एक single chambered था, right? So from this we are getting difficult question, although direct, but vocabulary, like it was checking your vocabulary. The author characterizes the leaders of the constitutional convention as, so जो leaders हैं of the constitutional convention, delegates and everything, तो realist बोल रहा है, shrewd भी बोल ही रहा है, isn't it? He's saying them shrewd and clever somewhere here we read, shrewdly wished and everything. So what's the correct answer? Shrewd is saying correct. Visionary, I can't find visionary, right? I'm not sure. Liberal and enlightened, कि बहुत knowledgeable थे, nothing. Enlightened is not saying. Maybe they were, but author is not saying anything. Mainly a realist and shrewd is what he's saying. Radical means extreme and idealistic. Ideal, again I'm not very sure. Clever, yes, shrewd को clever बोलेंगे. Pragmatic means practical, realistic. So वो first line में लिखा है. So I think compared to other, if we compare all the options, D is the most direct, or we get from these words about people who made constitutional convention. Question number 5. In stating that the anti-federalists were opposing something with nothing, the author suggests that anti-federalists, so where is it written? It's written somewhere here that they were opposing something with nothing, so their objections were basically negative, right? So what's the answer, students? So they had no alternative plan. They were opposing, but they are opposing with nothing. So I think यही होगा सब में. They didn't lack leaders and able to rally. Not like that. Okay. Which of the following statements about Elbridge Gerry can be inferred from the passage? Elbridge Gerry is written here. What is he saying? You can read maybe these lines to answer. He refused to sign the constitution. Okay. Because something he said. Okay. Okay. Many of the anti-federalists were as distrustful of the common people as their opponents. Okay. So he was a delegate to the Massachusetts State Ratifying Convention. Maybe. Let's just check. Was he? Of Massachusetts. So he was a delegate who is ratifying convention. because he refused to sign. That means he must have been asked to sign. So maybe ये हो सकता है. He was a delegate to the Constitutional Convention. See, but he's saying the evils we experience flow from the excess of democracy. Means सबका सुनते हैं इसलिए बहुत सारी problems आते हैं. ठीक है, maybe. He was the architect of the policy of drift advocated by no, he was not architect of any policy. He claimed to have a more democratic view of government than the no, he's saying democracy is the problem, isn't it? So this is opposite. He's saying maximum evils are because of democracy, because ज़्यादा ही democracy चल रही है. Not like that. So we are confused between A and B. Now let's read quickly. Furthermore, although the anti-federalists claim to be democratic group, their opposition to constitution did not necessarily spring from more democratic view of government. Many anti-federalists were as distrustful of the common people as their opponents. In New York, for example, George Clinton criticized the people for their fickleness and the tendency to vibrate from one extreme. Means people just at that time जो भी ज़्यादा दिख रहा है and everything उसको वोट दे देते हैं, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है वाली situation is saying. Elbridge Gerry, second person of Massachusetts who refused to sign the constitution, asserted that कि ज़्यादातर evils है कि वो ज़्यादा democracy की वजह से like that. So I think he was asked to, so I think A should be better than B, isn't it? Okay, question number 7. The author's quotation of John F. Mercer serves which of the following functions in the passage? So John F. Mercer is in the last line, students. Batao. Yeah, okay. So he's saying profess little faith in his neighbors as voters when he said that people cannot know and judge the character of candidates. Okay. So ऑथर इज सेइंग इट सर्व्स व्हाट फंक्शंस बट ये फंक्शन कैसा ऑथर ये प्रूव कर रहा है बेसिकली कि मेनी एंटी फेडरलिस्ट वर डिस्ट्रस्टफुल ऑफ द कॉमन पीपल एज देयर ओपोनेंट्स एंड देन इज गिविंग थ्री एग्जांपल ऑफ जॉर्ज क्लिंटन एल्ब्रिज एंड देन जॉन मर्सर इट इज बेसिकली एन एग्जांपल ऑफ व्हाट ऑथर इज ट्राइंग टू से कि दे डोंट trust people as right apart from their opponents. That's the main problem. It doesn't summarize the last paragraph. It is last paragraph. It doesn't summarize. It's one more opinion. ये तीनों examples हैं what author is trying to say. Right, it's not even the main point, doesn't clarify any previous sentence. So B is the correct answer. Which of the following would be the most appropriate title for this passage? What do you think? What is going on here? 8 students. So basically एक कन्वेंशन बनाया कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन उसके रैटिफिकेशन कंफर्मेशन अप्रूवल के लिए the fight is going, conflict is going on between federalists and anti-federalists, right? That so how the constitution became law, that's not the topic. The fight is happening, so maybe this not the strength and weakness of constitution, how people are divided, not this, the battle for rectification or ratification of yes. So they wanted this, and for this whatever battle is going on, people are fighting, people are opposing, it is much better than A, and that's what is happening. That is what is happening in the entire passage, everyone. Now let us start with passage 3. I'll give you 1 minute to quickly go through this passage, right? Because the vocabulary is not very difficult and this is comparatively, I feel, more interesting to read. So, जो interesting है वो थोड़ा जल्दी हम समझ लेते हैं, जल्दी read करते हैं. So, पढ़िए. Or what we'll do is we'll do something different in this. You read, of course, passage once, but we'll not start with first question. What we'll do is we can rather start with question number 2, for example. We'll come back to 1. It can be inferred from the passage that a medieval soldier, what about the medieval soldier? Like that. So you'll have to just read some 3 to 4 lines. So एक बार पढ़ लो पूरा and then start with this question. Okay? Medieval means in the Middle Ages. अब वो कहाँ लिखा है? इधर पे लिखा है. So let me just read this to answer this question. I feel primary purpose हमेशा end में ही करना चाहिए, not at the start. So in Roman times, which is very older times, defeated enemies were put to death, right, as criminals. But in Middle Ages, they were not killing the enemies. The practice of ransoming, returning prisoners in exchange for what is ransom? To return the prisoner, return that person to his or her own country in return of some money. That became common at that time. Okay, so that means middle age, or basically I would say in medieval times, this soldier will less likely to kill. Chances are very less to kill captured member of opposing army compared to a soldier of Roman times. They used to kill, but this person will mostly not kill. Isn't it clearly? Was similar to terrorist? No, Baba. This is very extreme. Had few economic options to choose to fight because it was the only way to earn adequate living. We don't know, isn't it? Maybe. Humanitarian rather than economic. No. He was sparing prisoner only for economic reasons, so that he will get money. That's all. Not for humanitarian. बेचारे को जाने देते हैं. We should not kill anyone. It's immoral. Nobody was that moral, at least in those times. Yeah. Which of the following best describes the change in policy from executing prisoners in Roman times to ransoming prisoners in Middle Ages? Okay. Wait, एक बार read कर लो passage. I'll not disturb you 2 minutes. Then let me know your answer for question number 3, everyone. So how did this change happen? Because in Roman times, people used to kill their enemies, but in Middle Ages, they were not killing, they wanted money in return. So what really brought this? It was economical, because rulers had rulers or kings were not that powerful. They had limited ability to raise taxes. They could neither force their people, subjects means their people, right, to fight nor pay them. They could not also pay them. So then this was one of the ways to get money. Right. So promise of material compensation in the form of goods, ransoms was the only way of inducing combatants to participate in a war. That okay, if you participate in a war, we'll give you some goods, and whatever we get as a ransom, in order to return that opposite, person, our enemy, that some portion of that ransom will give you, like that. So the emperors of Rome demanded more respect than did medieval rulers, and thus Roman subjects went to greater lengths to defend their nation. Is that the reason? सी ऑफ कोर्स एम्परर्स ऑफ रोम की ज्यादा रिस्पेक्ट थी, इनके इतने रिस्पेक्ट की बात नहीं, कंट्रोल हैड तो अगर इनका कम है तो व्हाई दे विल गो ग्रेटर लेंस, दे हैड नो रीजन, सो द ओनली वे टू इंड्यूस एज इन encourage people to fight in war, participate in war is for goods and ransom, right? That, so this second portion is wrong. It was a reflection of the lesser degree of direct control medieval rulers had. Yes, they didn't have that much, they have limited ability to raise taxes and everything. It became a show of strength and honor. It was not strength and honor of the warrior. It's just that one way to get some money for the country, and that's why they were not killing. Medieval soldiers were not as humanitarian as their ransoming practices might have indicated. Maybe, but the question is what describes the change in policy? Why the policy changed? Because at that time, rulers had limited ability to raise taxes. They could not ask money from their people. So then this was one of the ways, isn't it? So B should be the correct answer. The author uses the phrase without much distortion in order to. बताओ क्या आंसर है इसका? I think somewhere here it was in the center. Without much distortion. Yes. Read here. Let me know your answer. One such device was a rule asserting that prisoner had to assess his own value. This compelled the prisoner to establish a value without much distortion. मतलब आपकी क्या value है? How much should we ask your king when we want to return you? अगर आप बहुत बड़े level पे हो, like you're at a higher position in that soldier category, maybe they'll be ready to give more money. But it may be if they may not agree, maybe you're replaceable. So what do you think? So they had to actually assess their value without much distortion. Should be slightly here and there is okay, but accurate value. So because low value would increase the captive's chances of being killed कि okay इतना ही पैसा आने वाला है इसके बदले में, let's kill him now only, why should we wait for some 100 rupees or 500 rupees like that. And too high value would either ruin him financially because then he will have to give back throughout the life, or maybe create a expensive ransom that would also, that means they will say no, that country will say no, we can't give that much money, you keep the person, and then these people will again at the end kill the prisoner, right, like that. So without much distortion means the prisoner would fairly assess their worth, right, that's what we are saying. Question number 5. All of the following are mentioned in the passage as actions were taken to ensure that ransoming prisoners was a profitable operation, except 2 minutes. Yeah. So one such device first was to assess his own worth. This is one way to get the ransom. Tell us your worth, and then based on what you're saying, okay, 10,000 rupees, I will ask your king, give us 10,000 and we'll return you safely. A second means of reducing cost was the practice of releasing a prisoner on his word of honor. This procedure was advantageous to both parties since the captor was relieved of the expense of keeping the prisoner while the captive have freedom of movement. Means when you keep a prisoner in jail, you'll have to give the person food and everything. Uska bhi ek kharcha hai, that is also an expense. So now they used to release the prisoner on his word of honor. He has given word, okay, I'll come back after 1 month with this much money. So then as king, we are also saving money of the jail and everything. We don't have to feed him and everything. And then he can also get us money. So even he is being spared his life. So a captive also benefited financially by having his captive raise the ransom himself. So, and then he's raising it himself by asking neighbors, friends, everyone, rather than depending whether his king will agree or not. So this was one of the things. This parole was viable. It was a very practical situation since the released prisoner risked recapture retaliation against his family. Moreover, in medieval society, breaking one's word was serious. Like you can't break your promise. Once you have said something, you have to do it. So it had severe consequences. For example, King Francois I broke his word to the emperor, this Charles, and his reputation suffered him. Nobody trusted him after that. So that time, if people are giving you a word, they will definitely stand by it. So let us see. Prisoners were released on the condition that they guaranteed that their ransom would be paid. Of course, तो वो तो था ही. This was given, isn't it? This was given, true. Except which means what is not true. Professional intermediaries were employed to facilitate smooth exchange of prisoner ransom at a price. Yes, this is written in the last. So basically, there were some specialized institutions also after king. For example, a person is unable to ask his or her friends, neighbors, ruler का भी श्योर नहीं अपनी वैल्यू बताई तो बैंक, फॉर एग्जाम्पल बैंक समझिए ये लोन गिविंग कंपनीज, उस तरह के कुछ इंटरमीडियरीज थे, प्रोफेशनल डीलर्स, इंटरमीडियरीज who used to give that money as a loan, and then the soldier will have to pay interest with the principal amount later, like that. So yes, that was also, this is also given true hai last paragraph mein. Religious orders acted as impartial mediators by arranging the trade-off of ransom and prisoners. I think this was written in the last paragraph. As brokers and members of religious orders, yes, right. Third paragraph too. Let's see, इधर पे लिखा है third paragraph, third line. Medieval rulers promised to help. See, these rulers were not helping the soldier to collect ransom. He just saying, okay, you go and just collect the money on your own and give that money to us. But they were not helping. That okay, we promise you that we'll help. Right? No, that was certainly not happening. This is false. Okay, question, ठीक है, ये नया पैसेज है, we'll come back to it students, but we'll do, sorry, question number 1 first. इसका रह गया था. The primary purpose of the passage is to, what is the primary purpose, बताओ. Explore 3 ways of reducing the cost. Of course there are 3 ways, but वो तो second half में है. So this is partially true. Partially true, not absolutely true. Word of honor is also just written in these third paragraph. So again, narrow option. A history of the treatment of prisoners of war, maybe उनका कैसे treatment होता था. Yeah. Discuss the economic basis of the medieval practice of exchanging. Yes, all the economic basis we are discussing. And what's the main topic? Practice of exchanging prisoner for ransom. That we are saying they used to exchange for ransom. Now how this ransom used to work, there were different reasons and ways and everything that we are discussing, right? So only option A covers the overall topic compared to other topics. Just the treatment of prisoner we are not discussing, how they used to be kept and all, right? Not exactly that. In fact, how they how the ransom money exchange process used to happen, in what different ways, that we are discussing, right? Okay everyone, let's move to next passage. This one, I'll give you 2 to 3 minutes to read this passage. You must be wondering, ये तो history का passage लग रहा है. How come it is philosophy passage or in the category of philosophy? Right, so that philosophy part starts in the second half. A passage can be philosophy plus history. Okay, I think we can start together, students. Let's understand the passage. I'll summarize in detail. When A. Philip Randolph assumed, someone known as A. Philip Randolph, when he assumed the leadership of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, का क्या मतलब है? Sleeping car means train, railway. Porters means people like laborers, workers who are working around in the railway that we are talking about, in the train, outside train, to help with the luggage, right? Everything like that. So when he assumed that when he tried to become the leader of all these people, all the porters, let's say coolies, he began a 10-year battle to win recognition. So basically, when he started this, actually, it was a 10-year battle to win the recognition from Pullman Company. Now, what's Pullman Company? It was the largest private employer, like the organization or company of black people in the US, and company that controlled the railroad, sleeping cars, as in trains, and parlor service, means all the service in the train, food, and everything else like this. So basically, it was the biggest company who was employing most number of black people at that time. In 1935, Brotherhood became the first. Brotherhood isn't the whole group of, like, sleeping car porters and everything, that it became the first black union. So this was the first union of all the black people. Before this, nobody was raising the voice like that. Recognized by major corporation. Randolph's efforts in the battle helped transform the attitude of black workers. So since they made the union, see, when you are in the union, you feel powerful, right? So he transformed the attitude of black workers towards unions and towards themselves as an identifiable group, that you are not non-existent, that you are only here to labor. You are an identifiable group, and if your rights are not, if your voices are not heard, you have the right to make union and assert yourself. Eventually, Randolph helped to weaken organized labor's antagonism, as in aggression. So basically, because of all this, because he helped everyone to make a union and everything, they had unity. In a way, they were much more stronger. So that way, he tried to weaken their aggression towards, right? Basically, not Pullman people aggression towards black workers. That even we are strong as black people, nobody can behave the way they like. That's because of this union. Everything they helped. Decrease whatever antagonism, whatever aggression, whatever bad behavior was going on at that time, that decreased. Okay, in the Pullman contest, Randolph, and when he was fighting Pullman, everything, he faced a lot of obstacles. Formidable is very powerful, big obstacles. The first was black workers' understandable skepticism towards union. So first was that, of course, the black understandable is obviously the person, they were weaker minorities, so of course they'll be a little doubtful about the union, that if we'll do union, if we'll do riots and everything, maybe things will go against us. So which had historically barred black workers from membership. So basically, there were no rule for unions for black workers, that you can't make union and you can't be member of any union. And additional obstacle was the union that Pullman itself had formed, which weakened support among black workers for. So basically, even Pullman was not Pullman, as in the company, was not supporting black worker for the independent identity. So this was the problem. So although it became a union, but there were some challenges even while it, before it became a union, yeah, an union. The Brotherhood possessed a number of advantages, however, including Randolph's own tactical abilities. So, of course, but they had certain advantages, like their own abilities and everything. Tactics, they had some tactics in their own hand. They did it cleverly, smartly, and that's how they achieved the union, made the union. In 1928, who he Randolph, right? Randolph, we are talking about in the first line. He took the bold step of threatening a strike against Pullman. So in 1928, first time he said, we'll do a strike. Pullman, this company, will do the strike if you don't listen to us. Such a threat on a national scale under black leadership helped replace the stereotype of them. So then that replaced at least their stereotype, that black worker are now someone who are anyone's servant is. And of course we'll serve you, will give you good service, but if anybody will behave anything like us, we can raise our voices. We have our union. So with the image of that we are wage earners, we're giving you service, you're giving us money. It's not like you're giving us money for nothing. In addition, the porters' very isolation aided the brotherhood. So basically, because of this, it helped. Brotherhood means the group and everyone, the union. Porters were scattered throughout the country. So of course, in every railway station, there'll be porters sleeping in dormitories in black communities. Their segregated life protected because their life was separate. Like, it's not like all the porters were in one place in the country. They were throughout in all the stations in the country. So because of that, it protected the union's internal communication from interception. That the porter were a homogeneous group. So it was one group, like they had a lot of unity, working for a single employer with single labor policy, thus sharing the same grievances from city to city. सबके same problem थे. So basically, they had a lot of unity. In short, we are saying, although strengthened, but brotherhood encouraged racial identity and solidarity as well. Right? तो उस वजह से उनके same problems थे, which because of which they had more brotherhood between them. ज़्यादा भाईचारा, ज़्यादा unity वो थी. But it was only in the early 1930s that federal legislation means law prohibiting a company from maintaining its own unions with company money eventually allowed. So although there was a law कि अपना union नहीं बना सकते, but then it eventually allowed the brotherhood to become a recognized as the porters representative. That means उन्होंने brotherhood में से Randolph और जो भी 2-3 friends हैं इनको बोला कि हाँ आप इनके representative बन जाओ and union is okay, allow कर दिया. Not content with this triumph means win. So it was one of the victory, of course, but they were not happy with this victory. They're saying, "हाँ, union allow कर दे, but union की बात भी तो कोई सुने आगे, isn't it?" So Randolph brought the brotherhood into the American Federation of Labor. Okay, they brought this into this, and where it became the equal of the federations 105. So then it became the equal union as other unions. They had the same rules, same perks, benefits, policies, everything same, equal. He reasoned that as a member union, the brotherhood would be in a better position to exert pressure on member unions that practiced race restrictions. Such restrictions were eventually found, of course. So basically, they're saying anybody who's being racist, if we are considered equal to other unions, we can exert more pressure against those people. That's a different thing, that such restrictions or anything race restriction, as in those times that used to be the case that this is the washroom for white people, that is the washroom for black people, or these are the restaurants for white people, these are the places for black people. There will be very few options as well, like that. So such restrictions were not there by 1944. That's different, but then people will be treated equal. That's what they did in 19 around this time, right? Not content with this, they later after this, when they found when it was allowed after 1930s, they basically brought equality, to black people, equal to other unions, other white people. That's what we are saying. Okay, now let us solve question number 1. According to the passage, by 1935 the skepticism of black workers towards union was, let's see, let me change the color. So see, they were skeptic, understandably skeptic, but it was then by 1935. Initially they were, but then by 1935 it was, let me just clear whatever I've, just to make it. See, understandably skeptic means if there's minority or some people are considered weaker, तो वो कुछ भी यूनियन बनाएंगे तो उनको डर लगेगा ना कि यार ऐसा कुछ यूनियन बना रहे हैं, कोई कुछ और अगेंस्ट में अपने ना हो जाए. So towards the union, towards themselves, an identifiable group. Eventually Randolph had to weaken organized labor's antagonism towards black workers, और उसकी वजह से मतलब people had more trust. So can we say it reduced the efforts of Randolph? No, no, no. Weakened the openings of many unions to black workers? Not really. It reduces the efforts? Not really. Reinforced by the action of Pullman Company's union? Just give me, I'm a little confused. Let me just read. So, according to the passage, by 1935, the skepticism of black workers towards union was what? 1928. By 1930, union was allowed and everything, and later equality aa gayi, right? That's what we are saying. So, wait. I think I did something wrong. So, skepticism ka kya? Okay, let's read the question carefully. What about the the skepticism was reduced. Mitigated means yes. Skepticism is doubtful was reduced by because of the efforts of Rand. Because Randolph did so much that whatever they were skeptic initially, see here, it was reduced because they were much more powerful. It was even allowed. They were considered equal and everything. So that was, isn't it? It was unchanged. That skepticism, no. पहले वो थोड़े skeptic थे, but then it was not the case. If we read. Actions of the Pullman's companies union. Pullman strongly bana. This union became became strong, isn't it? It was not weakened. Skepticism or doubt weak nahi ho gaya, right? By the opening of many unions to black workers. No, black workers what one union. They were not part of other unions. It's just that this union will be equal to other unions, right? That's what we are saying. So C is the best option. Question number 2. In using the word understandable, the author most clearly conveys, it's written here, students. I'll give you some time to read and solve this. So he's saying the first was black workers' understandable skepticism towards unions, right? Because they were historically barred from black workers from membership. So of course they'll be a little doubtful whether I'm allowed or not. So these are one of the obstacles. So can we say that it is the appreciation of the attitude of many black workers in the towards union, like towards doubtful, isn't it? It was maybe ambivalence about the significance of unions to most black workers, the of it to most, that they were a little ambivalent whether we should join or not, something like that. Concern that the obstacles faced by Randolph between Andy were indeed formidable, not really. Sympathy with attempts with brotherhood, no sympathy, they were a little doubtful. We're saying understandably skepticism, we understand why they were initially doubtful. So ambivalent means about this, even they were not sure, but they appreciating the attitude of many black workers in the 1920. This is not, we are saying appreciable skepticism. C has to be the correct answer. The passage suggests which of the following about the response of porters to the Pullman Company's new union. Okay, try to solve. So Pullman never allowed, isn't it? Initially, it never allowed. So what was the porter about the response of porters to the Pullman's own union? Few porters ever joined. Yes, maybe it because it weakened the support among black workers for an independent identity and right. One more thing is written that it has barred black workers from membership. So maybe A. Some porters supported this union before 1935. See, in 1935, the Brotherhood became the first black union recognized by a major corporation. Right. So first, that means we do not know, some people support this before 90, because in 1935 it became the first. Right, that. So also, see, one more thing written here just to clarify. Only in early 90s that federal legislation prohibiting a company from maintaining allowed the bill to become recognized this. Some porters supported before, I don't know, right? We don't get it. Porters more than other Pullman employees enthusiastically supported this union. Porter supported this union. If they get to become the part of it, they will support. If they don't, why would they support? Right? Pullman's own union. The Porter's response was most positive. Why? Right? So A should be the logical answer. The passage suggests that if the grievance of porters in one of the United States had been different from those of porters in another part of the country, so let's say, यहाँ पे see, we are saying उनके grievances, their problems was also same. Let me choose another color. So throughout sleeping in dormitories, right, segregated life protected the internal communication. They were homogeneous group, as in same people with same problems. It strengthened their brotherhood. So in case their grievances were different of US and the other parts of the country, which of the following would have been the case? See, if my and your problem are same, we will fight like a group. But if my and your problems are different, we'll fight like individuals, right? I'll say आप अपना देखो problem, जो आपका है with government, जो मेरा है वो मैं बोलूंगी, because हम साथ मिलके क्या ही क्या ही achieve कर लेंगे. So it would have been more difficult for the Pullman company to have had a single labor policy. Maybe it would have been more difficult for the brotherhood to control its channels of communication. Yes, उनका same channel of internal था, interception उसमें कुछ interference कि बाहर पता चल रहा है what they're planning, plotting that. So it could have been difficult. Maybe it would have been more difficult for the brotherhood to build its membership. Not really, membership की बात नहीं हो, तो solidarity थी, unity थी. It would have been easier for the Pullman company's union to attract membership. Not at all easier, difficult. See, now A and B, let's read again. It would have been difficult for them to maintain controlled channels of communication. Yes. It would have been difficult for the Pullman company to have had a single label. No, clearly B, isn't it? Pullman company की क्या policy होगी, उससे क्या, अगर दो लोगों के हैं different groups, so basically common channel of communication नहीं होगा. I'll not tell you what I am planning to solve my problem. You will not tell me what you are planning to solve your problem, right? Okay. Fifth, the passage suggests that in 1920s a company in the US was able to yes everyone 1920s a company, so company we'll say maybe the Pullman. So it was the biggest employer that controlled the railroad industry, sleeping and parlor service, right? uh, So can we say use its own funds to set up a union? Yes, वो अपने पैसों से करते थे. Maybe require its employees to join the company's own unions. तो black workers को भी allow करना चाहिए. Maybe develop a single labor policy for all its employees. No, it was not all with little employee dissent. Black workers were not allowed. बाकी workers के लिए था. तो ये तो they were not able to do. Pressure its employees to contribute money to maintain the company's own union. Were they pressurizing? Not really, isn't it? They were using their own money to, right, to for all the sleeping, to maintain their train, parlor service and everything, right? They had their own union which had some rules like that. Okay. The passage supplies information concerning which of the following matters related to Randolph. So, पैसेज में क्या इंफॉर्मेशन है? The steps he took to initiate the founding of the brotherhood. Yes. His motivation for bringing the brotherhood into American Federation of Labor. उसको क्यों लाना था American Federation of Labor में? Yes, his motivation is given here clearly. Right. His intention की why he, because for equality, so they can exert pressure. ठीक है, ये good option है compared to it. The influence he had on the passage of legislature and overturning race taxation. No, it allowed, ultimate legislation allowed doesn't mean he had the influence on anything. Ultimately that was allowed. The influence he had on the passage of legislation to bar companies from financing their own unions. he ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं कि उसका कुछ वो था. Between A and B, right? The steps he took to initiate the founding of the brotherhood, we do not know. Brotherhood was there. How he basically made the union strong, rather than कैसे brotherhood बनाया वो नहीं, union को कैसे strong बनाया, what all steps. Brotherhood तो मतलब वो दो तीन जो लोग हैं भाई मिलके friends मिलके एक union बना के कुछ कर रहे हैं. So B, right? That is happening. Yeah, students. All right, let us start with economics passages. So far we have done science passages, philosophy passages, history passages. क्यों last में रखा है मैंने economics? ऐसे इसके बाद literature भी है, but economics passage क्यों last में रखा है? Because to me economics is comparatively more difficult. At the same time, yeah, I think let's start. Right, I'll give you कितने paragraphs हैं? Around three and a half. So I'll give you 3.5 minutes to read. आप पढ़ लो. Anybody who's watching this video as recording later, आप pause करके भी read कर सकती है. If you think the time I'm giving you to read is less than required या more than required, तो आप उतना manage कर सकते हो. कई बार we feel that class is going fast, class is going slow. I think right, we are going to become manager, तो हम at least ये सब चीज़ों को अपने हिसाब से राइट अपने यूज में कैसे मेरे को मैक्सिमम फायदा मिलेगा, बेनिफिट मिलेगा एज ए स्टूडेंट, हम उतना कर सकते हैं. वी कैन इंक्रीज द स्पीड टू एक्स स्पीड इफ यू थिंक आई एम गोइंग स्लो, राइट. इफ यू थिंक नहीं थोड़ा फास्ट जाए तो बीच में पॉज करके अपना सॉल्व कर लो. सो उतना अपन को अभी सीखना चाहिए, इजंट इट? सो आई विल गिव यू 3 minutes स्टूडेंट्स टू रीड. चलिए. Yeah, done students. So I think you understood. Right? Economics passage को I think हमें थोड़ा सा, at least this passage because it's quite lengthy, I think we should read it together. uh, oops, uh, what? Most economists in the United States, economists means what? Experts in economics seem captivated by the spell of free market. Means a lot of economists in the United States like the concept of free market. Now, what's free market means? There are just few whatever country rules, right, or laws of the country, laws of the law of land that you have to follow. बाकी आपको जैसे business करना है करो, right? You can do the business, ज़्यादा इतना कुछ strict नहीं है. That is free market. You can keep the price as less as maybe free में दे दो, या like expensive रख लो, कोई कुछ नहीं बोल रहा है. Expensive को लोग खुद नहीं खरीदेंगे आपसे. So we are not like ऐसा कुछ legal नहीं है कि ये चीज़ reasonable rate में बेचो, expensive मत बेचो, सस्ता बेचो, nothing like that. So consequently, nothing seems good or normal that does not accord with the requirement of the free market. So see, so then nothing seems good which does not go with the free market. तो फिर बहुत competition होगा. A price that is determined by the seller, for that matter, established by anyone other than the aggregate of consumers seems pernicious. Means अगर कोई चीज price है, I am selling for example a phone, right? Now price by seller established by anyone other than the consumer. अगर ऐसा लग रहा है कि कोई और price set कर रहा है, मेरे इन्वेस्टर सेट कर रहे हैं प्राइस, मैं कर रही हूँ, कोई भी, तो थोड़ा सा अजीब लगेगा कि या तो सेलर खुद करे, मेनली एक कंज्यूमर के हिसाब से हो तो बेस्ट है, वरना कंज्यूमर के अलावा कोई भी प्राइस सेट करे किसी भी चीज का तो इट्स बैड ओनली, isn't it? कंज्यूमर को अगर वो ठीक लग रहा है तो ठीक है, नहीं तो इट्स नॉट गुड. Accordingly, it requires a major act of will to think of price fixing as both normal and having a valuable economic function. That's why we need price fixing, right? For example, somebody is let's say in coaching, in education business, because I know more about it, मैं उसके एग्जाम्पल ज्यादा लेती हूँ. लेट्स से कोई सेम कोर्स कैट का कोई 10 में बेचे, 10,000 में एक साल का, कोई 20, कोई 30, 50, 60, 70, 80,000 तक में भी आपको कैट के कोर्स मिलता है, स्पेशली अगर ऑफलाइन जा रहे हो आप, isn't it? एक साल का जो कोर्स होता है, so that is also going on. So अब भाई प्राइस फिक्सिंग तो रखना पड़ेगा, isn't it? जो 80,000 वाले वो बोलेंगे नहीं नहीं बाकी लोग सस्ता रख रहे हैं इसके वजह से हमारा बिजनेस नहीं हो रहा है. 10,000 वाले बोलेंगे देखो बेकार में इतना रख रहे हैं, हम 10,000 में सेम चीज दे रहे हैं, like all these things. So price fixing is normal and should be a valuable economic function. अगर फ्री मार्केट होगा तो फिर कुछ भी चलेगा. In fact, price fixing is normal in all industrialized societies because the industrial system itself provides as an effortless consequence of its own development the price fixing that it took. So basically पूरे इंडस्ट्री के डेवलपमेंट के लिए एक प्राइस फिक्स तो होना ही चाहिए, नहीं तो वो फिर डिस्टर्बेंस रहेगा उस पर्टिकुलर इंडस्ट्री, बीट एजुकेशन इंडस्ट्री, बीट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंडस्ट्री, एनीथिंग. Okay, now next part. Modern industrial planning requires reward and rewards great size. So right, आजकल जो भी अगर कोई कंपनी बड़ी है, कोई भी इंडस्ट्री एज इन द बिगेस्ट फर्म और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इन दैट पर्टिकुलर सेक्टर, तो वो तो होता ही है, राइट? उसको ऑटोमेटिकली ज्यादा, अगर आप सबसे यू आर बिकमिंग द बिगेस्ट इन द इंडस्ट्री, आपको भाई आपके पास ऑटोमेटिकली ज्यादा ऑडियंस आएगी. A comparatively small number of large firms will be competing for the same group of, जो बाकी छोटे छोटे सब लोग हैं वो सेम लोगों के लिए लड़ रहे हैं, सेम कस्टमर्स. दैट ईच लार्ज फर्म विल एक्ट विद कंसिडरेशन ऑफ इट्स ओन. जैसे भाई अपने में अभी सबसे बड़ा कौन है, अपने कैट में अगर बोलते हैं IMS करेल लॉन्चर, तो उनका नाम है भाई, वो आराम से आ रहे. बाकी बहुत सारे जो लोगों ने अभी नया नया शुरू किया है लास्ट 2-4 साल में एंड एवरीथिंग, उनको वो सेम लोग वही सेम कॉलेज में जा रहे हैं, सेम ये यूट्यूब है, सेम वही है ना, सेम पीपल कि यहाँ पे भी देख लो, वहां पे भी देख लो, और भी कहीं देख लो, 50 जगह. देन स्टूडेंट्स डिसाइड बाय देमसेल्व्स उनको कहाँ किसका क्या जम रहा है. दैट ईच लार्ज फर्म विल एक्ट विद कंसिडरेशन ऑफ इट्स ओन नीड्स एंड दस अवॉइड सेलिंग इट्स प्रोडक्ट फॉर मोर देन इट्स कंपेटिटर्स चार्ज इज कॉमनली रिकॉग्नाइज्ड बाय एडवोकेट्स ऑफ फ्री मार्केट. सो क्या होगा, देखो अगर कोई बहुत सस्ता दे रहा है या महंगा दे रहा है, तो कोई भी जो फर्म है वो थोड़ा सोचेगी ठीक है बाकी लोग किस प्राइस पे दे रहे हैं, एंड देन दे डू नॉट वांट टू सेल फॉर मोर. Isn't it? Somebody is selling at 10,000. If I am starting my own firm, I would like to sell it in 8,000 or 5,000 less. Isn't it? किसी को सस्ता दोगे तो आपके पास कोई आएगा, otherwise people have options. So but each large firm will also act with full consideration of the needs. But then they have, सस्ते के चक्कर में थोड़ा कि लॉस में आप जाओगे, you will not give salary to your employees, isn't it? वो भी नहीं, you will give bad experience after that to your customers. You have to charge some minimal amount if you're लाइक ना यू हैव अ टीम एंड आपकी टीम में सब मिलके सर्विस दे रहे हैं, तो सो दैट इज कॉमन विद द अदर. सो वी आर सेइंग दे वांट टू अवॉइड सिग्निफिकेंट प्राइस कटिंग आल्सो. प्राइस कटिंग वुड बी काइंड ऑफ नॉट राइट फॉर द कॉमन इंटरेस्ट इन स्टेबल डिमांड फॉर प्रोडक्ट्स, राइट. क्योंकि आप कॉस्ट कटिंग सब ऑफिस में चल रहा है कि भाई इसकी सैलरी यहाँ पे काट ली, इसका ये कर लिया, ऑफिस में आज इतने टाइम तक इतनी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आएगी, ये सब चीजें करोगे तो काम ठीक से नहीं चलेगा. सो इतना भी कम मत करो, कॉस्ट कटिंग प्राइस कटिंग की जरूरत होगी. इतना ज्यादा ही मत करो कि nobody is coming to buy your product. So most economists do not see price fixing. It occurs because they expect. तो बहुत लोगों को लगता है प्राइस फिक्सिंग की जरूरत नहीं है, बिकॉज वो ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाएगा. If somebody wants to sell or compete in a business market, they will keep the price in right range. कोई बहुत महंगा या बहुत सस्ता नहीं रख रहा है, isn't it? So like that. So about by a number of explicit agreements among large firms. Express अब एक है general agreement, सबको सबका पता है, that is not. So it's not going to happen. Fine. Moreover, those economists who argue that allowing the free market to operate without interference is the most efficient method of establishing prices have not considered the economies. तो बोले कि free market को बिना interference के allow करो, अपने आप price अपना fix सब लोग करेंगे, कोई बहुत expensive नहीं देने वाला है, like that. So जो लोग इस चीज में argue कर रहे हैं या against बोल रहे हैं, they have not considered the economies of non-socialist countries other than the United States. These economies employ intentional price fixing यूजुअली इन एन ओवर्ट फैशन. इज एक जनरल एक बजट देते हैं कि ये चीजों का प्राइस इस रेंज में रहना चाहिए. उन्होंने ये नहीं देखा फॉर्मल प्राइस फिक्सिंग बाय कार्टेल एंड इनफॉर्मल प्राइस फिक्सिंग बाय अग्रीमेंट कवरिंग द मेंबर्स ऑफ इंडस्ट्री आर कॉमन प्लेस. वर देयर समथिंग पिक्यूलियरली एफिशिएंट अबाउट द फ्री मार्केट एंड इनएफिशिएंट अबाउट प्राइस फिक्सिंग. अगर कोई फ्री मार्केट के कुछ बहुत अच्छा होता एंड प्राइस फिक्सिंग इतना ही गलत होता, द कंट्रीज दैट हैव अवॉइडेड द फर्स्ट एंड यूज द सेकंड वुड हैव सफर्ड. तो उनको प्रॉब्लम होती इन द इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट. पर ऐसा तो कुछ भी नहीं है. सो दे नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ऐसा नहीं कि प्राइस फिक्सिंग भी ठीक है और फ्री मार्केट के भी प्रॉब्लम हो सकते हैं. सोशलिस्ट इंडस्ट्री ऑल्सो वर्क्स विद इन अ फ्रेमवर्क ऑफ कंट्रोल्ड प्राइसेस. ठीक है. सो सोशलिस्ट जो इंडस्ट्री है वो एक कंट्रोल्ड प्राइसेस के फ्रेमवर्क में है. इन द अर्ली 1970s सोवियत सोशलिस्ट इंडस्ट्री मीन्स एग्जाम्पल ऑफ सोवियत रशिया बिगेन टू गिव फॉर्म्स. रशिया में कैसा है कि वहां पे इक्वालिटी मेंटेन करते हैं. नो बट इज ऐसा नहीं कि रिच आर गेटिंग रिचर, पुअर आर गेटिंग पुअर. रशिया में ये सब चीजें नहीं है. ऑफकोर्स देयर इज अ डिफरेंस, देयर आर रिच पीपल, देयर आर पुअर पीपल. वो डिफरेंस बढ़ते चला जा रहा है. ऐसा नहीं, रिच पीपल से ज्यादा टैक्स लेंगे, राइट, पुअर लोगों को हेल्प करेंगे. सो दे हैव दिस काइंड ऑफ, दैट इज सोशलिस्ट इंडस्ट्री और कंट्री. सो वहां पे क्या है, दे गिव फॉर्म्स इंडस्ट्री सम वहां पे काफी फिक्स होता है. बट देन उन लोगों में इवन दे हैव गिवन फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी इन एडजस्टिंग प्राइसेस दैट अ मोर इनफॉर्मल एवोल्यूशन हैज अकॉर्डेड द कैपिटलिस्ट सिस्टम. कि ठीक है कर सकते हो. कैपिटलिस्ट सिस्टम मतलब कैपिटलिस्ट लोग कैसे भी करके पैसा लाओ, ऐसी कंट्री की बिजनेस करो, लाइक दैट. तो उन्होंने भी थोड़ा कैपिटलिस्ट सिस्टम को सपोर्ट किया कि ठीक है हम थोड़ा फ्लेक्सिबल रह सकते हैं. इकोनॉमिस्ट्स इन द यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स हैव हेल्ड द चेंज एज अ रिटर्न टू द फ्री मार्केट. So US economists in the US, they have said okay good job, but Soviet firms are no more subject to prices established by a free market over which they exercise little influence than a capitalist firms. Rather Soviet firms have been given the power to fixed prices, as in what we are saying. So although Soviet Union has allowed them, okay, you can adjust your prices, you can be flexible, but then they are no more subject to prices established by a free market over which they exercise little influence. It's not like they have a lot of power even in that, because it's just same as other forms of free market. They have been given the power to. So Soviet firms will fix the prices for you. You know, that is mostly there. Uske upar you can go slightly here. So it's not like total freedom. It's like the government is saying, okay, now in education industry, in coaching centers, CAT coaching fee will be, for example, 20,000. So 20,000 means people can say, okay, we are charging 22,000 because we are giving more books than others. थोड़ा extra charge कर लिया. या somebody can charge 18 कि थोड़ा सस्ता करेंगे. अब इसी range में आप कर सकते हो. You can't charge 10,000 ना. तो उसमें भी flexibility is there. People are appreciating, but इतनी भी नहीं. It's not a lot of flexibility. Right. So the primary purpose of the passage is to students. जब बताओ जल्दी से इसका आंसर क्या है? Yes, 2 minutes, everyone. suggest methods by which economists and members of the government of United States can recognize and combat price fixing by large firms, right? मतलब नहीं, isn't it? It see primary purpose means the main topic. हम ये बोल रहे हैं यहाँ पे about free market and price fixing. We are saying कि free market, of course, a free market who are captivated, it's basically free market होने नहीं वाला है कि somebody is giving things absolutely free, others are charging exorbitant expensive prices. That's not going to happen. And if we fix the price, वो automatically होगा, whether we fix the price like Soviet Union, whether we don't like US, वो फिर भी होगा, because it is kind of अनअवॉइडेबल होता ही होता है, एंड बेनिफिट द इकोनॉमी ऑफ इंडस्ट्रियल, पूरी इंडस्ट्री को सपोर्ट करता है. सो प्राइस अल्टीमेटली फिक्स लोग खुद ही कर लेंगे, कोई बहुत एक्सपेंसिव है, कोई बहुत कम नहीं देने वाला है, वेदर गवर्नमेंट डज इट और गवर्नमेंट डज नॉट डू इट. Show that industrialized societies price fixing and the operation of the free market are not only compatible but also mutually beneficial. And the operation of the free market दोनों साथ में होता है. This is nowhere mentioned. Explain the various ways in which industrialized societies can fix prices in order to stabilize. Are we shown various ways कि fix कैसे कैसे कर सकते हैं? No, basically people just fix prices on their own. But how they do it, ways are not given. Argue that price fixing is an inevitable part of and benefit to the, yes. So basically we're saying price fixing is an unavoidable part. वो होगा ही होगा, whether Soviet Union fixes for its people or like US is allowing free market, still they are people, all the business people will fix. And because it will, that industrialized society, the industry will be supported, otherwise industry disturb हो जाएगी ना. बीच में जियो फ्री हो गया था, सो एवरीबडी बॉट जियो का सिम, इजंट इट? तो पूरी इंडस्ट्री खत्म हो गई, इंटरनेट का ये सिम वो सिम, वोडाफोन लेके ये ले, इजंट इट? आइडिया का सिम चल रहा है, एयरटेल एंड एवरीथिंग. एयरटेल स्टिल गोइंग ऑन, आई थिंक अ बिट, बिकॉज नेटवर्क इज गुड. मोस्ट ऑफ द सिम कंपनीज आर लाइक आर नॉट इवन गिविंग एनी, कोई खरीद नहीं रहा उनसे इंटरनेट ना ये ऑल दिस डेटा एंड ऑल, इजंट इट? सो पूरा इंडस्ट्री, सो फॉर ओवरऑल हेल्थ ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री, डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री, price fixing will happen automatically, whether country fixes that price or otherwise they themselves will do it. So D, the author's attitude towards most economists in the United States can best be described as, okay, most economists seem captivated by this spell of free market. Okay, maybe you can read first 2 to 3 lines to answer this question. Okay, so see, two things actually, I'll just show you. He's saying most economists in US seem captivated by the spell of free market. How he's saying free market is situation hoti hi nahi hai. There's no situation like free market. People will fix themselves that, and nothing seems good to them that does not go with the requirement of free market, right? They don't like anything which is against free market. And those economists who argue that allowing the free market to operate without interference means free market hoga, so it is the most efficient way of establishing, have not considered this. So basically he's criticizing them that these economists know nothing, it situation or the market will be on price fixed price hoga ही होगा, free market जैसा कुछ exist नहीं करता है, whether they like it or not. Basically even they like it doesn't matter, price fixing ही चलती है. Okay, so is he envious means jealous? Is he jealous of them, hating them? Not really. Is he scornful? Again, scornful means that these are the worst people, economists, they know nothing. Not really like that. He's just saying critical. He's criticizing that your view is wrong, because author is mostly supporting price fixing here, right? Is he respectful? Also respectful bhi nahi, but he's critical of them, that what you're thinking is wrong. It's not like he's hating them and all these things. As an jealous, he's being critical, right? So critical and condescending, as in how they are wrong and what they are not considering, what they are not seeing while supporting free market. So C should be the correct answer. It can be inferred from the author's argument that a price fixed by the seller seems pernicious because Okay. Seems pernicious. Why it is pernicious? So nothing accord to free market doesn't they, so a price that is determined by the seller or anyone else except so to these economists, if customers are not deciding the price, then it is not right. Like customers के हिसाब से दो, like that. That is free market. So मतलब customer के हिसाब से होना चाहिए, बाकी कोई दूसरा decide ना करे. So people do not have confidence. See, it is pernicious for economists, isn't it? Not for people. People do not expect the government to regulate prices. Not really. Most economists believe that consumer as a group should determine. उनको लगता है इस customer should determine the prices and not the seller. Most economists associate fixed prices with communist and socialist economies. Not really. सब कुछ socialist में नहीं भी होती है. So yeah, C, right? If we just have to read two lines, those two lines, C is quite direct. Question number 4, the suggestion in the passage that price fixing in industrialized societies is normal arises from the author's statement that price fixing is the suggestion in the passage that price fixing in industrialized societies is normal arises from the author's that price. Okay, fine. I think you'll have to read somewhere here. Yeah. So in any industry, based on or they avoid selling it products for more than its competitors. At the same time, cost cutting भी ना हो छोटी छोटी चीज़ों में, तो इतना कम भी नहीं करेंगे, avoid significant price cutting भी नहीं करेंगे, because price cutting से उनका जो common interest है कि stable demand है वो भी नहीं हो पाएगा. So basically price fixing is a result of industrial, वो होना ही होना है. Inevitable means unavoidable, that has to be there. It's not a profitable result or anything. Okay. Question number 5. According to the author, price fixing is non-socialist countries often. Okay, our commonplace. Okay. Direct question, everyone. Yeah, so it is intentional and widespread, we can say, isn't it? It's not rigid. It's common, like it's a very normal thing. It happens. Automatically people know, okay, I have to keep the price as much as my neighbor who's selling the same thing. It's not about illegal. It's a commonplace, it's a normal thing. Like that. Like everyone knows about it. According to the author, what is the result of Soviet Union's change in the economic policy in 1970s? So here you have to read. They show greater profit. ऐसा तो कुछ read नहीं किया. They have less control over the free market. No, they have full control over their free or whichever market. Just technology के बारे में कुछ given नहीं है. Soviet firms have some authority to fix prices. Yes, they have been given the power to fix prices. Last line itself. Word match. तो ये तो काफी easy था. With which of the following statements regarding the behavior of large firms in industrialized societies would the author be most likely to agree? ठीक है. ये solve करो. This will take time. This is an application based question, students. That now that you have understood the passage, तो अभी कौन सा Following statement regarding the behavior of large firm in any industry, would the author will agree? अगर कोई large firm ऐसे behave करती है तो हाँ ये सही है, ऐसे होता है. Large firm, large firm. So clearly given here, they want to avoid selling its products for more than its competitors. At the same time, they will also act with full consideration that the needs of it has in common with the other large groups, right? At the same time, they will avoid बहुत प्राइस कटिंग कम में भी नहीं सेल करेंगे बिकॉज इट विल बी प्रेजुडिशियल टू द कॉमन इंटरेस्ट इन स्टेबल डिमांड. सो स्टेबल डिमांड रहनी चाहिए, लोग खरीदे एटलीस्ट उतना तो प्राइस रखे, उस बहुत ही कम या बहुत ही ज्यादा भी नहीं, right? That so directors of large firms will continue to anticipate the demand for products, yes, right. Invest interested in achieving predictable level of profit than achieving a large profit की basic minimum profit आ जाए. Profit के demand for products is what is mentioned. The directors of large firms will strive to reduce the costs of their products. They did not want to reduce. Many directors of large firms believe that government, right, if they reduce and price cutting होगी, प्राइस कटिंग होगी तो प्रोड्यूस नहीं कर पाएंगे हम और गुड्स होंगे तब तो डिमांड होगी ना, isn't it? So if I don't have the money as a large firm, I won't be able to pay salaries to my employees. Nobody is working for me. I'll not be able to generate products every day. तो मेरे से तो कोई डिमांड, तो डिमांड भी रहे थोड़ा थोड़ा जाता है, पर ऐसा भी नहीं इतना महंगा करो कि कोई नोबडी इतना सस्ता कि हम बना ही नहीं पा रहे प्रोडक्ट, लाइक दैट. So many directors of large firms believe that government should establish the prices that will be charged for products. No, that is something he is not saying. Government decides in Soviet Union, but other he is not saying. वो बोले कि अपने आप होता है, price fixing automatically happens. So A, isn't it? In the passage, the author is primarily concerned with. Basically, he's saying like जो इतने इकोनॉमिस्ट फ्री मार्केट करते हैं या बोलते हैं फ्री मार्केट इज द बेस्ट वे, वो फ्री मार्केट जैसा कुछ है नहीं, इज व्हाट ही इज सेइंग. इवन इन सोवियत दे डिसाइड द दे फिक्स प्राइसेस, और जहाँ कोई प्राइस फिक्स नहीं होता वहाँ ऑटोमेटिकली लार्ज फर्म्स फिक्स द प्राइसेस ऑन देयर ओन. वो बहुत कम भी नहीं रखते हैं, बहुत ज्यादा भी नहीं रखते हैं कि राइट दे फुल दैट नीड्स हैड्स टू बी इन कॉमन विद अदर्स. A price fixing also, he is basically is supporting price fixing and saying thing against free market. So is he predicting the consequence of a, कोई prediction नहीं कि future में कैसा होगा, what's happening have been so far, he is not saying anything in future. Is he criticizing a point of view? Yes, जो economist का point of view है that is surely criticizing. So maybe B option है. Calling attention to recent discoveries, what discoveries recent पता नहीं. Proposing a topic for research कि इस पे research और होनी चाहिए, not really. So yeah, between B and C, B is the best option. ठीक है. Passage number 2. You must be feeling अभी I'm tired, man. Yes, you are tired, but don't worry. Just few questions to go. अब good thing is the length of the passages are slightly shorter than the previous one. So don't worry. Questions will be similarly difficult. उसका कुछ नहीं कर सकते since we are doing all cat level questions. But the length is slightly shorter, so it will not take a lot of time for the next few passages for you to solve. जल्दी हो जाएगा. So I'll give you 2 minutes. ज़्यादा lengthy नहीं है. 2 minutes to read this. जल्दी से read कर लो और मुझे बताओ. So while you're reading, just give me a minute, students, or 2 minutes actually. I'm giving you 2 minutes to read. Yeah, I'll just, because sitting I think is much more difficult. I have taught classes standing, writing on board, sitting. According to me, sitting is much more difficult, at least for me, right? Because everything, shoulders and everything, like, contracts. So I'll just take a round and come back quickly in 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm back very fast. Okay, I'll not give you some summary of this passage. You try to read, understand on your own. I'll just give summary 3 lines, but I'm not going to read, I mean. And we will quickly start with the questions. We need to increase the speed now. सब कुछ स्पून फीडिंग नहीं हो सकता, करेक्ट, थोड़ा हमें खुद भी करना है. So the last few passages which we are doing now, students, is absolutely your responsibility. I'll give you the answer key at the end of the passages we are doing, as well as the homework or assignment I'll be giving you today. Okay. One is this, second is this. ठीक है, ठीक है. So European community is doing this. This is opposite to FTA, something, and then their future direction, the world trading system. Okay. डन रीडिंग. प्राइमरी पर्पस लास्ट में करते हैं, ठीक है, थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट पड़ता है. सो वी विल कम बैक टू इट आफ्टर second, third, fourth, fifth questions. According to the passage, all of the following are elements of the shifting world economy except. I think for this also you'll have to go through the entire passage, but we can solve it because we've solved except questions. Or elements of the shifting world economy except. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes for this. I think for this you can check each and every option from a certain location, and that's it. An alteration in the role played by the governments, yes. So now, as the economic role of multinational global corporation expands, now the world will be shaped by not by just government, but actually interaction between government and global companies, right? Like that. So yes, how the government will work with global companies, and that's how things will happen. This is true. Question is except means not true or not mentioned. An increase in interaction between national government and regulatory means जो law या rule बनाते हैं उनका interaction global companies like अडानी अंबानी उसके साथ काम करेंगे. जो rule बनाते हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट उनके साथ नहीं. ED, right? Not all these people. This is false. This should be the answer, I guess. ऐसा कुछ लिखा नहीं है. An increase in the formation of multinational trading alliances, yes. Multinational like US, Canada और Europe का जो है जहाँ पे सारी European countries are allowing the free flow of goods and services, everything, capital. So yeah, this is also true. An increase in integration in the 2 richest markets of the world, yes, right. Two richest markets of the world foster integration. This is also mentioned true. So hence B should be the correct answer. Okay, question number 3. Global corporation. What about global corporation? ठीक है, देखो 2 minutes for this. Is it a matter of concern? नहीं, चीजें अब better होंगी, isn't it? They'll become the largest, richest market. It's a good thing. They'll have to become government type. मतलब government की जगह वो काम करेंगे और government जैसे हो जाएंगे almost. No, they'll have to work with governments. They will not become the most powerful or the government authority of the country. Is it? Nonetheless, although markedly different in origin nature, both regional developments are highly significant. So even regional, as in every region has developed, but it's very different. So it will not give the model for economic success because regional trading is different, right? How India is developing in terms of business, or how a particular state like Mumbai, Delhi is very different than when the entire India collaborates with, say, for example, China or any other neighboring country, or with any other country not neighboring also. It's different, right? So no, their influence on world economies will continue to increase. Yes, they will, like, about the future direction of world economy, that will definitely happen. It is significant. It will foster integration, everything. So D is given in the last paragraph. True. Fourth, according to the passage, one similarity between FTA and Europe 1992. FTA means free trade agreement. क्या similarity है? Is that they both are what? So trend towards regional trading blocks of nature, which has potentially large effects on the evolution of world trading system. मतलब कि भाई ये रीजन में हमारा बिजनेस होता है तो चलो हम लोग मिलके काम करते हैं, यूएस कनाडा या यूरोप में होता है तो चलो पूरा यूरोप में ऑल द कंट्रीज विल नॉट इंक्लूडिंग टैरिफ और अननेसेसरी टैक्सेस, देयर शुड बी फ्री फ्लो ऑफ गुड्स सर्विसेज एंड एवरीथिंग लाइक दैट. सो बेसिकली दे आर द एग्जांपल ऑफ अ ट्रेंड टुवर्ड्स रीजनलाइजेशन ऑफ कमर्शियल मार्केट. रीजनलाइज मतलब जो भी कमर्शियल मार्केट एक रीजन में हो रहा है, तो लेट्स मेक आर बोथ, जो दोनों का बिजनेस है थोड़ा और स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाते हैं और बेटर बनाते हैं. Isn't this is an example of that? So two examples of this trend. This means this trend, right? So from here you get very easily. Question number 5. Which of the following can be inferred from the passage about European community prior to the adoption of the European 1992 program? So what about European community prior to 1992 program? कुछ impediments, obstacles आते थे for the free flow of goods, राइट. वो जो खत्म हो गया 1992 तक. इंटीग्रेट द ईसीज मार्केट समथिंग. ओके, यहाँ तक आई थिंक यू कैन रीड मे बी 1-2 एक्स्ट्रा लाइन्स. So there were restrictions on commerce between member nations. Very directly true, ये तो है ही. The economic policies of the member nations focused on global trading issues. Before, question is which prior to 19, after they focused, not before. So this is wrong. There were few impediments to trade. There were many, right? The flow of goods between member nations and Canada was, we don't care, significant, insignificant. Question यूरोपियन कम्युनिटी का, वहां पे यूएस कनाडा कहाँ से आ गए? Isn't it? एक यूएस कनाडा एक एग्जाम्पल है, यूरोपियन कम्युनिटी का दूसरा एग्जाम्पल है. व्हाट अबाउट देम बिफोर 1992? they trying to dismantle, break the obstacles, means पहले obstacles थे for the free flow of goods, isn't it? So A. The author discusses the FTA and Europe 1992 most likely in order to. Why is he discussing FTA and Europe? Europe community, I mean. This is in sharp contrast to FTA. So दोनों रीजनल ट्रेडिंग ब्लॉक्स ही हैं, बट दोनों काफी डिफरेंट है एक दूसरे से. So are they similar? Different type of trading blocks. Provide contrasting examples of a trend that is influencing the world. Yes, trend is same, but they are two different examples. क्या difference है दोनों में? That of course free flow of goods they are allowing, but although numerous political and economic factors were operative in launching the move to integrate EC's markets, so basically concern was about the protectionism within the EC does not appear to have been a major. So protectionism was not a problem, just some political economic factors were there because of which they integrated the entire Europe. Whereas in FTA, ओवरवेलमिंग रीजन थे वो बायलेटरल इनिशिएटिव की सब एफटीएल अब यूएस कनाडा इसलिए करेंगे बिकॉज प्रोटेक्शनिज्म वाज द प्रॉब्लम, फियर ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन, वहां पे प्रोटेक्शनिज्म वाज नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम, यहाँ पे प्रोटेक्शनिज्म वाज द प्रॉब्लम. सो दिस वाज वन ऑफ द डिफरेंसेस. दो एग्जाम्पल दिए हैं. Question number 7. Which of the following best describes the organization of the passage? So, जैसे economic role of multinational will increase, government and bigger companies will try to work together. And एक region में जहाँ maximum business हो रहा है, those two governments and bigger companies will try to work together. Right? Especially in this area. In this area, we're talking about the regional trading blocks जहाँ maximum business हो रहा है of the countries. And one example is this. Second example is this, and how these two are they are similar at the same time they're slightly different, and how they'll give the future direction to world trading system. Right? All these things we are saying. So what is the organization? Argument is put forth and evidence, and against उसके बोला, against में कुछ नहीं बोला, right? Listen, this is how things will happen. An assertion is made and opposing evidence, no opposing evidence. Two theories are described. Two examples are there rather than theories, and they're inconsistent with one another. Maybe दोनों different तो हैं, but it's not two theories, two examples of one of regional trading blocks, isn't it? So I'm not sure. A phenomenon is described कि yes, आगे government and international institutions will work together. Okay, it's illustration means example of this phenomena. Illustration means at least two. Yes, D is perfect. Yeah. All right, students. Next passage. I'll give you 2 minutes to read. पढ़ लो जल्दी से. So we are saying because of the in 1960 1970 what was happening in the economic development strategy for governments, they had three strategies. First, okay, they will attract manufacturing industries, as in if you have a manufacturing industry, some business, you can come to our state. Let's say this was happening in US, I think, but let's assume India. So let's say if there are some businesses doing well in Delhi, Mumbai will say okay, come here, we will give you tax, tax नहीं देना पड़ेगा, प्रमोशन भी कर देंगे आपका इधर. तो उससे क्या है कि किसी की हार अगर किसी की जीत के अभी मुंबई में आ रहा तो वही दिल्ली के लिए लॉस हो गया, उनको टैक्सेस नहीं मिलेंगे तो जो इनको प्रॉफिट कर रहे थे और बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हो जाएगी. तो ये हुआ. तो इट बिकेम बेसिकली समवन्स विनिंग तो अदर्स वाज ट्रेजेडी. तो इट वाज नॉट अ ग्रेट स्ट्रेटेजी एज सच. देन जीरो सम गेम मींस विन विन फॉर एवरीवन, कि ऐसा किसी का लॉस मत करो. तो उसमें दे स्टार्टेड अट्रैक्टिंग हाई टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट, की टेक्नोलॉजी होगी बट नॉट टेक्नोलॉजी में काम करने वाले स्किलफुल पीपल, दे वर नॉट अ लॉट ऑफ स्किलफुल पीपल. सो in a way you're victimizing other geographical areas like village एंड लाइक नो दोज एरियाज वे पीपल आर नॉट, या तो वहाँ जॉब नहीं है या फिर उनके शॉर्ट कमिंग्स आप दिखा रहे हो, बेसिकली वहाँ जहाँ पे लोग इतने हाईटेक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फर्म्स में नहीं काम करते, बिकॉज इट नीड्स ट्रेन्ड पीपल फॉर ट्रेन्ड वर्कफोर्स. सो दे came up with third strategy, that is promotion of homegrown small business, like vocal for local we have in India, isn't it, by our government. So that means local business karo so that you can stay in your place, आपके कम्युनिटी के साथ भी आप हो, रूटेड हो एंड एवरीथिंग, यू कैन बी केप्ट एट होम. आपका जो फायदा है, जॉब आप जॉब्स भी दोगे लोगों को, अगर आपका छोटा सा कुछ बिजनेस है 2 लोग को 4 लोगों को, तो जॉब्स भी आपके एरिया में मिलेंगे. एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सब लोग बिजनेस करेंगे तो एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप वाला एनवायरनमेंट होगा एंड गवर्नमेंट को भी बेनिफिट होगा, यू नो. So these are the 3 strategies we are talking about. So let's quickly start with question number 1, everyone. The primary purpose of the passage is to. चलो बताओ. लोकल गवर्नमेंट कैन से और प्राइवेट सेक्टर, कोई कंपैरिजन तो गिवन है नहीं. क्रिटिसाइजिंग द प्रोग्राम्स बीइंग यूज्ड टू स्टिमुलेट लोकल इकोनॉमी, ये कहाँ लिखा है सब. प्रमोशनल एफर्ट्स है बट उनको डिफाइन कर रहे हैं बाय लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स टू अट्रैक्ट न्यू इंडस्ट्रीज, ऐसा कुछ एक जगह लिखा तो है. But this is not the primary purpose. Overall, what is the main topic? To review and evaluate strategies. 3 strategies and programs that have been used to stimulate, yes, economic development के strategies, उनको review कर रहे हैं, उसमें क्या अच्छा था, क्या बुरा था. That's what we are discussing, isn't it? So D should be the correct answer. The passage suggests which of the following about the majority of the US manufacturing industries before the high technology development era of 1880s. So before high tech मतलब उसके पहले, see till here you have to read these first 4 to 5 lines. So they were attracting manufacturing industry, local government. So in that kind, this strategy was usually implemented at another community's expense, as in they were lured away, वो बुला रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे आप आ जाओ, like you know आपको टैक्स इंसेंटिव मिल जाएंगे, टैक्स में आप 20% का 5% पे कर देना, आपको प्रमोशन भी हम करके देंगे, नहीं तो इससे ट्रांसफर ऑफ जॉब्स हो रहा है, रेवेन्यूज जा रहे हैं दूसरी जगह पे. तो भाई एक की जीत, one's victory will be other person's tragedy. So question is again what? The passage suggests which of the following about the majority of the US manufacturing industries before high tech. So what happened? They could provide real economic benefits to the areas in which they were located. So जहाँ पे है वहाँ उसको तो फायदा है, पर जहाँ से चलेगा उनको लॉस है, isn't it? So yes, they experienced a major decline in profits. Not really. उनको बुला रहे हैं मतलब they are giving profit to that area. तभी one Mumbai is calling Delhi companies, like I gave you an example, isn't it? They lost many of their most innovative personal, nothing like that. वो तो बात की बात है जब you know like technology and everything आए. They employed workers who had no special skills, nothing. It's just that उनको वो ज़्यादा profit दे रहे हैं. That's why the other places calling them, isn't it? Attracting manufacturing industry. So यहाँ थोड़ा कम tax दे दो, पर कम में भी because they are profitable, constant revenue for government will be there. So see. Question number 3. The tone of the passage suggests that author is most optimistic about the economic development potential of which of the following group. सबसे बेस्ट उसको कौन सा लग रहा है? थर्ड स्ट्रैटेजी लग रही है. फर्स्ट में बोल रहा है यार एक की हार एक की जीत, isn't it? कि if one person's victory is other person's tragedy. In high technology there are less trained वर्कफोर्स, एक हाई टेक जो फर्म से काम करने के लिए, तो वो इस सब जगह हो नहीं सकता. थर्ड इज बेस्ट, राइट. वोकल फॉर लोकल, होम ग्रोन स्मॉल बिजनेसेस, राइट. उससे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप होती है, पीपल टैलेंट इज केप्ट एट होम, जॉब भी वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं, लाइक दैट. सो लोकल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स इज बेस्ट, नॉट लोकल गवर्नमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट, नॉट एनीथिंग एल्स. सो सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. The passage does not state which of the following about local entrepreneurs. They are founded nearly everywhere. Yes, they are everywhere. I think ये लिखा है कहीं पे तो. Nearly ubiquitous means everywhere. So A is here. They encourage further entrepreneurship. Last line, foster. Yes. They attract out of town. मतलब वो मुंबई में बिजनेस करे पर दिल्ली का इन्वेस्टर लाएंगे कि भाई आप पैसे दो, राइट, लाइक दैट. नो नो, ऐसा कुछ नहीं लिखा है. दे एम्प्लॉय लोकल वर्कर्स, यस दे प्रोवाइड जॉब्स, राइट. टैलेंट्स इज केप्ट होम, वो वहीं पे रहते हैं तो अपनी कम्युनिटी को भी उनको इम्प्रूव करते हैं, लाइक दैट. यस, सो सी इज आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट हियर. Students, fifth question. The author of the passage mentions which of the following as an advantage of high technology development? का क्या क्या है? एडवांटेज है. प्रेफरेबल टू विक्टिमाइजिंग अदर जोग्राफिकल एरियाज, मतलब इसमें इसमें ये प्रेफर है कि बाकी एरियाज को प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती लाइक इन द प्रीवियस ट्रैक, तो वो तो ठीक है. ऐसे को वी आर नॉट टेकिंग द अदर स्टेट के जॉब्स. So it does not advantage one local workforce at the expense of another. ऐसा नहीं कहीं के आ रहे, उतने ही लोग हैं जिसको भी हाई टेक्नोलॉजी टेक डेवलपमेंट में काम करना आता है, दे कैन वर्क. जिसको नहीं आता पर वो लोग कम थे. सो इट वाज नॉट लाइक if high technology is there in Delhi, there is some loss of Mumbai. In Mumbai, any which ways, nobody knows. A very few workforce people will know how to work in high technology development company, isn't it? So whoever works can go. So it is not going to, like, it will not be at the expense of other place, right? Like unlike the previous, right, previous one at the other community's expense. So clearly this, yeah. Now students, as out of habit, आदत से मजबूर, I give you some 10 questions, 5 to 10 questions for homework. So I'm giving you 2 passages for homework today. एक economics का ही है, this one economics passage. Sorry, I'll show you question number 1. You can stop here or I'll share this PDF in Telegram group. The link of Telegram group is in the description below. वहाँ पे apart from these PDF we share daily quizzes and everything, daily practice PDFs वो होगा. So question number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Literature passage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think itna hi hai. You can check your answers from here for all the passages we have done today, everyone. And yeah, so that is it, everyone. Thank you so much for listening to me for such a long time, for bearing me. Thank you so much, and all the very best for your CAT exam. Of course, I'll be coming up with more such sessions, lengthy sessions on mixed verbal ability and other topics. Don't worry, if true, if false, ये चलता रहेगा. If somebody is for CAT 2025, उनके लिए भी sessions चलते रहेंगे. It's just that, like, I'm just saying कि don't worry. When I'm saying all the best, things will go well. जो अपने hard work है, तैयारी है, वो तो है ही. Preparation at the same time, mindset matters. Just keep yourself positive. Now, in terms of mindset, I'm not saying ki, okay, think yourself as this, think yourself this. Just be relaxed. Things going good or bad, sometimes things are like not in your hand. Just be relaxed. Do what you can. Just every day, just feel that you have given your 100%. Just getting that feeling at the end of the day is more than enough, right, for you to give your best in the exam. Yeah. And yeah, right, that is it. Thank you so much, everyone. Good night. And now I'll see you in the next session, like within a couple of days. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye.